leaders have to be willing to step out and try something, because just playing it safe your whole life won't work out.
Wait, hang on. Okay. Test 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. Test
Can you hear
1,
him?
2. All right, what's Chad have to say? Murphy's rule. Yeah, Murphy's law. This guy is prepared. That's right. I'm ready to help out.
Yeah, that's the Amazon touch there, buddy. Yeah.
That's right. Ship it. It's like Prime. It's there right away.
Oh my God, the microphone actually works. I can't believe it.
There you go.
Yeah,
Hey, one thing could happen.
Awesome.
One thing.
So there's a meme, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a meme that everybody likes in Twitch chat, and it's called "I made this."
I made this.
I made this.
All right,
okay?
I made
yeah,
this.
So how it works is when somebody says, "I made this," like I made this game or something.
Yeah.
Okay, then everyone says, "No, I made this."
All
okay?
right, there we go. No,
But
I made this.
In the case of this, you actually made this.
I did make
You
this.
actually
Which part? Right. Yes.
Yeah, you actually made this. This is the
No,
thing that
they
you
made it.
Okay.
Well, look, I made Twitch Prime,
Yeah.
but you guys make it real. And I like to see the crowns going by there in chat. So
Yeah, the crowns that aren't subscribing, by the way, because doesn't the crown mean that they haven't subscribed to the stream?
No. Well, it depends
Oh, it
on whether or
doesn't?
not they choose to use that, but it means they're a Twitch Prime member. Now, they could be that they aren't subbed to you, but I can't imagine anyone is watching Devin Nash and is not subbed to Devin Nash. I mean, come on.
That's
There's
the
just no way.
That's the call to action. Do you see that?
It might be, yeah.
Holy, I have to did all these announcements. I even went on my Instagram to
Oh, my
announce
God. Have you
Yeah.
been there this month?
this. To Instagram. I was just at UW yesterday.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
that. I saw your speeches up on your channel.
I think I could have done better.
I didn't get to critique it all. I didn't get to watch it.
Yeah, it's really hard to public speak.
Live
As we were talking
stage.
about
Live
before.
stage is
Yeah.
see, now I love it because you get energy, right? So
Yeah, really?
Well,
It-
yeah, I'm a
yeah.
sucker for it.
but you got used to it. So like
yeah, no,
Yeah.
I learned the hard way.
because you're actually giving talks to like huge amounts of people at Amazon, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have, and they've gone horribly badly.
Really?
Yeah, why? I told you the story about standing with the mic when the demo
Yeah.
went to hell and Bezos is looking at me.
But you covered it. You did it.
I did cover it.
That is an insane story, by the way. Do you want to tell that again? Why
Sure,
that's
I can tell the story.
That's a good story. Yeah, this is
So,
the kind
actually-
of stuff we're doing today.
So I started Amazon pre-Twitch, pre-Justin TV. I started Amazon 14 years ago, and I was the first engineer hired to build Amazon Video, which became Prime Video. So for this audience, just so you know, we had hammers and chisels, stone hammers, stone chisels. We were happy to have them. There was no streaming. We downloaded video to Windows Media Player. So pounding with a rock on a sharp stone, making online video. But a year into that, we had the product ready, and we were ready to demo it internally at the Amazon company all hands. And hopefully, I know Devin's a big Office Space
I love
fan.
Office. I talk about it on the stream all the time.
Right. So I was going to do this demo, and we rented out a big theater. It's the Moore Theater here in Seattle. And we had 1,000 Amazon staff to watch the demo. But like it's a big company meeting, so they're going to go over the financials, and Jeff's going to do Q&A, and then eventually we have like a demo segment. So we get up to do the demo. So a lot of the audience, like live demo, never a good idea, right? We had queued up the movie, and I had paused it at the part where Milton is talking about his stapler, and classic scene, right? And I come up to take over the demo from my business partner, who's been talking about what the service is going to do, and I click play, and the audience laughs, and that makes me turn around. And there's still tape of this at Amazon. Well, the video on a 40-foot high screen in the front of the theater is playing upside down. And you can see me in the video. I just go like this. And so I turn back around, and Jeff Bezos is sitting in the front row with my boss and
Jeff
his
Bezos,
boss.
like-
Yeah. Well, he wasn't the richest man in the world yet. He was on the way, but he was only actually worth a modest $4 billion.
Got it.
Right,
Got it.
this-
Yeah. Nothing. No big deal.
No, he
Yeah.
makes and loses that in a weekend
Yeah.
now. But seriously, Yeah, just, hey, up, down. So anyway, he's looking right at me, and I have the mic. And it's like, and Devin and I were talking about this. Because he was struggling with public speaking at UW. Like, what the hell do you do then?
Yeah.
And I had to just come up with something because the show must go on.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I said, well, I see Jeff is here, and he's told us this service just has to work, and obviously it doesn't work. So we have some work to do, and we're going to go get on it. Thank you. And laughed. And the punchline of this story is, like, the rest of the thing went on, and my counterpart, my business counterpart, is in the back room, like, pretty much in the, do you watch Alien, right? Or Aliens?
Yeah.
So he's like in
just completely.
We're shredding Jello, man. We're all finished. We're all going to die. He's like completely in, tuck and wait for the aliens to come through the floorboards. And you guys have like your own little alien egg right here, so it's symbolic.
That's my stress egg.
That's your stress egg.
We're not there yet, but once we get long enough into the Twitch chat, you'll want to start. It's very structurally sound, so you can squeeze the stress egg, and it'll make you feel better when Twitch chat starts to piss us off.
All right.
Yeah, it's inevitable. Yeah.
Well, so anyway, we all had to go to lunch with Jeff after that. It's supposed to be like a big opportunity, like, oh, you did the all hands. So we go to this local restaurant in a couple blocks away, and Jeff's already there. And I walk into the room where we're all going to sit, like 15 of us, not a huge group, and he's alone. And I walk in,
my God.
and he sees me go like, oh shit, where am I going to hide, right? It's just me and him in a room.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, come sit with me. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is going to be interesting. So I come plop down right next to him like you are. And he says, look, I know it went wrong today, but I'm not worried about it because I know you are. And I know you'll handle it. So that was pretty cool, like a happy ending to the, but I think that's in part because I took responsibility on the stage. Like you don't hide from it, right? Like this is broken. Clearly it's broken. We have to go fix it. So. But probably the hardest time I've ever had to hold the mic was right then.
Yeah.
Like just the demo is smoking ruins behind you. There's no recovery.
Yeah.
Your whole damn company is looking at you. Like, and you're new. Like I've been there a year.
Yeah.
Like I guess now if it was smoking ruins, I've been there a long time. It'd be like, it's broken. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? But no credibility. It was my first time. So for anybody out there, as Devin knows, I do career advice.
And we'll definitely intro that for sure.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. But like part one, if you're on stage, do not lose your shit. Do not freeze up. Like whatever you do, own the stage.
So at the UW conference, I didn't know I made a mistake till after. Because the director of the student life was in the audience. And somebody asked a question that was like, what was your actual experience of college? And I was like, well, I don't remember much besides playing a lot of StarCraft 2 and doing mushrooms. And then the director of student life, like what next to Garvey, like Garvey was right there because it's Twitch student.
Yeah.
And then the director of student life just is like this, and I'm like, oh my God, I fucked up. I was like, so I have to I think we're gonna go do a talk at Carnegie Mellon next.
Oh, that's where I went.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
You're alumni. So I think Garvey's setting something up there
Yeah.
as the next thing.
All right.
And then I will not do that. I'm going to give a really professional talk about how great my college experience was, and that those 4 years were the most memorable years of my life, and it set me up to be the man I am today.
I don't think I think truth is fine. Like that guy needs to lighten up.
Yeah.
But there are times on stage where I'm definitely thinking one talk track in my head and editing it.
Okay.
Like, frankly, there are times, I have a sick, dark sense of humor, and there's just shit you don't want on tape.
Okay.
You're like, this is not the right time for that joke. Because so much stuff can get taken out of context. Like, you have to think of, like, what's this look like? What's this sound like as a sound bite? when all the context is taken away.
Yeah, because people will put it on VOD or they'll clip it 20 seconds out, and you'll only have that.
And you'll only have the part that said killing women and children.
Yeah.
Not the part where you said, I know.
They got you.
Yeah, no, I know. It's not the part where you say, like, I can't believe these terrorists were killing women and children. They just clip it where you're like, yes, killing women and children. Right? Yeah, we got them. No, I know.
I swear to God, if you guys put that on live stream fail, I'll never forgive you. Don't ever do that.
Everybody clip it. There you go.
Do you have a like a Twitter? Are you in with Twitter?
I do.
What's your Twitter?
The Easy Coach.
Nice. So how did you come up with that name?
My middle name is Zane. So
I
easy.
didn't know that. Okay.
So like the Easy Coach, like double entendre with easy, the word. So
I like it. It's good stuff.
Yeah. So
we should probably like intro you. We haven't.
Hey, why? You know? Yeah,
like,
sure.
Who is this guy?
Yeah,
this random dude that I just
sat down and fixed the mic. I am microphone tech support.
Tech support for Nerd Fusion. Yeah, that's right. That's just a good old like $17 an hour or so position.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you want me to self-intro? That help? Roll with it?
If I
see you, I have an apprentice here.
Do you?
See, Ravello there wants
the chat interaction. This is how we do it. You're so good at this.
Yeah. Well, it helps when it's all nice and called out, there on your screen.
Yeah. Well, we have you know what? I also built a Discord, and it's called Ask Ethan.
Uh-oh.
And look at all these questions.
Oh, all right. Well, it's going to be a long night.
And like none of them are questions that are like, well, what do you think about like the politics of banning people on Twitch? They're all like leadership and success questions.
Fantastic.
Yeah, because that's the kind of like so that's
all right. That'll be fun. We'll go through a bunch of them. That'll be great.
Yeah.
So me and what I do. So you've already got this. You've got this idea. I've worked at Amazon 14 years, and then I went to Carnegie Mellon. So let's fill in some of the blanks. I went to Carnegie Mellon a long time ago. I graduated in '91, and engineering. Worked at a bunch of tech startups. We'll make that part really quick. I was in Boston. Amazon called. They said, hey, do you want to come out and work on an unannounced project? Like, they wouldn't tell me what I was going to do.
I haven't heard the story. Okay.
Yeah, so they wouldn't tell me. So I came out and interviewed. I ended up being up super late in the bar the night before. We talk about that later, maybe.
Okay.
So I went into the interview thinking like, well, this is already over. Like, cause I had a huge pot of coffee on room service that morning to like try and gear back up.
Yeah.
And I wrote it off. I'm like, this is over. Just go do it. But like, you have a job, go home.
Okay.
Because you totally screwed it up last night. So, turns out I killed it because I didn't give a shit. I'd already written off the interview. I've been up all night. I've had to
just like, it's over.
Yeah,
so,
I'm just like, it's finished, so just go through the motions. Well, remember, you're looking at it like, oh my God, how could you blow off Amazon that way?
Yeah.
But at the time, Amazon was a bookstore. There was no Kindle. There was no AWS.
What was the market cap?
Well, let's see. The Bezos owned 20%, and he was worth $4 billion. So multiply by 5, about $20 billion.
I mean, that's still a pretty big, but you're right. It wasn't like the marketplace of
it wasn't a trillion, right?
Exactly.
There's a few zeros in there.
Yeah. that is a difference.
And it wasn't. It was 2005. It wasn't that long after the article had come out that Amazon bombed because all the other .coms crashed. And they were like, Amazon's just teetering. It's about to go, and it wasn't really about to go under, but that was the meme at that point. It's all over.
Yeah.
So anyway, I go in and did well in the interview. They brought me back and hired me. Strange interview. Someday when we talk about interviewing, we can talk about that.
Is this like how many golf balls are in like a school bus type questions? Like
they didn't ask any of that.
Does? Yeah.
The thing they did, there was a guy from Microsoft at Amazon asking me about QA, and I guess I asked him like, how do you do your QA? And he's like, well, we just kind of push it live. And this is a long time ago, right? And I'm like, that seems like a really bad idea.
Yeah, that's a technique,
And, so I'm like, most people have like one test engineer for every 4 software engineers.
Right.
And he's like, well, we don't do it that way. And I realized like, I've made my point that I think your process is strange.
Yeah.
Maybe getting in a fight
In an interview.
In the interview, like, I've made my point.
Yeah.
That I have an opinion that I can back up with data. Now just smile and nod.
Yeah. Okay.
And
because everything else is going to be an emotional defense. Like it's going to be.
So is that the guy who screamed at you about your?
Do you want a quick sub story?
Sure.
Okay.
Tell me.
All right. So there are levels at Amazon. Okay. This is a quick digression on that comment right there.
Right.
And this is a story I've told the chat. There's a sub. Okay. There's levels at Amazon, right? It's 1 to 13.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean Bezos is like 13.
Okay,
right?
there's 113.
There's 113.
Then there's CEOs that are like 12.
Yeah.
Then you're like.
There's SVPs for 11.
Yeah.
And then I'm a VP. I'm a 10.
That's so scary. Okay, so here's why this is scary. Because imagine like, okay, so 1 to 2 are basically contractors, right?
1, 2, and 3 are mostly hourly employees in warehouses.
Yeah. Okay.
It's level 4 is like new college grad SDEs.
Yeah.
And so pretty much only levels 4 to 10 are used. Because there's like a dozen people 11 and up. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, there's thousands or hundreds of thousands of people in the warehouses in levels 2 and 3.
Right. Yeah.
But in corporate here in Seattle, it's almost all between 4 and 10.
Okay. So like the reason why this is important is because it's exponentially bigger the higher you get. So like if you're level 5 or 6, you like run a team, right? Like at that point.
5s can run teams. 4s are individual contributors.
Yeah.
5s usually run a small team, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
6s used to be they only ran like 6 or 8 people, but as the company grows, it gets bigger.
It's bigger.
So now you'll have 6s that have 2 or 3 teams under them, may have 15 or so.
Yeah.
And then it stacks up. A lot of the 10s at my level, particularly if they run warehouse groups or something with a lot of people, may have thousands.
Yeah, that's insane.
So yeah,
they have insane. So basically, like his level of person is like an actual Terminator designed by Amazon to just conquer the world. So like
I deny everything he just said. We are here to bring you products quickly and conveniently with great service.
Okay.
Nothing he said.
Like, and one of my first experiences at CLG, right, is like I'm coming in as like a new CEO, and for some reason I got this opportunity to talk to like a level 9 or 10 at Amazon, like a very like high level person about merch, because like it was for whatever reason this guy wanted to be on the call with us, because at the time they were trying to introduce esports merch to the Amazon store.
Yeah, it's probably I bet I know who this is.
Okay, well you might, because it was the strangest thing that ever happened. Because the moment I got on the call, the first thing he did was he shouted at me. He said, "What is your spirit animal?" at the top of his lungs. And like, what is your spirit animal? And I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, here's this like high level.
Do you remember anything about his name at all?
I think so.
Yeah?
Maybe. Yeah, it was really, really crazy.
Yeah.
I'd have to ask the other people that were on the call. It was a long time ago.
So that's probably merch by Amazon.
Yeah.
And so here we go for Chad.
Yeah.
I made that too.
Merch? What do you mean you just made it?
Well, we collectively, that guy and me and one other, had the idea for merch by Amazon to print T-shirts and sell them on Amazon.
How do you just make that? How do you just make that?
Yeah,
thing?
So it was an idea.
I made this.
Yeah, I did make this. Only know they did it. You should go buy T-shirts right now. Hey, who doesn't want more T-shirts?
Yeah, you could buy. I don't sell T-shirts. If I did.
That's where they
have a very good call to action right
now. Yeah,
now.
that's true.
Yeah, but we don't.
Why? Well, now this is a dinner conversation, though.
True.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, there's Twitch merch, right? I do sell T-shirts. There's Twitch merch.
But you can also sell Easy Coach merch. That's next level
that is
on Amazon, and now it's like some kind of like
it's some twisted
frenzy.
Circle.
Yeah.
All right, it's
probably
coming.
Something in the contract against them.
No.
You can do anything at this point.
Well, yeah. I don't know about that, but I can sell T-shirts.
Okay.
So the way we came up with it, it's like one of those stories of the idea that failed and then became brilliant.
Okay.
So at the time, we hadn't acquired Twitch yet, and I was building the Amazon App Store, which we skipped over part of my story. We'll go back to.
We were in the interview.
We're in the interview. We're gonna bounce forward.
Yeah.
We're gonna bounce forward. We'll bounce back.
Time. This is we're doing a Joe Rogan
This is the way
today.
to go.
Yeah.
So I was running the Amazon App Store, which is our app store on Kindles and now on Alexa, where you can get like skills.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, we were having trouble getting some apps to keep their app updated on our store because it's smaller than Google or iOS. They're like, well, we're gonna focus on iOS, and we're like, no, you should focus on us. And they're like, why? So we had this idea. We had a T-shirt printing business under Woot. Do you know Woot?
Yeah, totally. I was huge on Woot back in the day when you just go to the site. There'd be like those 24-hour sales.
Right.
It's so much stuff, just crap you don't need for very
cheap. Bags
yeah.
of crap was one of our best sellers.
Yeah, amazing.
So anyway, we had a T-shirt printing business, Shirt Woot, and we said, hey, maybe we should. What we'll do is we'll call these games that have characters. So we'll call like Cut the Rope with their little weird dog thing.
Okay.
Om Nom is his name. And
what?
we're like, yeah, I know. Cut the rope.
Like the first meme?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Have you seen this meme?
No,
the Amazing. Don't. I don't even know. Okay, so like somebody took the Amazon logo, and instead of Amazon, it's amazing. So
I
when
like
you say
it.
Amazing.
This is great.
Yeah, it's a good meme.
Yeah, that is good.
It's a top meme.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So anyway, we thought, hey, we'll reach out to them and say, we can help you make more money on your app because we'll sell T-shirts to your fans.
Got it. Yeah.
And honestly, in many ways, a lot of the app and game companies were like, ho-hum. But we had launched this thing, and it turns out that while app companies weren't very excited about it, the rest of the world was.
Got it.
And they wanted to make all kinds of shirts, basically with whatever their slogan was or some art. Well, those sold like crazy, and immediately we couldn't print enough. And so now I know way too fucking much about the market for like print-on-demand T-shirt making machines.
Yeah.
Because it's not like a market that's, you teach a lot about markets.
Yeah.
It's not very elastic.
In what sense?
Meaning like when you want more T-shirt making capacity, there's really like, these machines are kind of handmade in Israel is the main place.
Okay.
And like, so you can't just like call up and be like, ship me 10 more T-shirt machines. They're like, well, we're back ordered for 2 years and we build them at a rate of like 5 a year.
It's like Boeing planes. Like
You just don't call Boeing and you're not
I
like,
want another 737. They're like,
tomorrow.
Coming right up.
And they're like, tomorrow means tomorrow 2023.
Yeah.
You can get in line.
Yeah.
And if you have a $1 million expedite fee, we can make that 2021.
Right. They don't care how much money you have because they have to. They have to build a freaking entire machine.
Yeah.
And also they're at capacity for what they want to do as a company.
Right.
Yeah.
And so anyway, the T-shirt business took us years to get enough T-shirt capacity. So that guy, when he called you, we were trying obviously to break into esports merch. But he was like allocating capacity to different businesses because most of the capacity is individual designers like people at home who have a cool idea for a T-shirt.
I just want to put it up on Amazon.
And they put it in, they sell a ton of them because the T-shirts ship Prime. So
I thought that, so I've had some weird interview questions in my time and also given some weird interview questions in my time. I thought that
what is your spirit animal?
What is your spirit animal? I thought was like, but the thing was there was no intro to that. It was literally the first thing he said. And I'm like, is this guy trying to throw me into like an existential crisis so that I like I'm caught off guard in the next way that he, like, I thought this was like some kind of like 80s business tactic. I had no idea like what was going on there.
So I don't want to, give out names of coworkers on stream, but I got to go ask who I think it was now because he probably remembers that, and I can totally see him opening a call shouting, "What is your spirit?"
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Like,
then it was probably the same person.
Yeah, probably.
It was completely insane. And every time I go to Amazon now, because we get invited there for like Nerd Fusion stuff, right? That these guys are memers. Don't worry about them.
Well, that's all right. I'm just curious. My apprentice now is telling me that I'm only a stepping stone to get to Jeff Bezos. I feel used and dirty.
Yeah, he's got you there.
Good luck with your stream or whatever. Yeah. So, boy, that's harsh. Like, in and out that fast. All right.
Yeah, you got to give it time, man. Right? Like if we're gonna get if you're gonna get Jeff Bezos, dude, you got to play the long game. Is it?
Well, a story for later. We'll just put a pin in this for later.
Yeah.
I tried to become Jeff Bezos' apprentice, and I did not. So that's a good story.
Oh, the Shadow program?
The Shadow.
Yeah.
So
okay, there's a Shadow program at Amazon where you can actually just become Jeff Bezos' shadow for is it 2 years?
Yeah, 18 months, 2 years.
That seems like an insane opportunity. But now you probably talk to him sometimes.
Yeah, no, I talk to him sometimes, but the
Yeah.
shadow, whoever's the shadow stays with him for 2 years, goes to every meeting, all 8 to 6, like all day, travels with him,
That's
and
insane.
so you end up inside his head. And every person who's ever shadowed him still works at Amazon.
Really? Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
as was pointed out to me when I was looking at the job, my boss at the time said, you can't leave after that. And I'm like,
terrifying.
what, concrete shoes? And it's like, no, but you don't
effectively.
go spend 2 years next to the guy who runs the company and then be
Yeah.
like, hey, later I'm going to Google. Like, not
That's
really a quality
a bold
move.
Yeah,
not
exactly.
really,
That's insane. Like this, so this entire thing is insane. So we're still at the intro stage. Right now.
Well, we'll figure it out. So
Yeah,
let me fast forward it. So I get hired at Amazon. I build Amazon.
But what happened in the interview? Because you were saying that So I actually want to know.
Oh.
Okay, because you said you were having like a really you would challenge this guy on his process, and then. Was that like a sign of strength? Was that like
I think it was taken that way.
Yeah.
That I had an opinion because
Yeah.
one of Amazon's leadership principles is have backbone, be able to stand up for what you believe.
Okay.
And so I had an opinion, but there was no point in trying to win the fight.
Yeah.
And so at that point, I'm like, okay, I've made my point with this guy. Let it go. And then I got through the day, and at the end of the day, this is really funny. The sort of big boss, one of these 11s who's still there. Shows up as a surprise interview. Well,
wait, to your interview?
To my interview.
On the first one?
No, at the end of the day. At the end of the day, they add somebody.
Wait, so what are you being hired to do at this point?
The unknown job.
Okay.
But the unknown job turns out to be to build Amazon Video, so what became Prime Video. That's what I was hired to do, is build Prime Video. But I didn't know that. I was just interviewing for what they said would be digital technology. That's all they said. So anyway, this guy shows up at the end, who's runs the whole group. He's not been on my interview list. No, I don't know he's there. They're just like, hey, we have one more person for you to talk to. So I'm talking to this gentleman. He's the guy who built Kindle and now runs the Go stores.
Did you know who he was at the
didn't.
time? Yeah, okay,
No.
so this is just like a random dude.
Yeah,
just
just
sitting there.
I kind of get the idea. He's,
The way he carries himself?
Yeah, and by the way
yeah.
he was introduced, it's another boss guy.
Yeah, everybody kneels when he comes in.
It's another boss guy.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised I didn't fuck the interview up at that point because it's the end of this really long day. Oh, yeah, and somebody said I said fuck. I'm sure I don't do that. I did not. I said something else.
You can't prove it. This isn't recorded.
Yeah, it's not recorded. There are no clips.
There's no clips.
Anyway, he starts asking me, so what do you want to know? And I'm still selling myself. I'm like, what can I tell you about myself? Well, he's trying to sell me. Like the people in the background have told him, hey, we want to hire this guy.
Oh,
And
already over the course of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had this awkward point where I'm like, what questions do you have? And he's like, I don't have any. What questions do you have?
Yeah.
And I was very slow on the uptake. I'm
in. Yeah.
I'm supposed to transition.
Yeah.
Luckily, he's a hockey player, and I play hockey. So we got into, and I did play in a charity hockey game with him. And it's a highlight of my career.
Really?
No.
Wait,
I managed to throw a punch in a charity hockey game, which isn't really.
Are you shitting me?
It's the only time I've
with
ever.
a level 11 at Amazon, you punched a
I
guy.
didn't punch him, but he was on the ice with me. He was on my team. This other team was getting under my skin.
If you punched your boss, I'd be
No. Well, see, he was on the bench. And he was talking about how he'd been giving it to somebody. And I thought, all right, this is a leadership example I can really follow.
Yeah.
Only I'm not really subtle. If that hasn't come through,
Yeah.
He was pretty good. Get in tight. And, refs back here, get him. Well, not me. I just, this other guy is kind of working me over in front of the net. And I just turn around and right in the big looping overhand. There's no way to hide this, right?
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not a jab. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So, of
They're
course,
going in.
2 minutes in the box of shame.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
That is
but that's a
actually
low
good.
light. That's a career low light to in a charity game. In a regular game, it's a highlight. Charity
Yeah.
game, not so much.
Oh, okay. I'm putting it all together.
We're fundraising,
Actually,
right?
Yeah, you're fundraising for like children with cancer
Yeah,
or something. You just punch a guy.
yeah.
That's next level.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's actually
It was a long
intense.
time ago. I was young. I needed the money. No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know.
That's intense. That's like, oh my god. So you bring on to Amazon. The first thing you do is build Prime Video.
Prime Video, that's where I end up on stage.
How does that work? Which is like they just tell you make this.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
We had some really bad ideas. Like they said, hey, we want to get into video, right? So like DVDs are going to go the way of the dodo. Like we need to have a video
what
business.
year is this?
2005.
Wait, so that's before Netflix, isn't it?
That is before. Netflix was a DVD business.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah.
before streaming.
They were building boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was so they're making boxes, and then you guys identified.
We identified
gotta
it's
make
going to go
this.
digital.
We got yeah.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure out. Yeah, somebody else says it's before YouTube. It was before YouTube. It's before
Really?
YouTube got big, really, anyway.
Yeah.
We had these. Our competitor at the time was a service from AOL. You can ask your parents what AOL was.
I remember AOL. Some people in this chat
I
remember
know,
what
I'm-
AOL
I'm
was.
being an ass.
Yeah. They probably don't remember like logging into it, but I remember like going on AT&T and like using like bootlegged connections to get like TCP/IP because it was a more consistent connection than 56K, so I could play EverQuest 1.
Nice.
Yeah. But
The early days of Evercrack.
Yeah, you're gonna get the boomer emotes now.
Yeah.
Do you know the boomer thing?
No, tell me.
Okay, so there's boom. This is the boomers are they'll come. There they are. Okay,
Yeah.
do you see the white guy with the sunglasses? So boomers are like from I think the original term for boomer is like World War II. Like
That's Greatest Generation.
Yeah,
Boomers are the kids of those guys,
Okay.
like born in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, so whenever you just go too old for Twitch chat, they start
Boomers,
spamming
nice.
that. Yeah, and then there's Zoomers. So
Okay.
Zoomers are I'm one ahead of you, and then Zoomers are one ahead of me.
Yeah, so I'm X, you're millennial.
Yeah.
Then,
and then
Z,
there's
the Zoomers. Yeah.
And the Zoomers, like, you just never want to be in the Zoomer crowd. It's terrifying. There's like Fortnite dances. The memes are moving too fast. It's TikTok.
wait. Yeah, I was going to say, are we
Yeah.
going to make a TikTok together?
Yeah.
Is that,
I'm
no.
down. But then you got to do the thing where, like, you move my head, and there's, like, a song, and then you do this, and I do this. Have you seen it?
Oh, no,
hella
but I can already see it.
It has
You've
no
given me.
application to leadership or success or creative element or anything we're going to talk about today. It's just a
No.
it's completely memes, but it's good. That's what the kind of thing they like. I used to dance on stream.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did not know that.
Yeah. This is a real thing. Hang on, we're gonna
We're gonna roll the video.
Yeah. Just to give you an idea, because you have to make it somehow, right? Look. This is you punched a guy in a hocky game, okay?
Yeah. I do not
danced on
judge.
Stream, we're even, okay?
I do not judge.
I used to do. Hang on, I'm gonna. This is very loud. This is very old. So you're in Twitch chat and look like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This is like. And I had like this whole setup, and like we and so like we were ostensibly teaching League of Legends, but whenever we got like a raider, and then it turns out that I actually like got competitive. We got like to be a real thing. We got to do it.
Well, let's face it. I'm actually just looking and thinking like, not bad, really.
Yeah. It was. I was actually like not bad at it.
Yeah.
But like, it was awesome. Yeah. It was the old thing. So going back, like, it's interesting to see how much it's actually changed. Now there's like the little dance and stuff. Everything's emojis now.
Yeah.
It used to be
no
that, like,
words
all the
anymore.
words.
Yeah, it was actually words.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
like, but now it's like everything's emojis because you can just, well, like I texted you like 3 emojis.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the thing to do. So Zoomers are all about the emojis.
Yeah.
Going back to the Zoomer.
Well,
meme
there's
thing.
and there's so many emoji now, like just speak the whole language.
The thing is, like, I have people. So I was on. Do you know Pokey? Yeah. So I was talking to Pokey the other day, and she was introducing me to stuff that even I didn't know. Like, cause like she's like way ahead cause she plays Fortnite, and if you play Fortnite, you're in like the next level.
The next level emoji.
Yeah,
speak.
I'm not. Yeah. And so what did she teach us, chat? She taught us like Weird Champ, and then there's Weird Champ. There's this one.
Okay.
And then there's Pepe Laugh. I think I don't still understand Pepe Laugh. I don't get this one. I think so there's just
So I like the fact that you're just willing to cop to it. Like I do not get
we're getting like maximum over meme. The he doesn't know meme is also another meme. I don't know why that is too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Weird Champ I think is when you think something is like just like a weird thing to say.
Okay.
And then I think Pepe Laugh is like some kind of funny thing.
Okay.
But it's just we'd be two boomers right now trying to figure out what Zoomers are doing.
All right.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
So.
Okay.
Nice.
Moving along.
Boomers. I am not there yet. I will never be there.
No, but they think it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
White hair. I look like I'm there. I could
even
be there.
It's like I get called a boomer even if I'm it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. Like if you're like just doing something that's like too old for them, then you're one of the boomers.
Of course.
Yeah, it's all you can do.
Hey man, I left my cane out in the hall, but I'll go get it. So when he dances, I'll just stand on my cane.
You're in like you work out like a lot. Like this is something I'm going to transition into. Don't worry, don't.
No,
I'm going here because here's the thing. All right.
Yeah.
I'm really obsessed with like how successful. Okay. There's this is a good transition. Okay,
roll with it.
There's 600,000 people at Amazon.
Yes, there are.
That's a lot of people. Okay. And all of those people have the opportunity to get to the point where you are in theory.
Sure.
Yeah. I think it's like safe to say.
Yeah.
But for some reason you did it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is a set of like success practices and principles and things that you have done and are doing that somehow differentiate you from that.
Sure.
And
yeah.
I am obsessed in my own life when I get in front of a successful person about figuring that out.
Okay.
So when I ask a question like work out, I'm not coming on to you.
No. Oh.
Maybe a little.
Well, all right.
But what I actually
We're on
what
camera
I actually
here,
mean,
you know.
I know. We gotta save it for later. But what I actually mean is like is that one of the things that is carrying you to like this degree of the get?
Yeah, no, why would you say something like that about hooking up and then look at chat?
Yeah.
Like that cannot end well.
Yeah, there's nowhere it could go, but
that one is headed straight down for sure.
I know.
It'll take in about half an hour. Chat may settle back out on that, and then they'll remind us periodically for the rest of our lives.
Yes, exactly.
So. Anyway.
I live in a laundry list of things that I've just what you say echoes in eternity. Marcus Aurelius.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So I work out. I can't do gyms. Like gyms. I am not a gym workout person.
Yes.
So the outdoors are my gym.
Okay.
But I did. I ski. I play ice hockey. Ski. Not right now.
But what time frame? Because there was like snow in Seattle for like some days. Do you travel for this?
No. So, I mean, there's mountains all around Seattle. I know you're new here.
I am new here. Yes.
Yeah.
I love hiking though, because I came from Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
And I hiked everywhere.
So we have a longer ski season than Tahoe.
No.
Yeah.
How can that be? Not this year, probably. Tahoe is nuts this year.
There's still one ski lift running now. It'll run until 4th of July.
Okay, so how far is this from Seattle?
About 40, 50 miles.
Really?
A place called Crystal Mountain.
Okay.
Now, at this point, it's shitty skiing. You take the gondola to the top of the mountain and you can ski this one little run.
Yeah,
but for people who really have the needle in their veins, you can still ski right now.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah. Have you been out to Tahoe?
Yeah.
Yes,
Heavenly.
Yes.
Heavenly.
I used to go there all the time.
Oh, I had the best ski day of my life at Heavenly.
Yeah.
So.
Heavenly and North Star are great. North Star is fantastic. Yeah,
okay, well, I'll put that on my list because
Yeah.
I was down at Twitch after we had, after Amazon acquired Twitch and I started working there. I went up to Tahoe for a weekend, which for anybody from San Francisco or who skis, going to Tahoe for a weekend is like, but it's also like hell. Like the traffic is a nightmare.
Yeah,
but
there's one little one-lane road that goes up there, and it's like,
the road. It's the road from the Donner Party, like where all the guys got snowed in and got eaten.
Yeah.
But anyway, what happened is I think I was there for Martin Luther King Day, so like 3-day weekend.
Okay.
And it dumped snow Sunday night and cut off the road. and I was staying in Tahoe.
Yeah.
So I had the place to myself, right? Because like people couldn't get in when the snow came and they wanted to get in because it had snowed Sunday night. They were cut off.
Okay, and you came earlier.
I had been there all weekend.
Right.
So I had this shitty little rental car. I couldn't even drive up the stupid like in-town road to Heavenly's parking lot, which is like, this is like, might as well be Iowa. It's almost that flat, right? But so I had to park my car and walk my skis up, but what a great day.
It was
So
just awesome,
now it's ski porn. We've transitioned. We were going to talk about working out. Now it's ski porn.
Yeah, but you said you do your work outdoors.
And so if you like to hike, I'm on the board of the Washington Trails Association.
What does that entail?
Washington,
you have time for these things. That's another question. I'll ask that later.
So
that's a big question.
Washington Trails Association is a nonprofit that sponsors trail maintenance and like fights for trail access around the state. So we're out digging the trails out and repairing them. And
you?
I have done it.
You do, yeah.
But mostly I'm on the board, which means oversight of the staff.
To dig it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We've gone all over, but workout.
Right.
It's all outdoors.
Okay.
It's all outdoor stuff.
But do you do things like so you can't go outdoors every day, I assume?
No. I mean, during the winter, though, I can ski. That was your point. So that's mostly weekend.
Like a trip to ski.
Yeah, it's like 45 minutes from where we're sitting.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So
that's not that bad.
It's not too bad. And then I can play hockey during the week on the night, weeknights. The rest of the time I walk or
I walk a lot too.
And then in the summer I'm hiking or backpacking. So those are kind of my main workouts. And so uphill with a pack on your back is pretty good exercise.
For sure.
And in the winter, if I'm really feeling like I need a workout, I ski uphill. So you put skins on the bottom of your skis and go up rather than down. And then
I guess I just expect an answer like, I get up at 3:30 a.m. That's when I deadlift 550 pounds. And then I have to carry the whole weight of Amazon on my back. So I make sure I deadlift that much at first so that I can actually, like, that's the kind of expectation
I am an engineer. Like, screw that. My ideal work schedule is, which I don't get to have, but my ideal work schedule would be like work till 2 a.m., sleep till 10, lather, rinse, repeat.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Work till 2 a.m., sleep till 10. Okay.
That's what I would like to do.
That's what you'd like to do.
And that's how I started my engineering career at Amazon for sure.
Wow.
Was getting in. Our team meeting in the morning was at 10:15.
Yeah, that's great.
So, but not anymore.
In esports, like things just don't start until like 12.
Yeah, no.
And then people are like, well, what do I have to do?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, if you've been to TwitchCon,
yes,
right?
Yeah,
so
every single TwitchCon. Yeah.
So TwitchCon, like, not super energetic. We don't open the doors usually till 10 because why bother?
Yeah, exactly. And then half the staff isn't there until like 11:30ish, but that's because they're all out at Denny's at 3 or 4 in the morning. Have you ever done the Denny's runs at TwitchCon?
I have not done Denny's at TwitchCon.
We gotta get you into
all right,
I'm
in.
It's like John Howell, like Brandon, and like like Anil, like the crew.
Yeah.
And they run out. It's about 3 or 4 in the morning. You go out to like a Denny's or an IHOP. And chaos ensues. One time we had Rampage, the UFC fighter.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big trip. So it was John Howell, who is massively allergic to anything gluten, and so he's just eating. So he's the head of partnerships at Twitch.
Yeah.
Also the guy that partnered me.
Yes.
I told you this.
Yeah,
story,
you've told the laminated business plan.
The laminated business plan in 2012 at PAX. Chat. The old school people in chat, they know that story. Like just eating pancakes, like crying because it's like, John, you can't eat this. You're gonna get sick. He's like, I know, but they're so good. It's 4 in the morning. It's just
oh God,
just the dumbest stuff. Yeah, and so we got to get you in on one of those excursions.
Totally. A fun story there is Kevin Lin, one of the co-founders.
I know
at
Kevin
Twitch.
very well. Yeah.
He loves Taco Bell.
Okay. And
of course, in San Francisco, you can get anything delivered. So for his birthday, they had this last year like $500 of Taco Bell delivered.
Why? Because
it's his thing.
Yeah, it's
his thing.
He's the COO of Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, COO is now a woman. Kevin's moved. He moves roles to keep himself interested.
I don't understand how a Twitch executive team works.
Yeah, well, so we will not go into that.
Yeah, we don't have
a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, Kevin was was one of my 2 mentors. I was lucky enough to have at CLG. Him and Justin Wong
Yeah,
Like, people
okay,
that
Jay Wong.
I had the opportunity to call like once a month and be like, how the hell do I executive? And they're like, this is how. And I'm like, okay,
Well,
cool.
so
Yeah. Like,
actually, since you know Jay Wong, I didn't go. Here's maybe why I didn't end up at Denny's.
Yeah.
After the very first TwitchCon, I grabbed Kevin and I said, I know you have an after party. I'm sure there's one.
Yeah.
Where is it? And he's like, oh, it's going to be at Jay Wong's.
yeah.
So I end up in Jay Wong's apartment at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And they have Korean barbecue and a box of donuts delivered. And we're having Korean barbecue.
How do you get that at 4 a.m.?
Because it's San Francisco.
Yeah, okay.
Anything.
Sounds amazing.
We're having Korean barbecue, donuts, and red wine.
Yeah.
Because those three things definitely go together.
Yeah. At
Yeah.
TwitchCon at 4 in the morning.
And then my phone died, and so no Uber, right?
Yeah.
No phone. So
You're crashing there.
no, I'm like walking home through San Francisco going, I think I know which way my hotel is.
Yeah.
I live, though, so it's good.
That's good. Yeah. I remember so like when we did E3 in LA, I know a couple people like went on Skid Row in accident and like just had like a bunch of people like running after them. And that was also so it's nice to do the things in the TwitchCon in San Jose is really nice. Or wait, San Diego.
Yeah.
Yeah. San Diego is like the key. That's like
That
the
was really
poggers.
nice. It was nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good TwitchCon.
It was a good.
Yeah.
So my former apprentice is getting uppity here.
You're,
It's like
you're
you start-
encouraging him too much.
Yeah, I know, of course. If I
Yeah.
keep calling him out, it's going to go on all day. But look, it's like chumming the sharks, just a little bit.
The thing is that like they're all just waiting, right? They're all here, but they're waiting. That's the thing. It's like you get this sort of like passive thing, but as soon as we do something, they'll come out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
But you don't want that yet.
It depends.
No, it's
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
It's let them rest.
The little guy in the trash can.
Yeah.
That means they're waiting.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty good. So for some reason, like they're obsessed.
So
with
are we
the-
done? Or am I introduced now? Is that like, or
Well,
do we want to do more?
So what exactly do? Yeah, and then we'll get into the other stuff. I mean, like, dude, this is like
Well-
podcast format. Like, we're gonna go back and forth.
No, I
forever.
got it. I'm
Yeah.
just
There's
teasing you.
got it.
Like
There's
it's
a lot
probably
of
been
time.
like
Like an
it's
hour.
like a 45-minute introduction, and we
great.
haven't even talked about the fact that I did eventually end up at Twitch.
Wait, how does that work? So what you do is like you're some kind of crazy Amazon Twitch hybrid.
I am.
Yes, that
Yes.
exists in both worlds, neither living nor dead, like a Nazgul. Right?
Yes,
Yes.
like a Nazgul.
Okay.
We have to work on your analogy skills. I
Wait,
think.
you don't like Lord of the Rings?
I love Lord of the
Yeah.
Rings.
They're kings.
But
they
they're-
used to be kings.
Yes,
Yeah.
used to be.
Well,
now they're like
yeah,
evil
okay.
bad guy king.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, like a lot of people see the corporate world that way, right?
Yeah,
Like,
God, I fought that forever.
Have you?
Well,
Yeah.
because of course, when I first went from Amazon to Twitch, I literally was viewed as a Nazgul.
Why?
Well, because
Oh wait, yeah, of course.
yeah, because Amazon had bought Twitch,
Yeah.
and everyone's like,
You're
well,
the spooky dude.
yeah,
Yeah.
and are you here to fuck it up,
Yeah.
basically? And so, yeah, I've spent a long time earning my way out of
At the Nazgul.
Nazgul
Well,
status.
there's a game where one of the Nazgul gets redeemed, so you'll be happy to know you could be that guy.
I could be that
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe he becomes the Nazgul and the whole game's over. I don't know.
Oh,
anyway,
man.
But yeah, you're gonna be the redeemed arc.
The
okay?
redeemed
the redemption
one.
arc.
I
is what we
take the
call it.
ring off, only not
Yeah.
this ring, the
Yeah.
one ring, or
Yeah.
some rings,
Some
because they all
ring.
had rings,
They
rings
did.
of power.
They fell for it.
They did.
Got
so.
him. Old school Sauron.
Yeah.
I really love Lord of the Rings. One of the coolest stories ever.
Absolutely.
Because it's all. Have you ever followed the hero's journey? The whole narrative of that. Joseph Campbell?
No.
It's like a narrative story that is the basis of all of like Star Wars, of Lord of the Rings. Like it's a consistent story that gets told of like a protagonist.
Yeah,
that, like,
so I
overcomes.
certainly know the reference to the hero's journey. I
Yeah.
just can't like spell out every step.
Original Carl Jung and then Joseph Campbell.
Yeah.
And now on to
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
They do stuff now. Marvel does it. Like everybody, it's cool to do now.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
So you were on the hero's journey to
I was on the hero's journey. Yeah. So I
start off as the antagonist or trying
to become the protagonist.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because I built Amazon Video, so I knew video, and then I worked in the Amazon App Store, and so I knew games.
Yeah.
And in between those two, I ran a small game studio we acquired. So we skipped over that.
That wasn't AGS, right?
It became part of AGS.
I see.
We bought a small game studio in Orange County, California called Reflexive Entertainment.
Okay.
Little studio, couple dozen guys. For old school people, the best known title they made was Star Trek Away Team. Like now 20 years ago.
Wait, is that the VR game?
No, 20 years ago, no VR.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Because there's a game that's called Similar that had so many good memes. Do you guys remember that? The one that was like super over memed, where like you were in like that command center and it was on live stream fail all the time, and like people like raised their hand. It was just this like really dumb game. I'm thinking of Bridge Crew. Okay, yeah, all right, yeah.
So,
yeah, jail. Yeah, it's like you were in VR and you could like move your hands and stuff. It was so dumb. I was just like thinking something totally different. Okay,
so I knew games and I knew video, so I thought, okay, we bought Twitch.
Yeah.
This seems cool. It's like the mashup, right? It's
Yeah.
streaming video, but with video games. So I'll go do that.
Mm-hmm.
And when Amazon acquires a company, they assign an Amazon executive to go be liaison, like ambassador to the new company. So I met Emmett and Kevin and, said, I want to do this job. And so you talk about spirit animal.
Yeah.
So Emmett called me his spirit guide. Like my
Interesting.
first job was spirit guide to the Twitch team.
Yeah, Emmett is the CEO for Twitch. For just context. Yeah, some people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I did that for a while, and then Twitch started finding things I could do that were more useful. So the thing that I built that most people on Twitch know me for is we had the subs business, but I grew the subs business and introduced bits.
Okay.
So things like community gifting of subs came from my team.
That's awesome. And that has since come to like
That's a hint, chat. This is community gifting of subs time. Because see, if he says, hey, someone should drop a big gift, that's really not really right. But as the guy who built it, I can just say, hey, demonstrate my product in this context. There it goes. See?
Oh my God.
They are there. Grover in the trash can is coming right out.
This is actually the best. This is actually the best call to action I think we've ever had on Twitch. Like, this is actually a call to action for the dude that did it. Like, that actually built it. The greatest thing is here. If you listen to the Twitch sound, does it actually work? Is it working? Let me see. Okay, so there's a little notification we have. Here, they'll like this. You have to hear this. Put these on, okay? Because it's very important. Do you hear the sound?
Not yet.
It's coming. It'll be there in a minute. Give it like 10 seconds.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. Do you know what does that sound like to you?
I need somebody to hit it again.
It's coming.
Just sounds like woo.
Sounds like woo. Okay. Yeah, it's very important that we've gnomed the EVP of Amazon.
All right.
Okay. So basically, they try to get you to click a link that will hear this sound.
All right.
Okay.
Not happening.
Yeah, it happened.
I know.
Because once you,
you gnomed me. I got it.
I gnomed you.
This is So
I've
been Rickrolled.
You've been gnomed.
I've been Rickrolled.
Yeah. This is the evolution of
I got it. This is the I have no patience TikTok length of Rickroll.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you don't have to keep wearing that now. Yeah, it's gonna happen too much. Yeah. Thank you very much for the gift subs. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, they're making it rain. I like it.
It's great. Thank you so much. So you built the Twitch Bit system and the Twitch Prime system. Well, I mean, your team. Yeah.
Yes.
And that changed the face of Twitch and what it is today, basically.
Yeah, and that was like when we thought of it and started talking to Twitch about it, we conceived of how can we show to the world that Amazon actually wants to promote Twitch? How can we show that we want to? Yeah, it's still coming.
Yeah, we can hear the gnomes in the.
Yeah, gnomes. The gnomes are in the headphones. Yeah. We thought, how can we show that actually we don't want to screw up Twitch? We want to grow and promote Twitch.
Yeah, well, Twitch Prime was an unbelievable example.
Yeah, well, we called it Amazon's love letter to Twitch. Like, what can we do to really build the Twitch community? Yeah. So that was the idea.
Mm-hmm. Twitch Prime is insane. Just speaking as a broadcaster at the time, right? When the day that came in, right? It was so insane because I watched friends of mine who were not making livings full time on Twitch make a living on Twitch that day because so many people subscribed to them with Twitch Prime. They now had the monthly reoccurring revenue, which is one of the best ways you can track actually how to sustain something, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, is like they now had to actually be able to do that. Yeah. And it was unbelievable to me that like we would have my friends who I would watch with like 500 subs go to like 2,000. Yeah. And the whole ratio of sub to viewer ratio on Twitch changed as well as a result of that. So before, it was like if you had like 100 viewers, you had like maybe the same amount of subs, like 50 to 100 to maybe 150 subs. I remember at one time on Twitch, this channel was the highest viewer to sub ratio, 9-1.
Wow.
Yeah, it was unreal. This was in like 2012. Right, and Brandon Volition, I don't know if you know.
No.
Yeah. Okay, he's a analytics guy.
Okay.
An old friend of mine told me that actually happened. I was like,
wow.
oh my, yeah. And it was, I think it was in large part just because of like, we did stuff like this, which is like really direct interaction, like business, like meta discussion. You wouldn't know it from the last 45 minutes, but like that, you're like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It is stuff like this. Like just like, meeting and talking to people like about this stuff. And that was never seen again until Twitch Prime.
Yeah.
Where now you see it where it's like, I think on this channel, we typically have like anywhere between like 300 to 500 viewers, and then sometimes like up to like 1,000. We have 642 subs right now, right? That's enabled because of Twitch Prime.
Yeah.
It's an insane opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that was our idea is like, how could we, Twitch is very creator focused. So it wants to enable creators to be successful, broadcasters to be successful.
Yeah.
And we thought, okay, how can we do that, right? How can we align interests so that, show that like Amazon can bring something to Twitch.
Yeah.
And the Prime program was the obvious. And in fact, when we launched it, the day that the acquisition was announced, there were a few people who were saying, "Oh, when is Prime coming to Twitch?" They like tweeted the day that we bought Twitch.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, that would be amazing."
Yeah.
And so when we launched it, we put those tweets up, and we're like, "Well, it took us about a year, but here it is."
Here it is. Yeah.
So
what I never understood about it, and I don't know if this is not in the context of the discussion, we can just skip it. But the first thing that I thought was, how is this profitable? Because you're literally just giving people money. You're giving me money, basically.
yes.
But I guess the idea is more people sub for Amazon Prime. That has to be it.
Yeah. Without, I mean, you guys talk about it, right?
We definitely. Yeah.
So,
But
it reaches a bigger world.
Yeah, because it was
you're educating about its existence,
right.
And so without going into the
logistics,
yeah.
But that struck me as strange. Because like when I initially thought about the business model, I'm like, okay, Amazon just gives me money. I mean, that's cool. I'm not going to say no.
Right.
But it's like, where's the? And then I realized like, okay, so, and this is also in 2000 whatever, right. So I wasn't in the executive mindset yet. I hadn't run a team.
Right.
I didn't know that yet.
Right.
And now I know there's like some big brain like product market fit shit that goes into that. Yeah, that you guys think about.
Yeah, we might have a spreadsheet or two that shows how it works.
Sure.
But I mean, the essence of it is, it was a way to bring awareness of Prime to a whole new audience.
Absolutely.
And so the trade-off is, everyone on Twitch learns about Prime.
Yeah, and now what I love seeing from Twitch is that there's all kinds of kind of subgroups within Twitch that are using stuff like Twitch Prime to do things that are really cool. So like Twitch Student, for example, is like the one that like I'm involved with a lot.
Right.
Which is like going to colleges and talking and stuff. And that's really neat. Yeah, so this is cool. Okay, so I think that's like a pretty good intro.
That wraps it up right there.
So the short of it is, could you, like, because there's a lot of, I see this, so one of the things, like I just like look at chat, there's a question that's coming up a lot, which is like, what is an executive vice? What is an EVP? What is that?
Yeah, so EVP doesn't exist within Amazon. It's a Twitch title. Subsidiary is a little bit different, but EVP is Executive Vice President.
Okay. And then
so
what does that mean?
Executive, if you have too many levels of executives, we need a way to differentiate vice presidents. I'm not the CEO, and I had vice presidents that work for me.
Yes.
So vice president of commerce, vice president of developer success. These are roles at Twitch.
Okay.
They report to me. And so we made me an executive vice president to kind of fit between them, because I'm not the CEO. That's Emmett Shear.
Yeah.
And I'm not the vice president of one of the groups. I'm in the middle. So executive vice president.
But you have a dual role of, even I don't understand this, you also have a title at Amazon.
I do.
Yeah.
And at Amazon, I'm vice president of Twitch Prime.
Okay.
All the same level, just subsidiaries tend to, Twitch is a subsidiary of Amazon.
But you report directly to the CEO of Amazon something.
I report directly to the CEO of Twitch, Emmett Shear.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I haven't actually updated my public profile, but a few weeks ago, I just handed off those groups and focused only on Twitch Prime.
Okay.
But until a few weeks ago, I was reporting both to Emmett Shear running commerce, developer experience, and ad product. And then I was also reporting to someone in Amazon who runs Amazon Game Studio, and that's where Twitch Prime lives.
But that's interesting because you didn't originally transition from Amazon to Twitch.
I did not originally.
As Emmett Shear's DR. Or as
I was in Amazon, and I was counseling him, and then I moved over. So it's complicated. I worked across both lines. It's like you said, I'm an Amazon. Oh, are we having to mod somebody? Is somebody?
This 12-year-olds. Don't worry.
It's okay.
Fortnite problems. Yeah. Yeah.
You've been timed out for eternity.
Yeah. You want to know something really fun you can do on this platform? So this is a cool function of Twitch. So you can ban a person, right? But banning a person is like they have no hope of going back.
Yeah.
So what I love.
It turns out, while I don't want to talk, I only want to listen to you.
Okay,
I do know how banning works.
Yeah. Okay, so but you could do something that you could even want to.
And I did not make it.
I
did not make banning.
You did not make this.
That existed before me.
He didn't make this. Okay. But what you can do that I much better prefer is you can time someone out for the maximum time on Twitch, okay? But the maximum time on Twitch in the 2000, like 2012, 13-ish, was 300 years. So
ouch.
I would love to. So I would never ban anybody. I would time them out for 300 years, and then I would tell them, I would hope that if you live long enough to become a better person after 300 years, you can come back, right? And it's just so much more savage than banning because it gives them that hope. Like, oh, maybe I'll live a little bit.
Maybe I'll live 300 years.
So nowadays, I just time out for the maximum amount of time, which is something really boring, like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
they nerfed the timeouts.
Oh,
yeah, it's sadly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it looked like it was 84,000 seconds. Which,
something. Well, actually, so there's a new concept that I've sort of tried to embrace with chat, and what it is it's called killing with kindness.
No.
So and this will be cool. This will be a cool story for you. It's not really related to anything, but it's kind of neat. So at chat, please don't shout out the number of times that I don't do this because I'm aware that this is a work in progress on the stream. Okay, so before I tell this story, I know you guys know more than he does about this. I'm trying to look good, so give me a second, okay? So
do you want me to is this helping?
It's fine. I'm just saying they totally didn't hear you, okay? Okay. So the point, here's how you do it. Here's the theory, okay?
Yeah.
Someone comes into your chat and they're like, "You're a dummy," okay? It's obviously worse than "you're a dummy," but
that might happen.
So the way that Twitch chat works is they churn through insults until they find the one that steals your soul.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like a random number generator for insults, and then eventually they'll get the one that gets you, right? It's just the one that whatever you're insecure about.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but they'll find it, right? Just take some time.
Yeah.
And then once you get it, you explode back at Twitch chat, and then this feedback loop happens. But there's a streamer friend of mine, it's a guy named Zizarin, and what he does is when a person comes in and says that he goes, "Hey man, I understand you totally feel that way, but you must be having a tough day, and I really hope you have a better day."
A better day, yeah.
And the number of people that come back and they sub to him because of that is actually insane.
Of course.
Yeah. So I've tried to implement this. I have a habit of freaking out at someone that just because sometimes you hear something in chat that's so unbelievably stupid that you just can't handle it, and then I go into this. Yeah, that's this loop.
Yeah, so you're trying that.
I'm trying, man.
You're trying.
Yeah. I'm really.
Well,
trying.
I learned when I met Devin that he's a Buddhist, so he's working on sitting with your discomfort.
That's right.
Sitting with your discomfort.
Absolutely. Yeah. Being at peace with my suffering. Yeah.
There you go.
which I experience in real time because of this chat. Yeah. Okay. So we've done the introductions, and I think we can get into I guess to start, I would really like to know, and this is my personal.
I just have to observe. Actually, someone here in chat, shit talkers are people too. That's the point they're trying to make.
Yeah. Hashtag shit talker lives matter. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. That's Critical Role is overweight. Oh yeah. That's actually so Dardichu. See, he's got the full yin yang. That means he's a 6-month person.
Nice.
There's a meme where I really like Superman as a character because I wrote an article about this called "Where is the Man of Tomorrow?"
Okay.
Because DC right now really blows in the theaters. I don't know if
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's
yeah.
You have to wonder with Marvel's example, how can they be so bad?
They're trying really hard to be edgy and different.
Sure.
And that's the mistake. Right?
Yeah.
It's like they're not following they're not following the hero's journey.
Yeah. Nice. That was a good bring it all the way around. Yeah.
Yeah. So Superman though is not the character that he is portrayed to be in Batman versus Superman, or any of those bad movies. In the comics, he's like a character that really embodies self-improvement, which is like my whole narrative, right?
Right.
It's not about him being the strongest, right? It's about the issues of if you have responsibility, how ought you handle problems with that responsibility? What should you do?
Right.
And it explores these paths of good and evil in these fascinating ways, which those movies just totally take a shit on, and it's just like, whoa, bash bad guy, it's just this terrible writing. It's like it's
like 1960s Batman with kapow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like that bad. So chat knows to trigger me when they say Superman sucks. That's my one.
Your kryptonite,
yeah.
but I'm
bummed.
Boom. Oh, there it is.
Oh man. That was Pog. Okay, yeah, exactly. And then there's this other character in a named Goku. Do you know Goku?
I do not.
He doesn't know Goku.
Oh, sorry. He doesn't know. Here we go.
Yeah, he doesn't know Goku, Chad. Okay, so Goku, this is Goku. Here, we got to
All right, educate me.
We have to show him Goku.
I'm being shown. I'm about to get told.
This is Goku.
Oh, all right.
Have you seen Goku?
Yeah, I've seen him.
Okay, yeah. So Goku is also this Superman-esque character who is always just trying to aspire to be better, right? And there's a big debate on the internet of who would win a fight. Would it be Superman or Goku? Okay. And the answer is obviously Superman. Anyone that thinks differently is fucking wrong. I don't care. Okay. And it's because there's absolutely no way that Superman loses this fight. And here we go. Okay. There's no way. And now you see,
yep,
this is my pain. Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah, because I have had these 2-hour YouTube videos going into the logistics of this. About why Superman beats Goku so easily. It's not even a thing. I don't care about Dragon Ball Super Chat. He's still way less powerful. Okay, we got to move on. We've got the EVP of Amazon here. Okay, we can't be talking about Superman versus Goku. That's not the time, Devin. All right, okay. So anyway, it's things like that. They'll get you.
Yeah. And you own your weak spot though. You're like, my weak spot is anyone who thinks Superman is not the best.
Yeah, because I just can't deal with people that could possibly be that wrong.
Even though among them is apparently the entire leadership of DC.
Yeah. Well, DC knows that he's stronger than Goku. They just don't know how to make him into a good movie. Yeah, but there's a chance. Some of the new Joker movies, the new Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix, I think is an amazing actor.
Yeah.
He's either gonna hit it and we're gonna have something, or we're gonna keep being in the dark dimension with. Yeah.
I mean, the problem they have though too is. They're just so behind Marvel on the engine. Marvel is just this machine that spits out movies at this point. Hey, we have a printing press for movies.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's a printing press for money.
Yes.
And DC's on the back foot, we got nothing.
Yeah. And the formula is just defined.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, moving on. So somehow we got from there to my personal indulgence here is I before we get into anything else, I really want to know what makes you, which is another way to say we're both Tim Ferriss fans.
Yes.
Yeah. And Tim Ferriss, one of his sort of things that he does is he really gets down to, I feel the brass tacks of you look at pro athletes, you look at successful executives, champion weightlifters, Navy SEALs, right? What are the things that correspond across the disciplines that these people do on a regular basis that elevates them into these positions of excellence, right?
Okay.
And whenever I get in front of a person that is in a position as such, I know that there are those things.
Right.
I have to know them.
Okay.
Okay. So these are things and now we actually have notes, chat. This is the first time we're looking at them in an hour and a half, which is a pretty good sign.
Yeah.
But it's these notes aren't going to help. Okay.
Nah, those notes aren't going to. I got your question though.
It's basically how did you be what are you doing that is so different or disciplined or anything from other people that is allowing you to do what you do today? And it's hard, right? Because you have to step outside of yourself and realize that like compared to all of us here, this is like you're really weird. Like what you do is almost impossible to me. And I've run a team of 100 people, which is no small task. But like I can't imagine what you do. Right?
Well,
yeah,
I think you can. I mean you've had tremendous success very early in your career, so don't sell yourself down the road.
It's relative, yeah.
Sure,
like, yeah. There are monsters, and then there are monsters.
Yeah, okay. so yeah. Okay. Let's go back to movies for a minute, and I'll answer this. Okay. What do you think? Is there hope for the Godzilla King of the Monsters or not?
I want there to be. I really do because it looks like okay. So there's something that's happening in movies that I think is really good.
Okay.
Have you seen the John Wick franchise at all?
Yeah, some of it.
Okay, so there's a new one.
Yeah, Wick 3. Which looks good.
It is good.
Okay.
I made a whole YouTube video about why it's good.
Why it's going to be good? All right.
Yeah, and so and this is going to parallel over to Godzilla, which is like I think movies are starting to not take themselves seriously, and the meta of that is good. And I think what Godzilla
led by Deadpool.
Yeah, that was a help, right?
No,
like,
where he's like talking to like he's busy
wall.
dying, and like
but that's kind of been like a sort of classic of his comics.
Yeah, but like where he's like, oh, this is such lazy writing.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean that's awesome.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So there's a movie coming out called Fast and the Furious, which is Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Jason Statham, martial artists, like big guys, right? And like sometimes I don't want to go to a movie theater and I don't want to I don't want to think. I just want to watch The Rock curl a helicopter, which is what he literally does in this movie. He curls a helicopter. That's awesome, right? So I think what Godzilla might be is it might actually be a movie that is exactly what it sells you. It's giant monsters beating each other up with people screaming and fucking helicopters and F-16s. And like, if that's what I'm signing up for, I'm in. I don't need a rival. I don't need like the big, like it was the language all along through time. Like I just want.
You don't need a plot in that case. You're like, give me 90 minutes of great.
They just need to pick up what they're putting down.
Yeah,
and that's
just like great CGI. Don't screw it up.
Yeah, exactly.
And like we don't need like a female lead in that one, right? Like we don't need to like.
It's Captain Marvel, like yeah, exactly.
I'm all about female leads in movies, but like that isn't the place.
No.
Like
Godzilla,
Mrs. Godzilla does not need to turn up.
Exactly. Oh God.
All right.
Yeah.
So anyway, geez, what made me me? That's tough. So.
But you get it.
Like, I get the question.
And it's also not what made you, but also what makes you. Because I'm more convinced that success is actually a matter of consistent discipline than it is like one factor in life where you're like, well, back at Carnegie Mellon, but okay, so there's a couple things here. I'm interested in a light switch moment, which is like, and I'll tell you what that means to me.
Yeah.
I had a really mean instructor in college, okay? In corporate finance. And he told a whole class of people, this is a guy that was so badass that like a guy was on his laptop just like playing video games. He like slammed the screen because he knew the guy wasn't listening and broke the screen.
Wow.
Like this guy's like a hardcore, just like, And he stands in front of the class, the first class we take with this guy. He says, listen, and I'm at a small liberal arts college, 2,000 people, right?
Right.
You guys are at a small liberal arts college. There are people graduating from MIT, Harvard, Princeton, Stanford right now, as we speak, that are going to be going after your jobs. So what I wonder for you is every single one of you is sitting here right now, messing around, not making decisions, deciding, maybe I'll get a job, whatever. When are you going to hit the light switch? When are you going to turn it on and say, I'm going to commit to a life of success, right? So was there a moment like that for you? Maybe we just start there, and then we get into...
Yeah, I mean, was there a moment? I think there probably was. God, was it like 1 minute or one day? I think probably the light switch moment for me was in my first job. I may have shared some of this when we were talking a few nights ago. I got what I call, and I've told my stream.
He has a stream.
Yeah.
What is your stream?
It's the Easy Coach.
Okay, so you guys are gonna go follow this right now. If you have any
Yeah, that's me.
All right. Easy.
So,
I did that.
yeah. So, thank you. That's sweet.
Easy.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah. That's fantastic. And yeah. So, and that's where I coach a couple times a week. Since I have the day job, I don't stream full time.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Yeah. In addition to being the board on like a hiking trails
Yeah,
thing, and also coming here and stuff. Yeah. Okay.
But that's okay.
Ice hockey. Yeah.
Yeah, ice hockey. That's right. So I haven't punched anybody on my stream yet, though. So that'll be a new level.
Given time, they're coming now. So yeah, you'll have plenty of opportunity. Yeah.
So I think my light switch moment, the closest thing, is in my first job. I was working at a startup. And my job was to work with a partner company. But there was a guy above me who was very nice, and he is a wonderful guy. He's a friend of mine. But we needed to push this partner company, and the management above him did not feel he was holding their feet to the fire. And so I got a Klingon promotion.
What is that?
Wow.
By war, like battle?
He got the knife in the back from on up the food chain.
I've never heard that term. That is actually awesome.
Oh,
yeah. Klingon promotion.
Klingon promotion. That's when the guy above you is suddenly missing. The captain's chair is empty and you go sit down. And so he didn't actually get fired, but he got moved out of the job. And they said, "Okay, Ethan, it's you." And suddenly, so I was less than a year into my first job. Like I didn't, know shit from shit. I didn't really know much more than where the bathroom was.
Yeah.
But suddenly I was responsible for driving this partner company. And I'm a pretty forceful person. And I started having success at it, like pushing this other company to do more and convincing them to do what we needed them to do and reporting up to our management. And that was probably my light switch moment. Like, oh, I can do this. It's mostly about taking the initiative, and like if someone offers you something, go do it. And so my light switch moment, I think, professionally, was I moved from being a coding engineer to being a manager less than a year into my first job, which is very unusual to go that fast to it.
Because you just said yes to opportunity.
I said yes to opportunity. Well, I said yes to what they wanted, right?
Yeah.
Which was then opportunity. And because I had success, I was given more to do. And so I became, at that company, kind of the partner manager, the managed partner companies or influence partner companies to deliver what we needed. And I built a career out of that. So, but that was probably the light switch where I'm like, oh, shit. Like, if you do good, they'll give you more.
Yeah.
So that was the light switch. Literally, the light switch in my head is like, oh, the way jobs work is if you do something useful, they'll let you do something else.
More. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, I think there's a counterintuitive idea that it's like, if I work really hard, my company won't appreciate me. They'll think that I'll just be working hard for everyone else on my team, and I'll never get. I have so many people that talk to me about that, right? But one thing that I think about this is like, that's really interesting that you said that, because before that happened, right, you still had the drive to take that opportunity. So I have a lot of people that come to me on the stream and they ask me like, how do I get started with something like that? Your mindset in the beginning was somehow to push and take that opportunity, right? So maybe something happened before that.
Yeah,
that
could be, but we haven't talked about this. You were asking about fitness. See, I grew up as a fat kid.
Really?
Yeah. So I weigh I weigh like 195 right now, and I my all-time high was 272.
Wow.
So I was a big boy, like filled the door, made a better door than a window.
Got it.
As my father kindly said.
Yeah.
And so
your father said that.
Yeah, no,
I almost missed that. I was like, whoosh, okay.
No, my family was one for direct truth.
I
remember, yes, my family were the first people who briefed me on the fact I was fat.
These are so that's another thing.
Yeah. Luke, you are my father.
They're very sad.
They're crying for me.
Yeah,
so, I went to college fat. And so I had to lose weight. I did that right after college in this job. Like I got my shit together because I decided, being both fat and a geek and wearing glasses, which I used to have, and having a big mouth, which I still have, all those things did not exactly endear me to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And so I had to decide to start making changes.
There we go.
Basically, the only thing I was ever really good at was achievement, like getting things right, academic success. And so I think what literally drove me, that goes back before I even remember, is the drive to be right, the drive to figure things out and solve the problem, because that was the one thing I was good at, right? Fat kid, not athletic. I do all these things now, like play ice hockey. On my ice hockey team, I was like, the only reason I got to play ice hockey as a kid, because I was big, fat, and slow, was because
you're the wall that like.
Well, no,
like
I got to play in when I was like 10, because the rules of the teams were like everybody gets to play.
Oh, I see.
But they're putting me on the ice like. Well,
I would think you'd be like kind of awesome because like nobody can stop you.
But when you're really slow, they go around you. You're called a pylon.
Okay, that's a StarCraft term, actually. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not a flattering. It's not a flattering. It probably comes from hockey.
What is a pylon? What's the actual definition of a pylon, chat? I thought that was actually a StarCraft power up for.
Why not the goalie? Because
that's a good question. Yeah.
Well, because the guy who sponsored the team, his kid was the goalie. So we played for like a grocery store. The grocery store owner sponsored the team, and his kid was the goalie. So no goalie there.
Got it.
But anyway, so I always had a drive to like prove myself academically, and that just kind of turned into proving myself at work. And then I realized like, but the other part of this story was I figured out like, okay, I don't want to be heavy anymore. What am I going to do? So I started working out, eating better. I lost 50 pounds in a year, and then more after that.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's insane. Yeah,
no, I 10 inches off my waist.
Yeah.
4 sizes off my ring finger. Like when I used to put my hands up, you couldn't see any light between the fingers. It was all just sausages, like meat sticks that ran together. So what I learned from that is that I could learn and change. Like I could change who I am. You talked about self-improvement.
I talk about this a lot.
That was my first reinforcement of like,
you could do that.
That I could do it. And if you look at stats, like people who lose a bunch of weight, 90% of them put it back on.
That's right. Yeah.
And I've had it off over 25 years. So
what's different?
I guess just I believe part of it is just I won't go back. Like I just won't eat, or I'll work out more, or whatever.
Well, you've made a decision.
I've made a decision.
Decision is scission, right? Latin, right? Deci means like one path. Scission means cut, right? Like literally, decision in its root word means you've cut off every other path. You're only going this way.
Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm. I love that. You weren't a Latin major either. You're like your Latin roots.
I just read a lot of books.
Yeah, no, but you're. Well, I know I do Latin roots a lot too.
Yeah.
But your focus on Seneca and quoting Marcus Aurelius, like you're going back to the old school.
Well, I think there was a lot of stuff they figured out because they had a lot of time to sit around and think. And then now we again have a lot of time to sit around and think because we got like Amazon delivery and shit.
Right.
So we can think about how our society should be structured, how our thoughts should be structured, which is like a very unique time. There's only a few times in human history we can do that.
Right.
So reading things from those times are really neat.
Yeah. They're awesome. I love Roman history.
Same.
And I've spent a ton of time digging through how life was. And, one of my favorite words that most people don't fully understand is where we use the word decimate.
1 in 10.
But the Romans, when they decimated something,
it was nuts.
For Chad, if you don't know, decimate in the real sense, the Romans did it is if a legion failed or ran in battle, you counted off, and the first 9 people in the row killed the 10th man themselves.
Yeah.
So like this is your squad mate, your camp mate, whatever. And like you count off, when you get to 10, the other 9 of you turn wild on him and kill him.
Inspiration for executives at Amazon, by the way. Here we go. No, I'm kidding.
Wow, it's getting harsh.
And the Russians actually did that again in World War II. They implemented that.
The Russians were.
Yeah.
Well, you see this all over, right? The Spartans with come back with your shield or on it.
Yes.
And that was the women telling them.
They were hardcore.
Yeah, the women got sick. They made the shields. And
Right.
they got sick of their guys coming home alive but no shield.
Yeah.
And so they finally told them, like, come back with your shield or on it. Because the shield got used as a stretcher if you were hurt.
Yeah.
And so they were pretty, and that's probably what made the Spartans so kick ass is their society turned to, like, no retreat.
Well, and as a result of that, you have to train and you have to put your mindset in a certain way where you burn the boats, right? You do not have any way to go back. The only way is forward, which is to speak to your weight loss.
Yeah, I'm never going back.
Yeah, there's just no universe where you can actually do it.
So between learning I could change myself and learning that I could get more to do if I just like delivered, those are probably the two sparks to really driving my career. So that's what then drove me forward. And that's, I guess, by the time I came to Amazon, I'd been working about 12 years in different roles. And so I brought that to Amazon and I just started going. And that's like when I had that demo that went to shit that we talked about earlier. What are you going to do? Like, then Jeff's in the room, you go sit and talk to him. Then you go back to your office and you've got to go fix it. And I guess, we talked about sitting with your discomfort when people criticize you. Every manager I've had has said if I, they want to know what I use my Prime sub on. For a long time, I was neutral. Like I didn't.
Oh, you actually use your Prime sub?
Of course I do.
On yourself?
No,
that'd be really cool.
I do not, but I use it on one of my channel mods.
Okay, all right. That's very nice. I think that's good. How did you get a channel mod?
Friend of mine from work.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I'm a big believer that the way that a channel mod should be is so I have one channel mod right now, and I pay them.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the way that a channel mod should be is not in enforcement, but in your culture.
Yeah.
They should enforce your culture. Not like what do you want your channel to operate like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's a digression.
Anyway.
But so did you retain that mindset of no way back but success at Amazon, where it was like, okay, this is how I'm going to approach my weight loss, but this is how I'm going to approach my job. Like if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it excellently.
I mean, I'd like to say I did that in everything.
You had to have. You just wouldn't be right. Like how would you be? Unless you're just incredibly lucky. Like there's no other way that.
Luck is a factor, right? You may not like to hear that.
No, I just think it's something that someone that's really successful says to like be like,
No, like I'll tell you about luck. When I came to Amazon, I wasn't the only manager hired with you're going to work on new digital initiatives, and we're not going to tell you what they are.
Yeah.
So I arrived, and my boss said, "Well, there's two things you can do. You can either build the new video service, or you can build the ingestion service that's going to bring in digital assets for like movies and music and ebooks for what became Kindle."
Got it.
So you can build the back-end service or the front-end service. And I took a look at that, and I'm like, I don't want to be ingestion. That's like indigestion, digest, like digestion, right?
It's not sexy. Yeah,
it's not sexy.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out the guy who came in a week after me had been kind of told he'd do video, but I had taken it. And so he got... So
he got roped
rough.
He
indigestion. Got indigestion, right?
Yeah.
And so that's luck. Like I started 1 week before him, and if I had started a week later, I'd have been on the indigestion.
And he would have been a completely different person.
Maybe. I don't know if I'd have been a completely different person, but it's a different road.
Okay.
And because
you ever think about that?
Of course.
How there's like 1,000 different paths that you could do, and it's like that one person you did or didn't talk to is like that like changed everything?
Yeah, so
this shit gets weird.
I name stuff, and I call this the law of asymmetric consequences.
That's a big brain. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
asymmetric consequences.
Asymmetric. Yeah, and that person did. I'm apparently using the F word too much.
Yeah.
So
no, you're not. I mean, it's totally fine.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's totally all right.
So asymmetric consequences is this: there are decisions you make in your life that, if they go wrong, in particular, we think about them when they go wrong, and they can screw up your whole life.
Okay.
So like. You're driving home tonight, you pick up your phone to look at it, it beeps, you pick up your phone to look at it, you look away from the road, and you run over a stroller full of kids.
Yeah, your life is never going to be the same.
1 second, 2 seconds, it's asymmetric consequences. It's 1 second of inattention, 20 years of misery.
Holy shit. This is nuts.
And there's a lot of these things. Like I was skiing, we were talking about Tahoe, I was skiing at Kirkwood a few years ago. I took an easy fall. Like literally, I came to a stop and I sat down on the snow.
Easy fall.
Yeah, easy fall, easy coach. I popped my meniscus. Like I tore my meniscus in this 1 second, like easy sit over on my side. And so now I've got a gimpy leg a little bit where, but the point I think about is like I have pain, not all the time, but like frequently.
Yeah.
One
instant.
Instant.
Yeah.
And I've, I ski. You obviously skied. You grew up in
I
top.
snowboard, yeah.
Yeah, so you snowboard.
And
you go down all the time.
Yeah.
But like that one time.
That was it, yeah.
And that fast. So asymmetric consequences. What we don't think about are the things that are usually asymmetric in our favor because they're harder to recognize. So there's these 1 second decisions
so cool.
that make your life better. So like, for example, when I interviewed for Amazon, the fact that actually I went into the interview having already given up on it, like, well, this is over. I've been up half the night. I had to get room service coffee.
I'm jacked on coffee.
Right.
There's no way I'm going to handle this.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think I probably handled it better because I had already
didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I was going to go back to my other job.
Yeah.
Like, fuck it.
Yeah.
I had moved on. Therefore, nothing could throw me. Like I had this interviewer come in, really smart guy, engineer. I'm there to manage people. I'm being hired as a manager. But Amazon tests you on technical ability. Well, he comes in pretty confrontational and he says, I hear you're here to be a manager. I don't know anything about that. We're going to code. That's literally his introduction to me.
Okay.
So
what?
And
does he mean it in the sense of like
here's a pen and a whiteboard.
Yeah.
We're going to write code together.
Yeah.
So that would throw a lot of people, like
Definitely,
such an abrupt, and you're there theoretically because you're being hired for your skills as a manager. Now I was expecting a technical test, but to have a guy come kind of in my face about it
and just be like, we're going to code.
And to be like, I don't know anything about management. Like just your whole skill set that you're there for is like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But that didn't bother me at all because I'm like, sure, I'll code because I'd already moved on.
Yeah.
So that's, again, going to your Buddhism, non-attachment to results.
Yes.
I wasn't attached. I went through the whole interview not attached to the outcome because I was already at peace with failing in that case.
Which is why you did better.
Which is why
you excelled. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thread of where we were going, but we were basically talking about
basically the mindset drive for success and like applying that to like everything you do in your life.
Yeah. So I have a basic drive for success, but
asymmetrical.
Asymmetric results.
Yeah.
So things like that decision just to give up on the interview, like not to give up. I gave it 100%.
For sure, yeah.
But to not be invested in the outcome.
Yeah.
That one decision led to my career at Amazon. And now when I think of like how lucky I was, see, that's the self-edit. Chat, you got on my ass about saying F too much.
That was so easy, chat. I can't believe it. You guys.
Oh, fuck them.
Yeah. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. So you guys got to find something else.
All right.
He's already evolving.
Yeah.
The Amazon Terminator robot has already evolved past your insult. So this is another good meme. The blue face meme.
No,
it means they can't believe that you said that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling.
It's actually one of my favorites.
Tell me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, the asymmetric results. It was hugely calling Jeff right now.
You're calling Jeff Bezos right now.
The asymmetric results is the asymmetric consequences. I got the job. I got into Amazon relatively early. 2005, pretty early.
I mean,
a mere 14,000 people working there.
The share price was what?
$40.
$40. Yeah. So just for comparison, the share price is what now?
18 something.
1,800. Yeah. On its way to 3,000, by the way, boys. Let's go.
No comment.
Yeah. No, I think so. Yeah. Exactly.
So I had that opportunity though because that one interview day determined my next 14 years in a way.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I was at a failing startup in Boston that was definitely circling the drain. It was why I was interviewing in the first place.
Okay.
So had I gone home, sure, I had a job. Amazon, it wasn't that clear how great it was going to be because it was only retail at the time, which still was amazing, but it was not what it is today. Technology, global, so many other things. Prime had just started earlier that year.
Yeah.
Like no one really knew what it was.
No one knew what it was, yeah.
And I actually thought, after I took the job, I thought, I wonder how this is going to work out if I taken a job at the IT department of a bookstore. Like, am I going to be,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it turns out, but see, that's the thing. Like, I got in and they're like, build Amazon Video.
Right.
What a gift.
Yeah.
Like, now everyone uses Prime Video.
Yes.
So, and I didn't know. I took a job for unnamed digital initiative.
So we had two concepts, which was one was luck.
Yeah.
And one is this asymmetrical.
Well,
so how does this story like how does that come together?
How does that connect? Asymmetric consequences often are a case of kind of good or bad luck. You make a choice, but you don't have visibility on the outcome. Like when I screwed up my knee skiing, that's kind of just bad luck. Like a fall where you twist a little bit this way or that way and suddenly you're gimpy. On the other hand, sometimes you get really good luck. Like it really worked out in my favor, for example, that when I had that terrible presentation in front of Bezos, I was on the stage and I did the right thing by handling it, but being in that moment and then going and sitting next to him at lunch, I know people at Amazon today, very senior people, who are nervous around Jeff.
Yeah.
Well, because 13 years ago, I completely...
You bombed, yeah.
Yeah, I bombed.
Yeah.
I have tremendous respect for him.
Yeah.
But I am not nervous around him. Because I can't do any worse than I did.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And I kept my job and I delivered. So
how much worse can it get?
Yeah, how much worse can it get than have him in the front row and your demo melt down in front of him and all his leaders and you're brand new.
Yeah.
It's hard to dig deeper than that, as a whole. And I climbed out of that. So that's like positive luck. It's also what I did, but having that opportunity.
Got it.
So I just see luck. And joining Amazon, I could have joined. I'm sure I could have gotten a job at lots of other well-regarded companies like Cisco Systems. I was from networking.
Yeah.
I started my career in high-speed networking. Cisco has been a great company, but they're not Amazon.
They're not Amazon, yeah.
Right.
But my question is, so two things. What I wonder is that if you hadn't joined Amazon, would you just be EVP of some major company right now that is not Amazon? Because it's like life sort of delivers you the energy, and then you change that because you've just got that nature that takes you to that place. So it's hard for me. So
I'd like to think so.
Would you be a software engineer at some no-name company today if you hadn't got the
No,
Amazon?
I had gone into leadership.
Yeah.
I had gone into leadership before that, so I'd be somewhere doing something. I hope very solid. The good thing, what does matter, is the company you go into determines who your peers are.
That's right.
So I get to work with extremely smart people who push me.
I see.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, and I get to work on a tremendously strong platform. Like whatever company I might have been at.
Some software guy at Apple.
Yeah, some software guy at Apple. Exactly.
Yeah.
But Amazon acquired Twitch. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
So I might be at some other decent company doing great work.
Yeah.
Relatively few would have given me that opportunity.
Yeah. And then the follow-up question I have to that is, so if you're thinking in terms of things of asymmetrical risk and reward,
yes,
should you live your life in a way that avoids asymmetrical risk?
No.
Cool. Why?
So asymmetric is because the standard theory here, the EVP is Elon versus
that guy's
Predator.
12. Don't worry, keep going.
No, it's interesting.
It is interesting as a word for it. Yeah.
Well, I told you the story offline, I think, where I interviewed with Musk. That's a good story, but we'll get to it.
Wait, did you?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I don't know if I told you,
You
the
didn't
story.
tell me the story.
All
yeah.
right. So
I told you I met him, right?
No.
I met him at BlizzCon 2015. We had to talk for 9 minutes.
Yeah. That's a long talk, actually.
It actually really is for Elon
That's about
Musk.
how long I talked to him.
Okay, yeah. It was. He had his kids there, and it was for the Overwatch League opening. And I was like walking by with my business partner at the time for Counterwatcher Gaming.
Yeah.
And Elon had come there to just see the Overwatch League. And
Nice.
like, I guess take his kids. It's kind of a cool thing to do. And Bobby Kotick was there.
Yeah.
So it was like a whole thing.
Yeah.
And Elon wanted to know about esports. And so he asked us, like myself and like maybe like 2 other people.
Right.
Like, and just sat down with us, like, tell me about esports. And I was like, and I like shook his hand. And I was like, if I never wash this hand, I might be a better CEO by osmosis. Now it turns out that it was a good thing that I did wash that hand because Tesla's not looking too good right now.
So my story will tie into that when we tell it. So asymmetric, here's what I think about it though. You do a lot of, or at least some stuff on your stream about the market.
I do a lot of the markets,
so here's the thing.
The reaction.
You put $1 into the market. Yeah. The most you can lose is all of it. The most you can possibly... Well, okay, if you're not options
but that's a big, because some of us do options, but
if you put $1 in,
insane people,
the most you can normally lose is $1, but you can make more than $1.
That's right,
And so the stock market is a model for asymmetry because the risk, the max you risk is what you put in, but the max you can get back or you can get as a reward is many times what you put in.
Don't most investors consistently lose money on the market?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a separate problem, though.
Is it risk the same problem? Like, how is it, right? Like,
so I don't know if you want to do a whole stock market stream, and I'm not an expert on the market.
But
the point I'm actually trying to get at is when you take risk, you can sometimes reap many times the benefit of what you're risking.
Yeah.
And so I generally am a fan of risk. I think what holds us back from risk is fear of loss, which that goes to being attached.
Yeah.
Right? You're attached to what you do here, or you're attached to your lifestyle or your reputation. And none of us is comfortable risking all of that.
Yeah.
Some people risk their lives, other people risk their reputations, other people risk their money. Very few people who aren't crazy and make bad risks are comfortable just putting it all out there all the time.
Every day,
yeah. And that's hard, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to feel confident enough in your decisions to put it all out there. But the reverse is to put nothing out.
Which I feel like is the default. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
People turtle up.
This is insanely important.
Especially
for this demo.
Okay. Normal psychology is to fear the pain of loss. Like they've done psychology experiments where they ask people and they get at, do they more fear losing $50 or making $50? So the normal person, when offered the choice to report how they feel, feels worse about losing $50 than they feel about making $50.
That follows because evolutionarily, like we're like loss is like a really big deal.
Right.
Yeah. Because if you get cut in the wilderness, like you die. Right.
Right.
Like,
but that's actually what's our lizard brains are now holding us back because our lizard brain is taught like, be safe, stay with the clan. The saber-toothed tigers are out there.
Yeah, and they are. Yeah,
but they're not out here in the Bellevue parking lot. So like outside his window, there's a parking lot.
Yeah.
And so our brains
one escapes from the zoo every once in a while, but it's pretty
rare. Our brains are not wired to update for the fact that the risk isn't that way now.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of problems with this about like public speaking, right? One of the very classic ones is if you are in front of, Seth Godin talks about this, where if you're in front of an audience, one of the reasons why you're afraid of public speaking to a tribe of people is because normally what you would have to do, the only time you would ever be in front of an audience is if you're actually trying to explain yourself in a tribal situation of something you did for exile. And if you get exiled from a tribe in 2000 years, you're fucked. Yeah. There's nothing you can do, right? Because like everything is based on support systems of each other. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Lone Ranger, actually what happened to the Lone Ranger is he starved to death, right? That's his actual outcome.
Yeah. So what you're saying is like there are ways to gear your life to maximize your upside with relatively low risk. But people don't think that way because they're afraid of taking the risk in the first place.
Yeah. And I actually, as much as I've had a good career, I think I have this nagging suspicion that if I had taken more risks, I'd have done even better.
what's like better than what you did? That's kind of hard to say.
Well, it's hard to know the future, right?
Sure,
but you just wonder. You always
I guess
wonder.
you could have like started Google. I don't know. But I guess it's funny to hear you say that because like I think everyone kind of thinks that. But what you're saying is like, so are you saying like within the context of Amazon, like maybe you would have, or just in general?
Well, like I've never tried to straight up found
you could
my
have stabbed
own.
Jeff. That was from like 5 hours ago with the Roman thing.
The Klingon promotion to the top of Bezos. Yeah, no. Well, there's probably a few more people in line.
Yeah.
That I'd have to go through. But no, I think I've never tried to start my own company, really, for example. And obviously, if you look at someone like Jeff, their leverage came from having the guts to go out completely alone.
Yeah, well, our society rewards for that because equity is exponential, right? Like,
right.
So it's like, and you get equity for being an executive, and if you are in a company like Amazon, it's substantial. But that's usually not like the equity of like, okay, I like Mark Zuckerberg, like I own whatever percent, it's like 20% of Facebook.
Right.
That's fucking insane.
Right.
Like that's objectively just insane, and society rewards you for that because. Built into our market system is a sort of teeter-totter of risk versus reward. Yeah. Where the highest risk is the highest reward.
I don't know. Would I don't think there's so few Amazon, Google, Facebook, the FANG stocks.
Yeah.
The odds that I'd have founded one of those, who knows? But you might, you don't have to found Google or Amazon to do very well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
a lot of people make that mistake. They think they have to be entrepreneurs to do well. It's absolutely true.
But also, you can found I have friends who have founded companies, and well, you ended up as CEO of a company. I'm sure there were rewards in that as well.
Yeah.
So, 86,400 seconds. That's a day.
That's 24 hours.
You tossed him for a day.
Yeah. He's got to come back and hopefully
come back tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always come back tomorrow. I doubt very much that he'll be any different, but if we'll hope.
No, we
might just be having a tough day.
He might, that
might just be having a tough day. Yeah,
I didn't
exactly.
And you don't have to tell me. I didn't see what sort of tough day he's having, but that's good.
Yeah. That's all right.
So good luck. Mm-hmm. You have one day. This is like me getting in the penalty box for throwing that punch.
For punching a dude.
You threw the punch in the charity game because it's a charity game.
Yeah, exactly.
And now you have one day to contemplate
your existence,
your reasons for that.
Mm-hmm.
Those were a long 2 minutes sitting there like. Jesus, I just threw a punch in a charity hockey game. Like we're here raising money for we're here raising money for sick children, and I couldn't keep a lid on it.
It's pretty great. So. Our charity events here at the office look a lot different.
Yeah.
The last one was for Mindcrack, which is it's also a charity for it's Prevent Cancer Foundation.
Yeah, okay.
And I think we did like $260,000. Chat, someone knows, something like that. But what we would do is we would just have these ridiculous. So we had one where like Sevidus, Matt, like Matt would like sit there and he would try to build like a Lego thing blindfolded.
Oh God.
And then chat could donate. To do various things to him, and my favorite one was you would take a foghorn and blow it at and he just lost his shit. It was so funny. It was so good.
So then he's like off camera crawling around the damn floor looking for it. Because if you blow a foghorn near me, the pizzas are going everywhere.
Yeah, only 2 pizzas though, because of the Amazon rule, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Amazon has the 2 pizza rule.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a meme or not.
Not yet, but it'll show up now that
No, I mean like is like a meme in the sense of like, is it actually a thing in Amazon? You can't have more than somewhere in Amazon they've had 3 pizzas in a room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
And it's been a terrible. Terrible breach of conduct.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The rule was only 2 pizza. The teams, any given team with a mission was not supposed to be larger than could be fed by 2 pizzas. That was the idea: is keep the team small, give them and let them be independent.
Yeah.
Like small autonomous teams. So.
Got it. Yeah. So going back to like the asymmetrical risk and reward thing. So you're saying that you think that one of the ways that you were able to sort of like, because we were talking originally about mindset and disciplines, that sort of one of the ways was you were thinking about things in your life that apply to this principle?
Well, I started thinking about, I've had that mental model. And so you think about what are key decisions that are going to that have big potential.
Okay.
So you try and, because you have way more ideas than you have time. And so you've got to try and figure out which ideas are going to make a big change, are going to make the step change. You talk to people about the market. There's, I don't know, tens of thousands of stocks. What are you going to buy?
Yeah.
And then
another one is just a thought on this is because there's a concept of so I do like Twitch Meta business news, and it's like you can cover anything, right? There's a lot going on the news cycle, but what do you cover?
What do you cover?
Yeah, and so there's a good example of like I just covered the FaZe situation,
right?
Yeah, and that had exponential as a perspective. The amount of growth this stream has seen in the last
I looked at yourself on Social Blade. It's lots of followers in the last few, like a big delta.
Because I made the right
decision. Choice.
And I'm obsessed with that, like on everything, right? Because like you said, there are and like how do you figure out what that is?
Well, I don't think anybody does it. I don't think anybody does it perfectly, but
some people do consistently.
They do it consistently. I guess from a career development viewpoint, the first thing there is make some choices with the best logic you have, but then be willing to analyze them. Did that work? Why did that work? Did it fail? Why? In other words, we're learning creatures. You obviously, I would guess that you made the choice to cover that based on a few things you've learned things you've covered and not. What am I good at? What am I passionate at? What does my audience care about? Where can I be authoritative and interesting? But you run that calculus. There's a great book about this. You and I are book list people. My book on this is my favorite book on it. I had nothing to do with it. It's by Chip and Dan Heath called Decisive.
Oh, I haven't read this book.
And it's about Decisive is they have a bunch of well-known books, but Decisive is their most famous, their most powerful book in my opinion. It's Chip and Dan Heath, they're brothers. And Decisive is about how bad we are at making decisions. Because, I forget who it was, but someone asked either Ben Franklin or Thomas Jefferson, I think it was Ben Franklin, for advice on making a decision.
Okay.
And Ben Franklin writes back to them and talks about the pro-con list. And that was his decision tool. I make a list of the pros and I make a list of the cons. And then if they kind of match up, I find a pro and a con and I cross them out. And then he actually went to the advanced level for pro-cons list, which is and then if I find 2 pros that I think equal 1 con, because, the con is stronger, I cross out 2 pros to outweigh that con.
Got it. Okay.
But then the book tears down how, while that's okay, it really isn't everything you need for decision making. How it's better than nothing. It's a really powerful book. I won't go completely into it, but most of us boil our decisions down into actually A or B. Am I going to cover this news story or that news story? And then they point out in the book,
or am I going to do it or not do it?
A or not A. It's not even A or B. But really, if
there's a whole range
of things. Am I going to cover, what sort of news am I going to cover? There's hundreds of options. And then, am I going to cover any news at all, or am I going to go back to dancing? There's all these different, and so their point is there's all these different things.
My girlfriend says I'm mega fangirling about these topics. Stuff I talk. It is she loves this shit. She's
perfect.
That's cool.
And you bring Chipotle, which I have seen you do. Solid support.
There was a very good moment where Ethan was coming into the office last week for a meeting, and my girlfriend was there bringing me Chipotle because she's awesome. And Ethan thought she was the Amazon delivery girl. Right?
I didn't know.
Well, yeah, you didn't.
I saw someone roll in, drop off Chipotle, and leave.
She had a brown bag, it was the same. That was pretty great. That was pretty good. So I think I've never thought about it in that way, but that's a super
Decisive. I know you do the book club. Consider Decisive. It's a super powerful. It's one of my top 2 book recommendations.
Holy shit! That's okay. I actually take that very seriously. What is your second one?
Totally different direction. also in line with stuff you care about. It's called Leadership and Self-Deception.
I haven't read that either.
Yeah, so it's
What?
Leadership and Self-Deception by the Arbinger Institute.
Okay.
And so it's Decisive is very straightforward and is like storytelling. It's in the way of it's like Freakonomics or one of those books that's a lot of short stories that makes the point. Super easy. Leadership and Self-Deception by the Arbinger Institute. Arbinger Institute. He'll stick this in chat in a second.
Yeah, someday
Here it
I'll
comes.
link it in.
Yeah. This is a little bit heavier. The key point here is there you go, Leadership and Self. He's got it up on what site? Say it for me.
I think it's kind of I don't know if you know this site, but it's a site I like to use for things. It's www.amazon.com.
Amazon.com.
Amazon. I think, or something like that. Some book site or something. Yeah, it's probably not going to go anywhere.
So you can see it's like 4.5 stars with 1,500 reviews. Solid. Solid.
We can change our perspective.
There we go. Nice. So the key element of this
$8 on Kindle too.
Yeah. The key element for this book is the idea that we either treat people as objects or as humans.
Okay.
And so when we're relating with somebody
that
else,
might be something very different to Twitch chat than it does to us. So we have to clarify.
the point is when you're trying to influence someone, you can either treat them as an obstacle to what you want. Like, oh, I really need to get you to go dig this ditch for me.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to manipulate you like a person, like a tool. Hey, Devin, like
a hammer. Yeah. Like
go do this.
Yeah. Go build this.
But I'm trying to convince you of something. So like this ditch needs to be dug, and I'm really talking to you though about what I need you to do for me, as opposed to relating you as a person
to why I should care.
To why you should care.
Yeah.
And so Leadership and Self-Deception, it's basically about how we deceive ourselves into thinking that we're talking to people reasonably, and what we're really doing is trying to manipulate them. And the point is, going back to the lizard brain we've talked about, the lizard brain can pick that up right away.
Yeah.
Even if my words are super reasonable, I'm like, Devin, we really need this ditch. It's going to keep the house from flooding.
That knows,
something in you knows that I really could give a shit about you, and I just want the ditch dug.
Got it.
Versus, I'm actually like, so we need to dig this ditch. Can that work for you? What do you see the need for that? And I'm relating to you like, is that possible for you? And getting your human engagement?
Yeah.
Do you see the reason? And then I'm relating to you as a human. And while this is a bunch of abstract stuff, I can make it very concrete for you very quickly. Think about people you like and people you don't like. If a person you like comes to you and asks you for a pain in the ass favor, you probably still, because you like them, are like, all right.
Yeah, and if you really like them, you won't even consider it.
Right. It's just, I just made myself short.
That was really weird, by the way, because I've been talking to you to a perspective. You're just like,
I got the chair rocking back, and I didn't want that. So anyway, on the other hand, if it's somebody you don't like, the chat's going to love that.
Yeah, that was good.
If there's...
Deception.
Deception. There we go.
That's the deception aspect, right? Yeah.
If there's someone you don't like, they can come to you. I'm gonna have to get you back here.
I know. I'm sorry. That was really weird. Okay. Yeah. If there's someone.
See, now you're not handling it. You're on stage here. You got to handle. Like
I'm not really. These guys are. Yeah. UW is a stage. This is a circus. Yeah.
You're the ringmaster,
I guess,
or the clown.
You are today. Yeah, I'm the clown. Yeah.
So, if you think about somebody you don't like, though, they can pretty much come to you and ask for the simplest thing on earth, like, "Hey, could you grab that door for me?" And part of your brain is like, "Fuck no."
Yeah.
And so the point about leadership and self-deception is, if you are honestly invested in another person, they can feel that. And just like you, when you feel someone's invested in you, you'll do whatever they want.
For sure.
And when you feel like somebody's not really invested in you, even if they want the simplest thing, you have an inherent resistance.
To not buy in, yeah.
And so it's about treating people truly well as people, because then they'll be behind you. And that's this leadership and self-deception.
The two books that I've read, the best books that I've ever read on leadership.
I want to hear this.
Okay.
Have at it.
Well, they're incredibly common. Okay.
That's
So
all right.
The Effective Executive by Drucker. Yeah.
Okay. Peter F. Drucker.
And then the second book is a little bit less known. It's called High Output Management. Have you read this book?
I haven't. I've heard of it though.
It's really good by
Andy Grove.
Yeah, those two books I think are they come at it from a different direction. Whereas I think these two books are about how to be a leader, and this is like, okay, once you are a leader, how are you effective at doing that?
Right.
Yeah, and those are the two best books I've ever read on that.
I try to be pretty introspective, like working on my own internal mental state to figure out. So, can someone remind me of the name of the first book? It's Chip and Dan Heath, Decisive. Very short.
Most really good books are.
Yeah, these guys are good.
It's interesting because this one isn't well known.
No, it's not well known, but it's incredibly powerful.
There's something kind of surreal.
Secret Toolkit. That book.
There's something kind of surreal about like browsing Amazon with like the dude that it's like actually kind of nuts. So I was gonna go to my my list of books.
This will be good.
Yeah, and this is a lot of books that I'm really interested in. So
Never Split the Difference, classic negotiation.
Chat has most of these books I've read. Chat has me on Atomic Habits. Haven't read this book yet.
Okay.
So that's a big one.
So that's related. Have you read The Leadership Habit?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that Atomic Habits is going to be like the leadership habit.
10% Happier, which we
awesome book,
super good.
Now I did tell you the 10% Happier story. I haven't told Chat.
Yeah, for sure. Platform Revolution.
Yeah.
Have you seen that book? It's really good. This is a recent
How network
book.
markets are transforming the economy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's basically like just TLDR is like too long didn't read. It's like it's like you got that one.
I'm a boomer, but not that much.
Okay,
Come on.
yeah. Okay.
Oh,
It's
wow.
like it's basically Airbnb is cool. Here's why. Yeah, it's basically that.
Airbnb is cool.
Airbnb is cool. High Output Management's on this list.
So I think I haven't actually had a chance to read it yet. But what I was trying to say earlier about being willing to take risk and put it out there is this subtle art of not giving a fuck.
Yeah.
We're afraid of failure, and so our natural thing is turtle up. And if you can get closer to being able to accept that it might go wrong, and you might fail, and you might be embarrassed. You like Tim Ferriss. Tim Ferriss has this saying about, he quotes somebody else in his book who says, we can basically tell how well people are going to do by the number of embarrassing decisions or whatever they can make.
And one of the things he says too is like, if you're involved in sports, he values that very highly because they have so many failures. Yeah. It's like if you're like a VC, you're looking into people in sports at a higher degree because they have any sports.
Nice. Because you mostly lose.
Well, you mostly lose and you lose terribly.
Yeah.
You don't lose in a way it's like, oh, we're down 5% in our quarterly revenue. No, you lose in like a way it's like you fucking lost. Your team hates you. Everybody's going nuclear. It's just terrible. And that kind of failure is like really
I know. Being able to get back up from being crushed is a pretty good. Pull yourself off the floor.
Hard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, these are great. So there's all kinds of. This is the book that my girlfriend's trying to get me to read. I haven't read this one yet. But yeah, subtly not giving a fuck I think is really important. And one of the points to that point is like how often you can get away with stuff in life by just believing you can. I just talked about this at UW. It's like. I remember in 2012 at PAX and TwitchCon, right? Or not TwitchCon, PAX and then TwitchCon after. The first TwitchCon was what, 2015?
15.
Yeah. I was a nobody at PAX.
Right.
But I would just walk past guards because I believed that I could. I had a normal pass, I had everything, but they just don't get paid enough to care. So I would get into a lot of VIP areas because I would just walk past a guard.
Yeah, you look like you belong.
Sure,
you go.
And if they stop me, they go, "Hey, are you?" And you go, "Yeah." You know, just walk. Usually that's it. And then what are they going to do? They're like, "You're not supposed to be there." Oh, I didn't know. Okay, right, yeah. And that got me in front of a lot of people that I wouldn't otherwise be able to get in front of because I was able to do that.
The having the confidence to try.
Yeah.
I've actually, have you ever done the Tim Ferriss experiment where you go lay down on the floor in the mall?
Okay, I really wish I could. I'm way too much of a pussy to do this. Have you?
I've done it.
Oh my God. So what he's talking about is you go to a public place and you lay down, and then you get back up and everything's normal.
The point is just people are so terrified. Like it's such a weird thing.
Yeah.
Like people are streaming by and you just go to the mall or wherever, the grocery store, any place where there's people, and you do something totally uncharacteristic, like lay down on the floor.
Yeah.
And the point of the exercise is you can take the discomfort, and if someone does come over and say, like,
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
You just say, well, I'm resting for a minute.
Yeah,
but the real thing is to deal with your own discomfort of realizing, like, I can handle being uncomfortable.
Right.
And you see, most people, this is probably, I'm not at all a doctor, but it's why you have a lot of alcoholism, drug use, other stuff. People are medicating their discomfort because our society is like, well, if you're uncomfortable, there's something wrong. And it has to go away right now. Like, I'm uncomfortable. I have to fix that.
I have to address this, yeah.
And most of the great leaders are able to deal with just massive fear and risk and discomfort and not feel that they have to immediately get out of it.
I see.
They have to be able to see that course through. That was like me on the stage. I haven't told you the rest of this story, but before I got on stage for that demo, my business partner had been on stage before me, and he was trying to, like, crack jokes to get the audience warmed up.
Yeah.
And they were not. He was a Hollywood guy, and he was trying to tell inside Hollywood jokes to a Seattle, and people are just like kind of looking at him.
Have you ever seen anybody try to joke at like TED Talks?
Yeah.
And it's just like really hard because it's like a bunch of like really high level like engineer tech guys.
Yeah, a bunch of super nerds.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're just not interested. They're not there to laugh.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And so they weren't there to laugh, and he's like trying to drop these jokes, and it's not happening.
It's just flatlining.
And so he's warmed up the audience for me by convincing them that, and literally he just is like, well, and here's Ethan.
Oh, shit.
And so the point is that you've got to be able to handle that discomfort. Like when now I'm on stage, he's like literally backing through the curtain, like, bye, good luck with that.
The Homer Simpson meme where
and
it's
and it's too bad his jokes didn't whatever, but it was a rough spot. We were already like down one, and then the demo failed too. And so
it's this guy. We need to find me the gift, chat. Is this it?
Yeah, there we go. It was in through the So he's kind of like this. He's like, here's the mic, and then sort of, maybe he didn't act it, but he's like fading back, like, okay, good luck with this. And it was, you just got to be able to deal with that discomfort and be like, well, the hell with it. Like, here we go.
Is the reason why leaders can deal with that discomfort more just because they've been under it so often, do you think? Or is it a mindset? Or
I think some of it's a mindset. An early boss of mine taught me a saying. She said about her job and any job. She said, well, I was looking for a job when I found this one. Meaning like, what's the worst that can happen? I can lose my job. And I was looking for a job when I found this one. Like, the point being,
I get it.
I'm only going back to where I was. I was unemployed before I started. If I end up unemployed tonight, I'm unemployed again. Like, I'm no worse than I was, 2 weeks or 2 years or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So, because getting fired from a job isn't going to kill you.
Yeah.
And so if you take some risk and do good work or take a shot at good work or stating your opinion and somebody fires you, go get another job.
Yeah.
Go learn from it and do something else. So.
And that applies across the board to things.
I think so. Yeah. No, old saying, I don't even know the origin. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Right? Like, leaders have to be willing to step out and try something, because just playing it safe your whole life won't work out. I made the mistake of looking at chat.
Yeah, they're foreheading. Forehead means you say something that is like to them incredibly common sense. Or it's like, okay, so it's like if someone asks you how to get, if someone asks you, how do I get a job? And you say, well, you just get a job.
Yeah.
That's forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not
Come
like.
on. Not very helpful, but
have you
super obvious.
Have you ever seen the meme, draw the fucking owl? It's pretty good.
This is great. I didn't know this was like meme education day.
Well, that's
no, it's
I
fantastic.
can't really contribute much to you in terms of business knowledge, so this is the best I can do. So this is
nice.
This is draw the fuck you now.
Do you? There's a version of this we talk about at work that may be a meme you can find called the underpants gnomes. Do you know?
What?
You'd love this.
Are you serious?
If not, I can explain it, but see if it shows up as the underpants gnome.
Is this a safe image search?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that,
All
but
right,
probably.
hang on. I'm gonna do this.
Do you need it to be? Do you need it to be a safe? There you go. See, it shows right up. Yeah. Here we go.
Got
it's
it.
totally safe.
Okay,
Do the one that's just a slide.
This one here?
Yeah, sure. Because that's totally safe. That's the same thing as just draw the owl, right?
Draw
Like
the
there's a
owl.
missing step.
Yeah.
And we talk about this because we see business plans that look like this, both internal and outside of Amazon. People come up with this, and it's like my boss talks about this all the time about how some people's plan is phase 1, okay, we're going to collect underpants.
Yeah.
And phase 3 is profit. well, how do we get from 1 to 3? Well, we're working on that.
We're working on that. Okay.
Yeah. And since I got gnomed earlier, I do one of the others. We got to gnome them back.
We have a special.
This is called the underpants gnomes. Is the point?
We have a very special affiliation for gnomes on this stream. It turns out. Yeah, I once was a gnome.
Okay.
Yeah. It was but it didn't go well.
It didn't.
Well, it
go
did
well?
for about 6 months, and then it didn't. Yeah. It was a D&D campaign.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And I played a gnome in this campaign with some other influencers. And the whole thing imploded recently.
Got it.
Yeah,
well, maybe all of my leadership was honed GMing, right? Because I ran games.
No.
Oh, yeah, of course.
No way.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I mean.
In what module? Like what?
So I guess the first thing I ran was
they're going to be
G123 against the Giants. Was the first module I ran at college for my college classmates.
What edition was this?
1.
Okay.
I'm
What?
boomer. Come on.
What? It was
1.
like D&D 1?
D&D 1.
They had a
D&D 1.
Oh
But
my
I owned,
God.
I owned...
Advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, but I owned the original box sets for
There's the
regular
little red
D&D.
book.
I spent when I first learned to play, it was B2.
We got our next DM for the next campaign, boys.
Keep on the Borderlands was like where I began.
Okay.
So.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
I wore Keep on the Borderlands out. I can probably still quote most of the stats and most of the
That's so cool.
I have it memorized.
I actually got high school credit for playing D&D.
Okay, that's next level.
It is. It was called the Gateway Program.
Okay.
And for a while, what it was
Gateway to what?
To the future. Yeah. So there was a 4-year program where you could join a class. And you would have a professor that taught D&D, and it was accredited. I don't know how they got this shit accredited.
Wow.
But it was real. Yeah.
I needed to go to your school.
Yeah. This was a public high school.
Yeah.
In California. Yeah. It was like. So I took 4 years of D&D, and the professor, his job was.
You guys have to clip that. I took 4 years of D&D.
I did. Yeah.
And yet, very successful leader here you have. Like that. That is amazing.
Well, I ended up blowing up the whole campaign. It was like so. This is a really cool story because the guy that was the D&D dude, the professor, he built separate character sheets for all of his NPCs because this was his job. This is what he did. He got paid to do it. Yeah, and we ran through a party at 20th level. Which is respectable. So
come on.
We're one.
Oh yeah. Because I'm gonna say we're no longer talking D&D now. We're talking Munchkins, which is a different game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's actually crazy. Hey, thanks for the Twitch Prime, Sam B. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
awesome. You're supporting.
Yes, Twitch Prime got the crown right here.
You're
that's
supporting
right.
the system. Is that an exclusive shirt?
It is. Okay. Yeah, it's an internal team shirt.
Feels bad, man. Okay.
Yeah. Well.
Pepe hands in chat. Okay. Anyway, we have the 4-year campaign going. So we started at level 1. We're going to
awesome.
And this is a campaign that is being shared with multiple people across the United States because there are other gateway programs.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So it's one big world. We ended up getting in a situation where, and keep in mind, this is a DM with all of his character sheets. He has over 200 character sheets.
Holy
of
crap.
Trolls, goblins, and all this bad stuff that we're stuck in the middle of.
Right.
I'm a level 23 wizard.
Nice.
And I have a Rod of Power. If you remember what that is
it's pretty
AD&D.
Yeah.
We're running out of. We have like a level 18 Kenzai, 20th level cleric. Like we're rolling, right?
Yeah.
But we're getting I have a cube of force.
All right.
All these old artifacts that don't exist anymore.
No, but they were
OP.
awesome.
They were awesome. Yeah. And they're stacking rocks on top of my cube of force to break it. So in our last moment, we create a bonfire, and I toss the rod of power into the bonfire. And so they do the DM takes like maybe 15 minutes like to figure out what happened. And it's a tactical nuke, right? And it detonates the continent, simultaneously killing other people in gateway programs that were on the continent.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
It was, and like I've never had a better D&D moment than that.
This is like
it was insane.
The best thing about D&D in that sense, in the old D&D, was people had no idea how big a fireball was. Right, it's a 20-foot radius sphere.
It's huge,
and people have no concept because, of course, they would set it off inside a dungeon.
It'd be over,
and not understand that like fire everywhere. You know, and like, no, it's only a 20-foot circle. And it's like, no, the rules say it expands to fill that volume. And then you have people who don't have math brains who are like, well, how big is that? You know, somewhere in one of the D&D modules, it actually said, like, because everything was a 10 by 10 corridor. That it's 33 10 by 10 blocks. And people are like, so you're counting them off. And people don't understand. You've like nuked everything. So you nuked it good.
Devin destroyed single-handedly killed an entire college program. We killed a lot of, And so we just came up. So D&D is kind of a theme in this chat, even though the actual term is banned.
Oh, is it?
It is, because there's a special sort of Twitch viewer that comments on D&D. And they're unlike any other Twitch viewer, actually. And if you let them roam free, it has enormously negative implications for your entire brand. So we've had to put a stop to that temporarily.
Okay. Yeah, there's retributive strike is the staff of power. That's the old staff of power.
Wow.
You break it up. You break the staff, and like
so that they could find a way around it if they're wise. This
is the whole. When we try and mod chat, not me, but when Twitch tries to the royal we tries to give the tools to control chat. Collectively, chat is very smart.
Collectively, Individually, I'm not so sure, but as a whole organism, they sometimes become like an amoeba level of intelligence.
Since you're a books guy, do you know Ken Blanchard, the 1 Minute Manager?
Yep, of course. Yeah,
so he has a quote that's really good, which is, "None of us is as smart as all of us."
Yes.
So the compliment I'm paying chat is they are all of us, right?
Yeah.
Your enormous chat community here, the tens of thousands of people, is very smart together.
Yeah, I like how you can address chat as a single blob, like an organism.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
well, so they had gelatinous cube.
Consuming everything in their path, eating things.
What was the other one? Yolk or jelly?
That thing was terrible because it killed all your equipment.
It was and rust monsters.
Those are terrible too. Yeah, so I feel like D&D, like one had so many things that just didn't care about like accessibility or difficulty. It was just like, this is terrible. Like fighting this thing is terrible. You lose everything.
Well, no,
but
if you look into the characters Gygax created,
his entire thing was just doing terrible shit.
But he was also clearly a munchkin. Like on his 100%. Side, he was trying to figure out like, what can I throw at this party I've created that's full of characters like Mordinkin and
and so you got like pits that open up that are like molasses with like, that was an actual trap, right? And then there's like spikes in it, and it's terrible. Holy, that's cool. I never knew you were a D&D guy.
No, that's nuts. All geeks had to be back in the day. It was like the only outlet. There weren't, video games were like Pong. Come on. Like,
do you love the return to tabletop?
Sure.
How basically nowadays, like, well, this happened recently.
Yeah.
And I think it's in large. Okay, so ready for my spicy take on this?
Okay.
I think the return of tabletop was in large part because of Twitch.
Okay.
Want to know why?
Tell me.
Critical Role.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's Critical Role, like almost single-handedly resurrected D&D as like a cool thing for us to do.
Yeah.
And it's like Critical Role isn't like, okay. Do you know about Livestream Fail?
No. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Gonna get another education. This is good. But see, I keep saying no. I'm not gonna hide it.
Do we want to do this, chat? Because we open up a door that can never be closed.
We can move on if we just...
Okay. No, we want to do this. Okay.
All right.
So
he doesn't know.
Yeah.
But I invented it. I made this.
So live stream fail is a Reddit. Okay. And it is a compilation of.
This looks like fun.
This is a compilation of the most successful clips. What's up, Osto? How was your trip?
It was fantastic. I don't want to interrupt him.
That's okay. Yeah, awesome, man. We'll catch up in a bit. So what this is this is a door that we're opening. So you can see a staff member in here. Stale says, "I live in fear of the subreddit."
Yeah, there's definitely some people.
Stale's on the clips team.
Yeah,
he does clips.
Yeah.
So what this is a subreddit for sort of the meta of what is going on Twitch.
Okay.
But not in a good way.
Okay.
So like the top clips that end up going here, sometimes they're funny.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're just like garbage content.
Okay.
Like, do you know like World Star Hip Hop?
No. That's all right. Let's.
TMZ.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the TMZ for Twitch.
Okay.
And so like a really big thing is like one of the really interesting problems on Twitch right now is apparently in the artifact category, there's like all these pornography streams. This is happening like today. I have no idea why this is, right? And then
I don't want to.
Live stream fail is going like crazy on this, right? But they're also picking up. So like look at like the top clips is like Pokey forgets to save after 8 hours of play. This is a wholesome clip, right? Like this is like really good. This got like Mr. Moot. He's actually a person in our like extended community. Like, so it'll pick this clip, and then so he's doing an advertisement for Gamer Fuel,
right?
And then like he I guess he like shows that there's like a closing thing, and that's like really cool,
right?
And then
it's kind of dumb,
yeah. And then it opens up again.
Oh God, it's got a fountain on it.
What you're doing.
Yeah, this is live stream fail. Okay.
Yeah. No,
so like but most of the content that ends up here is drama stuff. So it's stuff like reacts, comment, and stuff like that. And like what I think I want to see more of on Twitter. We don't need to divest into this, but I just like say like I think stuff like Critical Role is super super cool because it's a high production like professional thing that actually transformed another thing, which is tabletop
brought
games.
It back.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Right. And simultaneously shows that as a medium, Twitch can do these cool things like that. Like introduce like a show like that.
Yeah.
So neat.
I think that's fantastic.
It's so cool.
I think something somewhat similar to that was the resurrection of Bob Ross.
Absolutely. A perfect example. And one of my favorite things about TwitchCon was that there was that little section where people could just sit and paint. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was so cool.
The Bob Ross, it wasn't too long after I joined Twitch that we brought Bob Ross back, and watching 70 or 80,000 people in the original marathon watch the stream
that had otherwise probably not been exposed to it before.
No, and of course you'd see some of the people are trolling, of course, but in fun ways. They're like, "Hey Bob, respond to chat," and then somebody else, of course, falls for it, and they're like, "He's dead."
Yeah. And it goes back and forth.
I should have worn. I have the Bob Ross shirt.
You just spoiled the ending for Bob Ross.
Yeah,
that's not. The spoilers are not a good thing on Twitch, man. Okay.
Oh, come on. No, but the like ruined save meme came out of that.
Yeah.
Right. Like
ruined. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ruined and saved.
Ruined and saved came out of that. So. So I think Critical Role is like that. Some other.
Really good.
And now I think we'll see more of that. I think we'll see more.
Yeah.
People are starting to branch out on Twitch, try different things. Your show, what I'm doing, trying to bring different spins, different angles that still rely on the live community and the authentic interaction.
And funny enough, there's a demo for it. So like one of the things I'm realizing is that like right now it's like, oh, people actually want to sit and listen to this kind of stuff. Like things that concern career development and success. And like that's like something that is interesting to people, business, markets, Twitch stuff that's going on, right? That's interesting to people as long as it's sort of presented in a way that is accessible to them.
It can't be boring.
Right.
It's got to it's got to have something interesting about it. And so when I talk, I try to be very direct and tell people the honest truth, not be mean to them, but like,
Yeah.
I've had some people on my stream I've done one-on-one coaching on, and if they have a gap, you got to let them know. Like I was coaching someone earlier this week, and his resume had these really weak words on it. His 3 opening bullets were like, worked on this, worked on that, part of this other thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
it wasn't like he was actually building something or something.
well, it was just, it's not going to convey what he, like, if you asked me what I did and I said, oh, I worked on Amazon Video.
Yeah.
Well, what did I do? I was there. Like, I worked on it. It just doesn't come through.
It's not like led a team to
okay, I led it, but even if I was just an engineer, like I built, you would say something like,
I made this.
Well, I made this. Yeah, you'd say I made this, right?
It's been the consistent meme of this show.
But whatever. I built the player. I built the DRM. I built the search function.
Yeah.
You want to, and so I had to tell him like you're undermining yourself because you're not giving power words
right.
that are really conveying what you did. They're honest, like they're technically accurate. You worked on it, but it's not powerful. So
thanks, boxes.
So there you go.
There's the gnome.
All right. So you had this whole list of questions.
Well,
do you want to hit any of them? Or?
I do, and I also want to.
the from the Discord or
exactly.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, there is one thing that I think if we get to in this discussion, we're obviously going to have more if you're up for it.
Yeah, sure. This is fun.
Okay, cool.
This is because I want to. So if I may, the whole point of my stream is to share what I've learned with the people on Twitch, so that you can benefit from what I've learned and don't have to learn it the hard way. Like I do it just to try and help out, to give back. It's like why I'm on the board of the Washington Trails Association. That's my way to give back to nature.
Yeah.
My stream is my way to give back to the community and try and help people because everybody needs a job. They need a way to earn a living. So I'm doing it to give back. So I'm perfectly happy to come on your show another time sometime and answer questions, talk about books, because if I can help people move forward, that's fantastic.
I mean, we could do like a podcast thing. We should talk about this over dinner.
All right.
I think okay. But if there's one thing that like see the pogs,
yeah,
that means they like it.
Yeah, all right.
Chat pog me if we make this happen. It'd be freaking singing. All right, so like okay, so there's one thing that I think like look at that.
Yeah,
look at the
there
pogs.
they come.
That's product market fit, Ethan.
That's
product market fit. All right, a podcast. Look at that.
A podcast.
Yeah,
all
look
right.
at that. Okay. If there's one thing that I think like every single person on this stream could benefit from, we are talking to an average demo of like 18 to 25, right?
Okay.
Okay. So, and I know this is something you've never covered, I think.
Okay.
So, but I prepared you for it, so don't worry.
All right. No, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm all good. I like to wing it.
Yeah. So,
Defiance of Death, we need you to leave the stream because he said it's 18 to the and you've aged out.
Yeah, that's it.
You're like a retired esports star. You're done.
You're a boomer like us. Yeah. The idea of like most of these people, right, are either starting their careers, sitting in a place where they're in college trying to figure out what's next,
right,
or they are trying to build themselves into something that is going to be successful later by that definition.
Wow, no pressure here.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you tell people like that? And this is I would, if I was you right now, I would hate me for asking you this. 'Cause it's so fucking vague. But maybe it starts us off on a good path.
No, look first
because you mentioned to me before. I'm sorry. You told me that you feel like you're such a dude now. You know, like that you might not even be able to like answer a question like this.
Well,
and that's why I wanted to challenge you.
All right, you've challenged me.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll say this for your host here, Mr. Devin Nash. He took me to school when I was out. Maybe took me behind the woodshed, and you take that any way you want.
This is the second time
yeah,
we've done this.
Yeah, it's all right. He was like, you have to.
Monka-esque.
He went after me and said, you have to make a bigger, more impactful stream because there are people who need you. I was saying how I do a lot of my recruiting for my stream on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Because that's my professional network. And you said, essentially, why don't you invest more in the Twitch community? Because it's more leverage. these are people earlier in their career, because if someone's already on LinkedIn with a big professional network of their own,
they're already
maybe
succeeding.
you can help them, but they're already on their way.
Well, what happened was you said basically what you said.
Oh,
I'm going to
all
call
right.
you on this, okay?
Okay.
Basically, what he says is in the meeting, he's like, "Yeah, I'm running like the Easy Coach," and I'm like, "Well, how did you reach out to these people?" He goes, "Well, I'm on LinkedIn," and I'm like, "Well, everyone that's connected to this guy's LinkedIn is a fucking SVP of like some kind of company or something, right?" Like this is me wording this in a very different way. I was much more respectful when I said it before, but we're on show now, so this I can talk like I normally talk, or maybe not, maybe I shouldn't. But anyway, I'm going with it.
You go crazy.
Let's
Run
go.
with it.
And so I'm like, there's no way, because everyone on his thing is an SVP. Like, you got to appeal to people on Twitch. And the guy, what he answers me is he goes, "Well, I feel like I'm too much of an executive," and I'm like, "Fuck that! Like, you know more about this shit than anybody. Like, you've got to step up to the standard of being able to do this. I know you can do it."
Yeah, all right. So let's
like,
hit
you
it.
can speak to these people.
No,
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I do. I do speak to people at every stage of
Yeah,
their career. I worry sometimes that I'm too disconnected, though, right? That's like a challenge. But look, the essence of any career is a simple loop. I have done a show on the simple loop of building a career, and it's pretty straightforward. Do your job well. Go ask your boss. Once you're doing your job well, which get a job you can do, either based on your college degree or whatever, but find a job you can do, put your heart into it, do the job well, and then it's a simple loop. You go to your boss, your manager, your owner, whatever it is, and you say, "Look, what else do you need? I'm doing my job. How else can I help you?" And every boss on earth, because you've been a boss too, loves this question.
Yeah.
Because
You're so
your life
right.
is full of
so
hell.
Right
No,
now.
your
Yeah.
life is full of hell
Yeah.
and worries. And if I come to you and say, "Devin, what else can I do?"
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh my God, do I have a list?"
Yeah, just
Here, right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And
Yeah.
so now you take some piece of work and you go do that. And then I have more, like I as a boss am invested in you. You've helped me out. You've made that emotional connection.
And you're on the radar.
And you're on their radar.
Yeah, which is different
And
from...
then they will give you more responsibility, more opportunity. So that's exactly what I did early in my career when I talked about the Klingon promotion.
Yeah.
Why did they kill the other guy?
Yeah.
Why did they stick me in that chair? It's because they saw I was working hard and I was earnest and I was delivering things and I was asking, what else can we do? And so they're like, "Well, if you're so fucking smart, here you go." Right?
Yeah.
But that's, so there's one time when a boss doesn't like being asked, "What else can I do?" We'll do a pop quiz. What is that time, boss?
Okay, so someone says, "What else can I not do?" And I don't like hearing that.
Yeah, you don't like hearing
When they're underperforming.
exactly.
Yeah.
So nailed it, 100%. When there you go. So he's got this. He's managed.
Smaller teams, but we got.
So first thing is you got to be doing your job well.
Yeah.
Second thing is you go ask what else you can help with. Okay, now chat, in what people didn't complain about is, well, do I just become your lackey?
Yes,
like your
we already
dumping
saw
ground?
that. A couple
Yeah,
people
so
in
I
chat,
wasn't
yeah.
even looking at it. I just knew it would be
yeah.
there. You don't. Okay, what you do is once you earn that respect, when you go back to them, you request how you can help in a different way. You either say, "Hey, I'm trying to grow my career this way, that way. I want to learn a new language. I want to learn about business. I want to, like, how can I help you with a new proposal? Or is there an opportunity where I can work on a new technology?" But you've earned that credibility and you're still stepping up and saying, "Look, I'm nailing my job. I'm nailing whatever you asked me to do. Do you have an opportunity where I can learn a new technology? Do you have an opportunity where I can present to management?" Well, again, I have an endless list of stuff. And I'm like, yes, generally.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do, if you don't just want to be someone's lackey, is you go and you say, "I have this idea, whatever. I want to propose a new product. I want to propose, a new structure for emotes on Twitch." But you go to the boss and you say, "Look, I have this idea. Do you think I could work on that? Or is there something else you need
That's
more?"
more important. Yeah.
Right? And that's that negotiation. But going back to leadership and self-deception, when the boss feels you're invested in their success and trying to help the team, they will invest back in you. They can't help it. Because next to you is somebody who's doing nothing.
Absolutely.
You got to remember the next chair over is someone who's filling space.
Yeah.
And they're just there. They're coming in. They're kind of, we call, of course, we would never use this term, but some people refer to those folks as lawnmower employees.
Why?
They mow grass when you push them. But if you're not pushing them, they sit and spin.
Yeah, yeah.
And so lawnmower employee, not very useful.
I've never heard that. Yeah, that's interesting.
You do not want lawnmower employees.
They like that.
Yeah, I'm sure chat's going to love lawnmower employees.
Yes, it's pretty good.
So...
no, not Walmart employees.
Not Walmart. Lawnmower.
Walmart employees.
So this is how you build your whole career.
That was just so well timed because Amazon, Walmart meme. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that was great.
So all you got to do, the advice I would give anyone early in their career is getting a job where you can have some success and then start asking your leadership how you can help. Now, the other thing I talk about a lot is if you have a truly lousy boss, you probably have to change jobs. In other words,
I saw that go by a few times.
if you have a boss, first off, 70% of people leave jobs because of their boss.
Really?
Yeah, they may lie about it at the time. So if you ask somebody why they're leaving when they quit, they'll say like, oh, more money, my girlfriend's moving, family pressure. They have all this list of reasons.
As a side note, is that a KPI you track at Amazon for like, okay, if you see a person that has very high turnover in their department, you're like, the boss might be bad?
Yeah, of course.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, high turnover is a sign clearly that something's wrong.
But it's not, but actually pointing to the boss is
you certainly think about it. I mean, there can be other factors, but you definitely, if you see a high turnover team, one of the first things you think about is this manager successful? Like, why are they having high attrition? But the point is, most people will say something polite when they leave, but research has been conducted where they call people up 2 years after they've left a job, and they ask them, no buy-in. Like, it's long. It's like they're in some other job. They're way back, and they call them then and say, why did you leave your job at Acme Inc.? And 70% of them say, my boss.
Wow. That's crazy.
So a lesson for managers, right? If I lose somebody directly reporting to me, there's a 70% chance they left because of me.
Wow.
So you look in the mirror real close, because even if they're saying like, no, I've got this great opportunity, I've got this other role, maybe they do, maybe 30%, 70%, it's something about our interaction. Now, sometimes this is very predictable because I've said something to them like, Devin, you seem to be really struggling in this role. I've given you a lot of coaching. Do you understand what you need to do? Yes. You don't seem to be achieving it. You need to get to where you're achieving it.
I'm on the spot right now.
Yeah, you are.
I'm feeling really bad.
Yeah, feels bad, man. Here it comes.
The Amazon EVP is telling me I'm not sure enough.
So, no. But at that point, I'm pretty sure when you leave, you're leaving because of me, because I basically told you step up or get out.
Yeah.
But sometimes if someone I really like,
Step it up, Devin.
someone I really like leaves, I have to look in the mirror and try and find out like what's...
I think as an executive, you have to do that no matter what.
Sure.
Every single time someone left or I fired someone, it was that. It was a horrific. I don't know if you feel this way, but like that horrible self-reflection that comes back when you fire someone.
Well,
it's like, oh my God, this is because of me.
Well,
right?
it's a failure scenario, right?
Yeah.
Because you bring someone in, you have high hopes, they have high hopes, you're trying to get things done together. It's a disaster if it doesn't work out. Like it's the only firing is always like just the problem. It's like the least bad somehow. But you've gotten to this horrible place where every other option is worse. Like they're a cancer in the team, or they're not able to do the job and the work's not getting done, and you somehow can't coach them. But it's always a failure because people don't come to work, particularly at a place like Amazon, a high performing place. People don't come to work not like they want to succeed. They come there invested trying to, and so if they're not succeeding, it's not on them alone, usually.
Yeah.
Now, I understand some workplaces where people just take a job short term, they may not give a shit. Like they're like, yeah, whatever. I'm here to get a paycheck and I'm not invested and I'm not really trying to advance. Some different sort of job, but in the professional atmosphere, they're trying to advance. They're trying to be successful. So if they're not succeeding, you need to look at yourself.
Anyway, going back to answering your question though about helping people. And helping people early in their career.
Develop their careers.
Yeah. The cycle is get a job you can do well. I was talking about getting out from under a bad boss. If you have a boss, like I've been coaching someone on my stream, she has a boss who's, I legitimately believe, it's not just her like fear or projection, is threatened by her. So when she goes and says, what else can I do? What that boss hears is you want my job. What that boss hears is like, you're trying to look good.
Yeah.
Like, here's all these fears that are in the boss's head about
that they project on
that they project. And so she's screwed because she can either kind of bump along doing a half-assed job, you know, so she doesn't threaten the boss, or she can try to grow and the boss is really afraid.
But isn't this something you run into a lot in the workplace?
I
mean, I get these questions all the time.
Yeah, so this is where, this is where I get to, bring you back where I said, I work at a high-performing workplace, one of the top companies on earth.
Yeah.
And so I don't see it a lot.
Interesting. Okay.
But I understand from talking to a lot of people, it's a broader reality.
So why do you think that is? Because Amazon has 600,000 employees. There are probably some managers within it that are potatoes.
Of course.
Yeah.
They're absolutely bad. In 600,000, there's one of everything, right? There's at least one of everything.
There's got to be more than one.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's only one. There's one of everything.
Yeah.
But generally, we have experienced people that are trying to do the right thing, and they're usually pretty good. So it's the norm. Yes, just like there are employees that have to move on because they're not succeeding, there are managers that have to move on because they're not succeeding.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying by any means we have perfect management. But I don't usually see managers that are threatened by their subordinates. And I think partly it's the pressure. They have so much shit on their plate, to your point where you were like reaching over to They're like, if you can do more, that's great. I actually coach my teams. Coach my teams that the best way to get out of your own hard work is to have a bunch of super capable
people,
direct reports, because that's your only hope to hand off your work.
Yeah.
And so I actually say, if you want to have any hope of putting your feet up on the desk at work, you better have a killer team under you.
Makes sense.
Because they can do it. And so when someone comes to me and asks to do more or wants to grow, what's going on in my mind is the stronger you are, the less I'm under pressure.
Got it.
But there are people who are like,
bosses.
the stronger you are, the more I'm threatened.
Right.
I see it more, I hear it more from people in like government, where there's no path up.
Yeah.
Because you're waiting for the person above you to die or retire.
Yeah.
And so every opportunity, see, we're a fast growth company. So like every opportunity is not created just because someone else retired. And so that is something I would say, if you have a chance.
Oh, that's a big point.
Get into a company
that's
that's growing.
Growth. Yeah.
Because growth is opportunity. Most of the first promotion was Klingon.
Yeah.
But that company was doubling in size every year. And so I grew in the company because as long as I was competent, the job would get bigger. They put employees under me. And as the company grew, either they'd split my team and they'd say, look, we have to your job is too big. We're now going to have two people doing your job. Do you want part A or part B?
Got it.
And I can pick the part I wanted. Or I'd say, hey, I get to do both. Or, and that's what fast growth brings you. If you don't, I love the Twitch Prime sub. That's
cool. Thank you very much, Sugar. Your voice is nice.
Yeah. So
I agree.
Oh, thank you. So that's how I grew, though, is I did pursue fast growth companies, and I highly recommend that. Now, I realize not everybody can move. I moved all around. I started in Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon.
Yep.
I lived in D.C. I lived in Boston. Now I'm here. When I was working really heavy with Twitch, I was traveling to San Francisco, where the Twitch headquarters was, at least twice a month.
Yikes, yeah.
It's a lot of airtime.
It is, yeah.
So, you have to decide, are you going to, what's important, family versus location versus travel. Like, you make sacrifices for a fast-growing career.
Okay.
Because you have to take the opportunities when they're presented.
Yeah, so to summarize this, essentially what he's saying is, what we're talking about is, if you have to get into a career and you're just trying to decide what to do, get into a place with fast growing, because if you do, you're less likely to run into these roadblocks of like bosses who are going to like keep you back because
they need help.
Yeah, exactly.
They need help versus if you get into a super stagnant company, the term was lackey. If you get into a super stagnant company where there's no path up, your ambition is not useful to them. Like they have the work has always been this way. Yeah, it's threatening. It's a pain in the ass. Like if you actually imagine a company where the boss has been doing what the boss has been doing for the last 5 years and they've kind of got it handled. Now you asking them what else you can do is like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Go back to your desk and leave me alone. They're going through the motions. You got to get away from that. You've got to get away from that stagnation.
Got it. Yeah.
And that's hard. Like I realize, again, not everybody can just drop what they're doing and search somewhere else. But have you read this book? With maybe one of the last books we'll talk about. Have you ever heard of the book, What Color is Your Parachute?
No.
It's like the classic job hunting book. It's and it's all about basically how to find different jobs and what you're good at. What color is your...
Interesting. How about we take some audience questions?
All right, let's do
Discord. Yeah.
The Discord.
So,
we'll never there are already tons in here. We'll never get to them.
No.
And we have the ones that are like, I have one question for you in 37 parts.
There actually are those. So, but I can keep this channel going. So if we do this next time, we
Yeah.
can get it. So do you want, actually, let's put this on your screen.
Okay.
It's easier. So what you can do is you can read through any of these and you can select the ones that you want to answer. So we're on Discord right now, here. And then we might take a couple chat questions if you guys are really nice. But these are like curated questions based on the theme that we did.
Yeah. So
and you can answer these, or like some of them have been answered probably. So
yeah.
if you want me
So like
use the mouse,
base
scroll down.
lemur, we're done. We've already, we talked about my background, how I got here. How do you gain experience? There's a short one here. How do you gain experience in that sector without having any experience? So that's like, I guess it's in some new role. How do you? I just did a show actually on my channel, The Easy Coach, about changing professions or changing focus, changing jobs, and you got to find a way to get some experience there. Usually, it's do your own job and then ask for a special project in something else. Like if this was, I was speaking to a guy who's a DevOps engineer, and he wants to become a technical program manager. So we won't go super deep into it, but like, you've got to find a way to do some program management while killing your current job.
Yeah, for sure.
And again, in a growing company, that's easier because there'll be an open role. And the question I told him to ask is like, you get in a company where there's an open role that you want, and you say, hey, can I help with that until we hire someone? Like if we're hiring someone, there must be work. Can I try some of it? And the magic words for the boss are until we hire someone, because that means if you suck at it, when I do hire someone, I don't have to like fire you, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But then what you do is if you're good at it, a little while later, the boss probably will work less hard on hiring it because you're covering it.
Yeah.
And then you can say like, hey, I seem to be doing okay at this. I see you haven't hired. What would you think about me transitioning? And that's like, these are just, again, these are all about, hey, I'm going to, you'll think it's self-serving, and I just lean back to make the point that it is. The more you make my life easy, the more you're going to get. Like, the more you're helping me do my job, it's just subconscious.
Because why would it be otherwise? Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the more you make it easy for me to say yes to what you want, the more it's going to happen.
Got it.
So.
Okay, I actually have to give you a question.
All right.
Because my girlfriend said you have to ask him one question.
Okay.
So, and it's actually, Melody, it's this question. So you are a VP of a Fortune 500 company.
Yes.
You have a startup, The Easy Coach.
Yes.
You are on the board of the Wilderness
Washington Trails Association.
You play ice hockey.
I do.
You married?
I am.
You have kids?
Yes.
How many?
4.
4 kids?
4 kids.
How old are they?
17, 16, 13, and turns 8 Tuesday.
So all of those are the highest maintenance ages. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
and This is the.
I wouldn't. They're all out of diapers.
Yeah, that's true.
We get to sleep through the night.
Yeah.
Maintenance is on the way down.
So and so that's true. Yeah.
But still, it's 4 kids.
Yeah, and that is in my limited interactions with you what I know you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. how do you do this? With how is your work-life balance as such? And you can still come here and be on this. Like, that's crazy. How do you do this?
Super supportive wife.
Awesome.
So you have a girlfriend who brings you
I think
Chipotle.
that's what she wanted to ask the question in the context of that.
My wife is super supportive. So for example, I had to build a streaming station in my house to run my channel.
Yeah.
She did, like, I did the tech, she did everything else. Cleaned out the room it was going to go in.
Yeah.
Like, configured it, put up blackout curtains. So, and mods on it. Helps with my channel is one of the people figuring out how to mod, and that's not her skill set. So she has her 17-year-old who knows Twitch well over her shoulder explaining how to mod.
Yeah.
But she was director of a warehouse, so I had like 100 and some employees, a company your size. And so she understands leadership. So when she can differentiate, like, this question we should have him take, this one we should
for sure
toss, because she knows what a good leadership question looks like. So anyway, super supportive spouse is part of it.
Yeah.
So like when I go hiking, we hike together, right? So we get our time that way. She skis with me, stuff like that. So that's part of it. The rest of it is I do work a shit ton, right? I leave my house at 7:20 every morning. I get home at 7:20 every night. So
7 days a week, or
5 days a week, and then I do the rest of this on the weekends.
Okay.
Right. So like, and that's why my stream though is only 1 or 2 nights a week, because there's limited time.
That's what you can do.
Yeah, it's what I can do, but it's a neat way to give back.
Yeah.
So yeah, you work hard, and obviously she's doing most of the stuff with the kids. So when our daughter gets to gym, she's big into gymnastics as a 7-year-old. So I'm not getting her to gymnastics.
Yeah.
I'm not getting the 13-year-old to basketball and baseball practice. So it's a tag team effort.
Got it. Yeah.
And so that's a big chunk of it. The rest of it is, though, probably everyone's heard this: find a job that you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah.
The reason I'm here with you today, it's not work.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not work.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend my Sunday on Memorial Day weekend working in that sense.
Yeah.
I'm here because, like, this is fun.
Thanks.
And I know exactly. But
That's wholesome,
it's the same thing with starting the channel. Like, I thought for a long time when I joined Twitch, I thought, how can I have a Twitch stream? Because it's like, we should use your own product.
I too did this. Yeah.
And we've had this discussion.
I'm still asking that question every day.
I'm like, okay, so me gaming, that's not going to be a pretty sight. Like, me languishing at the bottom of some category with one viewer, my wife. Not really very useful.
Yeah. I mean, your 17-year-old would also watch it.
Yeah, that's true, but only to troll me.
Exactly.
So I had to figure out what I could do that would make it fun.
Mm-hmm.
And now I found something that's fun, that I'm passionate about, where I can help other, and I get really good feedback from it. So it's I get positive feedback, so it's a good cycle. So that energizes me.
Got it.
So the way I do it all, number one, I do complain about it a lot.
Okay.
Like, that's like, I go home and I'm like, fuck, why did I start this? Like, what was I thinking? I know I have a great idea. I'm working at Amazon. And now I'll start, I'm on the board of the charity. And now I'll start my own channel. That'll be a great idea.
Yeah. I had the same thought when I do like the D&D show. It's
or
like
when you go to UW though, right? Or
I mean, that was like in particular, it's like when you get into commitments that are weekly or something, where it's like, oh, that was a 4-hour commitment.
Block.
That's a 4-hour hour I just don't have anymore.
It's just gone.
Yeah, it's just gone. Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, other people ask me, when do I sleep? I actually sleep. I sleep
probably a lot.
Well, I sleep a lot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's common. It's common. While there are those leaders, I have never been one of those leaders that can,
the
like
4-hour guys.
The 4-hour guys. I do not get it.
I don't either. I think it's I think it's probably like most of it's like hyperbole. It's not actually.
Well, I don't know.
Because almost every executive that I've ever met, like solid 8 hours, like and they guard it. They guard it like a lot, because
I'm not that good at guarding it, but I do.
Well, here's the thing, right?
But I do normally get 7 to 8.
I don't remember where I read this. This was probably on some kind of podcast, but it's a really interesting concept of like, as an executive, right? Your faculty, your most valuable asset is your decision making.
Yep.
Right. So
hence the book Decisive.
Yeah. So if you do anything to compromise your decision making, such as eat bad food, don't sleep well that night, in a very real way, your decision making being compromised can cost millions of dollars in your case, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And it's CLG even in my case,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So like you make a wrong decision because you're on half hours of sleep, and that's why I think a lot of executives guard their time incredibly hard. Like they're just like, this is just something I'm not. Yeah. And appreciate their cognition.
Yeah,
on a
like
high
from
level.
a simple thing I teach people is don't write that email or last Slack message or whatever at work on Friday afternoon, the one where you're like, I'm finally going to tell my boss, coworker, whatever, what I really believe.
Yeah.
When you're Friday afternoon, your energy is gone.
Right.
Like you've been at work all week. Do not, and the number of emails I've written at late at night and then saved, and the
then
next
thought about
day
it.
I'm like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Or I need to just like start over and rewrite this.
Yeah.
Is huge. And it is guarding that energy, because there's actually interesting science. If you go short on sleep, the first day after you go short on sleep, you can tell that you're mentally slow, like you can feel it.
Yeah.
But a couple days in, it's really interesting. You think you're as smart as ever, but testing shows you're not.
Oh.
So like you go short on sleep, your testing drops 20%.
Yeah. But you think you're at 100.
Well, the first day you're like, I'm tired. But a couple days out, you're like, oh yeah, I'm good. Because you convince yourself, or that's your new normal. But when you test, you're still 20% down from well rested.
So some people are thinking that they are normal all
and
the
they're
time,
not.
but they're not. Yeah.
No. It's completely. So.
Whoa, that's interesting.
So I hope that answered your girlfriend's question, but I've worked a lot. I travel a lot. And I do it because I like it. I do it because I want to succeed. I do it because I love the endorphin rush of doing interesting things.
This is there's a question in chat up right now. It says, "Why are you so driven?" So it kind of ties into this, and that
so that's like deep psychology, I guess. It's not necessarily healthy. My family was super accomplished, but also really critical, and so I had kind of the tiger mom who was like, had very high standards. My dad was the first guy to go to college in his family, but he got a doctorate. My mom comes from a family of physicians, and so was also very well educated. My grandmother on that side was one of the first female physicians in the state of Ohio.
Wow.
It's like a very high achieving family. So in some ways, nothing I ever did was good enough. So that definitely drove me, and it's actually now I've had to like take a step back after I've had success and be like, okay, how much is enough? And like turn off the voices in my head, because you can have too much drive. But I've worked hard enough, long enough, now it's just natural. And I answering the rest of it, I can't stand to do shitty work. Like just mailing it in and having it be like,
I love that.
Hey, whatever.
Yeah.
Because like I thought about, even though I'm just coming here to hang out with you and have fun, I certainly thought about a bunch of things about this show.
For sure. Yeah.
Like
you
were gracious enough to say like, come when you want. And so you'll recall, I'm like, how about this time, this day?
Yeah.
And I was thinking about like, when can I have energy
to
be able to be, able to be on.
It's funny because I was thinking the exact same thing. It's like, what, how much do I need to sleep and how much that to make this show actually impactful, right? I'm always thinking about stuff like that.
So I played hockey for several hours Friday night, which is exhausting, and screwed up my sleep schedule. I knew I would do that. So the reason I pushed off of Saturday is I knew I wouldn't be in good shape.
Got it.
And in fact, yesterday at one point I was talking to my wife and I'm like, I am in a crabby ass mood because I had only gotten limited sleep.
Yeah.
And we've been doing chores all day and I'm like, this sucks.
Yeah.
So I made the right call not to try. I made the right call not to try and. So why am I so driven? I just can't stand to fail. Like failure sucks. Losing sucks. I don't mind, by the way, sports.
Yeah.
Did you ever play a sport?
I did. I was a champion martial artist, number 8 in the nation at one time.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I don't know if your experience is the same. you obviously probably didn't like losing.
Well, it was so there's two forms of martial arts. There's kumite, which is fighting another person, and then there's form. And I did kumite, so there was very much losing and winning.
Well, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Did you like losing?
I fucking hated losing.
All right,
yeah,
now let's try
express
something different.
Yeah.
How did you feel about being beaten? The other person is simply better.
Well, at the time,
is there any difference in those to you?
This is a tough question. Because at the time, I think I was pretty immature. I would answer it differently today than I would answer it then.
How would you answer it now? Is there a difference between losing and being beaten? They're both.
I don't know. Yeah.
See, for me, I don't like being beaten, but I can deal. Losing is where it's on me. I didn't prepare. I played poorly. I made mistakes. In hockey, sometimes the other team is just fucking better. And I would assume that would be true in martial arts.
Well, but it's not a team sport. That's the thing.
I understand.
Yeah. But that's a difference, right? Because so there's an example we use in gaming, right? Which is, do you know League of Legends?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I know? No, I've never seen it.
You ever heard of this game? Yeah. So it's like
only the biggest game on Twitch. Fortnite
exactly.
for a decade.
Never run any there's 5 people on a team of League of Legends.
Yes.
Right. StarCraft.
Yes.
There's
one.
Yeah. And StarCraft 2. Yeah. There's a big difference in the way that I think the ladder works on both of these, right?
Sure.
Because in League of Legends, with 5 people on your team, you can go, it was that asshole that threw, right? But what you should do is you should have the StarCraft mentality, which is like when you're up against another person in StarCraft, just like in martial arts, when you're up against another person in martial arts, if you lose, there's no angel on the shoulder that's like helping the other. You just lost.
I get
lost
it
because they were better.
I get but I guess I think of it differently.
Or you weren't good enough.
If I play my strategy in StarCraft to the best of my ability, and the other guy's strategy is just better, he's faster, he's got more clicks per minute, whatever it is, I feel less bad about that than when I can look back and say, I obviously just screwed up. I don't know. This isn't resonating for you. The point is, I hate losing.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of white space for being beaten, like where I can tolerate. Well, like
okay. I think I'm starting to see it.
Like a good example, painful from my real work history, is for a long time I ran the Amazon App Store, which is still exists, is a successful business for Amazon, but is a fraction the size of the Google Play Store in terms of number of apps
and the Apple Store,
and the Apple Store,
yeah.
But specifically on Google, because we're both on the Android platform, they own the damn platform. Now, you can't ever make excuses, but you do have to look at reality and say it is a huge advantage that they own the operating system. So they come pre-installed on your phone. If we want to get on your phone, we have to ask to be installed.
You've got to do UA.
That's a big user acquisition, and they don't. The user acquisition. So wah, big crocodile tears, right? You can't do that, but you do have to be realistic. We have one more hurdle, and so our job is harder. So how are we going to succeed? But you've got to be. I think you have to be reasonable or rational about the difference. So anyway, we got in the weeds. I hate losing. I hate failing. You do have to think about, though, where did you begin? What was your relative off where you started?
Got it.
Because even you, martial arts, and I recognize in martial arts, size and weight are not everything. In fact, they can work against you. But as far as I know, there's still weight classes, right?
Well, it's a huge factor. Yeah, I mean, like I would often say that I might be. I consider myself an experienced martial artist. I think if I fought someone that was that was as tall as you, but also $2.50 and change, right? I'm fucked.
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
so that's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So then if you got matched up against someone like that, and you fought your best but lost because I had reach. Because I have a 6'10" wingspan. Right, yeah. So stick your hand out, right?
Yeah, it's just
I'm hitting you before you're even near me.
Exactly, yeah.
And so if I basically can get 3 in on you while you're on the way in, okay, you lost. That's not the same as losing someone in your height and weight class. And that's the distinction I'm trying to get at.
Okay, yeah. That took me a while.
Is in business, you're not always matched up against a fair fight. You're not matched up against equal competitors. And there are no weight class. It's not like in business you get to say like, oh, get rid of them. They're not in our weight class. Like if you start a startup and somebody else comes in and they're well funded,
and you're like, that's unfair. No one gives a shit. Yeah, the market always decides.
Esports, one of the people interested in it, there are many. It's like Mark Cuban, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you start an esports team, and for whatever reason, Mark Cuban decides he's going to start an esports team in the same
exact
space.
same time. Yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're suddenly in the ring with someone who's got deep pockets, fame.
Yeah. Influencer.
Right.
And has alreed done it before in the context of,
But you don't get to say like, oh, that's not fair. Get him out of the ring. In this esports circle, it's only going to be new founders. It's only going to be people with 10 million in market cap. You don't get to do that.
Mm.
So I hate losing. You do have to realize sometimes you get beaten.
Yeah, but you hate losing. So
and I hate getting beaten. I hate getting beaten too.
Yeah.
You just got to put those in two different buckets.
But you hate what you're saying is when you're saying you hate failing, I understand what that means. Because a lot of people that they'll give the stereotypical answer, I hate to fail. Yeah. But no, you hate the feeling
that I did something wrong, that I underperformed,
that you could have corrected.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because again, in this martial arts fight, if the big guy beats you up, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if someone your own size does it, you really need to look in the mirror. But you really need to look in the mirror. Like, why did I lose?
Yeah.
Because I can't blame height or weight or size.
Yeah. I totally get it.
So I definitely look at those a lot more when it's my execution that breaks down.
Yeah.
And obviously you have to have the big tent that a lot of things are your responsibility. Mm-hmm. But anyway.
So your fear to not suck drives you to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, scroll through. There's lots.
What
of
else
them.
we got?
There's so many. Yeah.
God, this goes on forever.
It really does. Yeah.
All right, that's awesome. Thanks to everybody, by the way, who put in questions. We're not going to take the ones, unfortunately, on Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime. We're going to skip those.
Sorry, there's going to be some.
Yeah, that's all right.
Just skip
How do you approach the fear of failure or success? We talked about that.
We literally just did that. Yeah.
I've done that. How do you stay calm and rational when something spirals out of your control? This is a great question. I'll take this one. So this one's really hard. How do you stay calm and rational? You have to have a way to shunt your emotions. Emotions, I say, it's not quite true, but I say they have no place in business. You can use positive emotion or even negative emotion to motivate yourself to do better, but emotions cloud decision making. So like people say it's an emotional decision. What are they saying? They're saying, actually, I was doing what I wanted, not what was right. Almost always. Like I made an emotional decision. It's almost always an excuse for doing something they know wasn't the best choice. So how do you stay calm? I think this is personal. This is from Gubblebum. You almost got me. Bubblegum, Gubblebum. Anyway.
He got you. Almost. He covered it, though.
Yeah. And something spirals out of your control. How do you regain that control? To regain control, you really just have to get organized, right? There's the stuff you can... Control comes from assessing the situation, choosing what you're going to do, and acting. People get paralyzed, and they feel like they're victims. And so when something starts to spiral out of control, you've got to step away from blaming circumstance and instead... figure out what you can control, what you can do, and then just start working against it. Most problems succumb to hard work. There's like very few problems that are completely...
That's such an awesome quote. Holy shit. Yeah.
No, they do.
Yeah,
That's
most problems succumb to hard work.
They do.
Yeah.
Just like put your back into it, put your mind into it. It may take longer, it may take shorter, but there's actually very few things that aren't fixable with time and effort.
That's true. Yeah.
And so get going.
Yeah.
Sometimes make a plan and start digging the ditch. And not everything has like the single brilliant move solution. Sometimes it's just grind it out. So, and then how do you stay calm? Well, again, I said earlier, I was looking for a job when I found this one. One of the ways to stay calm is like in work, unless you're in the military or maybe in medicine, nobody dies if you do it wrong. Like, in other words, the downside is only so bad. And so just calm down and deal with it. And the other thing is, almost no company on earth now. All right, people in chat will tell me all the counterexamples, and it's true in like hourly companies.
You're good at this, yeah.
Most professional companies don't fire people on the spot. Like, oh, Devin, you made a mistake today. You're out. They have all this paperwork to do, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Which means you have time.
Or you're in California and they can't do it. Like,
Right.
there's all kinds of things. Yeah.
Oh, I like. I won't go there, but you're so right.
Yeah.
People's Republic of California.
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah. That's a dinner conversation.
Yeah. So, people earn their. You have time.
Yeah.
Like when you screw something up, it's going to take them time to get around. They got to give you a warning.
Yeah.
You have time to start digging. So if you own it, one way to stay calm is to know you have time to address it. Because as long as you handle it, by the time they get ready to come tell you how wrong you were, if it's fixed,
it's already
kind of the wind is out of the sails.
Or if anything, it's actually even more awesome because you get that feeling of like, oh, you like, but that takes a lot of self-awareness, some introspection to try to figure out like what's wrong before someone tells you.
Of like,
of being in a situation.
You know, I know you also talk to people about money management.
I do.
This is hard advice, particularly if you're coming out of college and you have a lot of debt. But like, the number one way to be calm is to have a paycheck or 2 or 10 in the bank, so that if shit goes south, you're not immediately on mom's couch or on ramen or living in your car.
Yeah.
Like you have a little bit of buffer.
Yeah. It's insane how much people underestimate that. Yeah. Like really having a little bit of financial security is just like.
We're not talking about like you don't have, just have money. There
forehead,
we go. Forehead. But look, people can save money. It is possible. Now it depends. This is a depressing book if you want to read it. It's called Nickel and Dimed by Barbara Ehrenreich. And she's a reporter who went and tried to work an hourly job and see like what the life was like if she went and took a waitress job. And it turned out she was all right, but it's because she started with money, so she like gave herself the down payment for the apartment.
Yeah.
And like if you don't have that to start with and you start like in the back seat of the car living.
Yeah. It's
really hard.
It is very difficult.
Look, if any of you are in that situation, that's a shit situation, and God bless you. I hope you're going to have a much harder road. But if you're coming out of college or starting your career and you have a little bit of a leg up, deferred gratification is a huge thing. Like my peers at Amazon have often ridiculed me because I drive an old shit heap. Like if you look out the window, I have a 2006 Jeep. It's got.
I drove a 1998 RAV4. I never replaced it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And my
you
friends
could drive.
are like,
you could drive like an M4 or like whatever the hell you want.
I could drive kind of whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
And that is what I want. Like I want a car that if I get a scratch in the side,
you don't have to. It's not the end of the universe. Yeah. It's not more stress for you. Yeah.
No. Before I had this car, I had another truck, because I'm always off-road somewhere, that I backed into a stump. And it's funny because the place where my bumper was crushed, I had a bumper sticker that said my other car has a pair of boots.
Yeah.
And now I had like a bowed-in bumper with it. I just left it. Because old car.
Because why not? Yeah.
Yeah, like fixing it, what do I care? But then I drive into Amazon and people are like, you're a VP. Why are you driving a shit heap? I'm like, well, because I'm super comfortable in it.
Yeah.
But also, it's been paid off for 10 years.
Yeah.
So you decide on your luxuries. Like everybody has stuff they want. But anyway.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So if you have that security, though, even a little bit of security, then things are just less scary.
Yeah.
Because when I got to a point early in my career where I'm like, okay, I have some money, like I'm not at risk of not making rent or whatever. It's just a way more comfortable place. So
for sure.
All right, let's see what else we got here. Chat's awesome, by the way.
Oh, cool story about this. So real quick on old cars.
Yeah.
I mentioned I was driving the 1998 RAV4. Yeah. So Madison Square Garden, who we eventually sold CLG to, came to the offices.
And you had to take them somewhere?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And so imagine 2 hard-style EVP executives of Madison Square Garden. Like, these are New York guys, right?
In your beater or out
But they're used to being, like, in, like, Uber Blacks.
Yeah.
Open, like, someone opens the door for them, right? Like, so, like, the guy that's buying the company, he comes in and he tries the door and it doesn't work because it can only be opened from the inside. It broke, like, 4 years ago. I just never fixed it. Because, again, back to the point of, like, why would you fix it, right? Like, it's fine. It's an old car. And so, like, he, like, gives you this, like, are you serious? Look, and I'm like, yeah, it'll be fun. We're all going to sushi. Like, it'll be fun. And, like, they all cram into the back of this thing. It's like 3 like garden executives, and it's like George, like my co-owner, like the guy that runs CLG with me, and like, oh my god, it was so funny. Just get this like,
it's perfect.
We're just, yeah, it was. It like added so much personality to it. I would never like, yeah,
but
the
message,
my M4, you know,
no,
like, yeah,
but the message there is like, so I know the value of $1. Like,
I hope that was the message.
Well, look, you may have been dealing. I don't know any of those people, but you may have been dealing with some people whose image and how they carry themselves is very important.
It definitely was.
And you know, that's their value. They're buying that value, and they're trading off something else.
Yeah. Well said.
You know. Everybody has some sort of luxury, right? Everybody splurges on something. The real trick is you just can't splurge on everything.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
And where people get screwed is they want the best car, the best house,
the best TV, the best everything.
The best TV, the best restaurants, the best vacations.
Yeah.
They got to fly first class.
Yep.
Whatever it is.
And they don't take the sacrifices.
And well, yeah, the sacrifice they take is when shit goes wrong, they're screwed.
Yeah.
And they're always sweating the credit card that's up against the limit at 17% interest or 21%.
That's nowhere you want to be. Yeah.
And that's like a nightmare way to live. If you know. Now, there's a lot of people in hard circumstances in America and certainly globally. You know, another conversation I don't know how much you've traveled outside the U.S. There are people. I'll say this much. I had one of my first employees way back before Amazon was telling me about why he came to the U.S. from India.
Yeah.
And
you've been to India many times.
Yeah,
right?
I've been to India a bunch. Not then I hadn't, though.
Yeah.
But he said, I came here because even your poor people are fat. You know, and it was super real about this same guy, there was a woman who worked for me, also from India. Her dad back in India got hit by a truck, and he was badly injured. And she's at her desk crying. And he comes to me, not really, it was mean, but he wasn't really trying to be mean. He said, I do not know why she is crying. He was not killed. And that was just like, his mindset was like, he could have very easily been killed.
Yeah.
Like, she should be happy.
Yeah.
Because people get hit by trucks. And
all the time.
All the time. And, you know.
That's just a different way to live.
It's just a different
it's a hell of a way
to
to live. Yeah,
and
it
it's
really
not
is.
good. So the next time, you know, being healthy is a luxury. That's right. Chad's got that. And it, you can't fix that stuff. Like when your health is bad or when you're sick, that's the
There's
stuff where I
nothing
said,
you can do. Yeah.
When I said hard work overcomes almost everything, the one thing it doesn't overcome is that stuff.
Yeah.
Right? When people are sick or so the things that this is what I would say. And now see, he got excited in chat was when you were ripping into me, they loved it.
Yeah.
The thing I would say, and I get my finger out and start pointing. I've been told I shouldn't do that. I'm supposed to use my hand and extend the hand to gesture. That's my coach. Like, don't point. That's a cue.
This is Twitch chat. You can point at them.
Yeah. I'm pointing at the camera. Anyway. Because you will have some shit go wrong in life that can't be fixed, use hard work to fix everything that can. Like,
well said. Yeah.
Because otherwise, because then the money and success you have will at least maybe insulate you from the stuff you can't control some. Because you get sick, you can hire a good doctor.
Yeah.
You get hurt, like you love Superman so much, right? He's Superman, right? He's Superman riding a horse and then was crippled.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But he was able to afford health care. He was famous. Like other people who break their neck, I don't think they get a powered wheelchair and get to marry their nurse,
right.
which is what he did.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
So anyway, where'd we lose the mouse here? So that was a good question.
There's one with the claps. I don't know if you can answer. I think it's
the Larry one? Sure.
Claps means that they like it.
Yeah, that's all the one.
If you want to.
I can look at it and see. Acquired Twitch shortly after.
Might not be relevant to what we're doing, sounds like.
What's the experience been like tackling? Well, this is asking about like what's it like to go into a new Amazon acquisition.
That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Well, so I think I talked about this early in the show. There was a lot of fear. There was a lot of concern. There was this thing that went around in Twitch that I was there to take Emmett Shear's job. That like I was just scheming. I was sent to be his successor, and I was scheming. And
now it changed the whole company because it's not Emmett. It's not Emmett.
Yeah, and that was a big thing that went on for a long time. Eventually, I think the thing that helped. We'll talk about what I did about that in a second. But like what helped was Twitch Prime, and I got really into. I had the luxury, the opportunity to speak at TwitchCon a couple of years ago in the keynote and talk about how for creators we had actually doubled creator revenue over the past year. Right. And
that's insane.
And that was partly bringing Twitch Prime. That was partly growing bits and subs, all of which I ran. And so for a long time, I've been the person driving the ability for creators to make a living. Like you guys do the hard work. We provide the tools. Well, that sort of, then I was like helping the Twitch community, and that brought me closer to people inside Twitch were like, oh, okay, he's starting to get it.
Yeah.
Like he understands helping creators. Anyway, what I did going into an acquisition is I had to listen a lot, like just ask questions. And when I started trying to offer advice to Kevin Lynn, who you know, or to Emmett or the other executives, I offered that advice very softly. I would say, can I share my experience with this?
Right. Yeah.
You asked permission.
You wouldn't. The phrase on Twitch is "big dick" someone.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, particularly none of them reported to me. Like.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
I was just an advisor.
Okay.
I was brought in as an advisor, so it's all influence. And so, but very few people will look you in the face and say, like, actually, I don't want to hear about your experience. It's just, it's such a tool move. And the other thing is, if I had already listened to the discussion or whatever, or the other thing I tried to do is I thought, what are some wins I can bring this company early? Like, how can I help?
Yeah.
And so I tried very hard to help connect them to people and bring them resources and help them understand Amazon's bureaucratic structure, like how we do things, and give. And so then when I said, hey, can I share my experience? They'd be like, yeah, sure. So then I'd say, well, like what Amazon would do, what we would do is blah, blah, blah. And sometimes they do it, sometimes they wouldn't.
Right. But you wouldn't hold them accountable to that or mention it later.
No.
Yeah.
But like a place I'm super proud, hopefully a bunch of your chat went to TwitchCon 1. The first TwitchCon in 2015.
Yeah.
You were there?
I was absolutely there.
All right.
Yeah.
So did you try to go to the merch store?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
So the merch store had this giant ass line. You and I were talking about this actually.
The way that I did it was I got there at the partners only merch store at the earliest possible opportunity. And then I got my black Twitch shirts.
Right.
Yeah. But it was very hard to do.
So at one point at TwitchCon 1, the line for merch was
abysmal.
Was like 4 hours long inside the Moscone Center.
Yeah.
Well, I went and talked to Emmett, and I'm like, Emmett, these are your people. They've come here. They've paid to get in.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, can we get some Twitch staff just to go down the line and thank people for waiting?
Yeah.
And, because we can't make the line move faster. It was too late. We did not have enough cashiers.
Yep.
Well, he not only listened, he one-upped me in a beautiful way, which is he went and walked the line.
I will also add to this story that when I first met Ethan, it was 2 years ago at TwitchCon 2016, wasn't it?
No, you were at the one at San Jose.
San Jose, yeah.
Right.
So
what
that
was just last fall.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
And you were personally going through the line.
Yeah.
Thanking people for being
so
there.
that was me following the example.
That was really cool.
We once again got into LineCon, which
it was.
God willing will never happen again.
Yeah, it's hard though. I mean, you're talking about onboarding thousands and thousands of people to a convention, making sure they are actually going to that convention and that they don't have a bomb. So that's hard.
Yeah,
to do. It's like it's difficult.
Definitely.
To do. Yeah,
it's
like,
after there've been security incidents.
Yes, yeah.
You know, the stuff that like happened in Las Vegas, the stuff that happened in Miami with esports.
Yeah,
we had to tighten down security, and then TwitchCon in San Jose was about 25,000 people.
Yeah, which is no small number.
And,
the logistics is
totally
like
our fault, by the way. We take responsibility. Like we didn't have the right logistics, and luckily we just did TwitchCon EU. And that was like no line at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I went out and walked the line because Emmett had shown me the way. Like I had the idea, like we should walk the line.
Yeah.
He went and led it personally. So when I saw it happening
Which
there,
is
I'm
an
like,
amazing
okay,
attribute of a CEO,
it was forehead time. Like get out there and like I know what to do.
The memes, yeah.
So anyway, coming all the way back to leading there, I went in softly, and actually, I didn't make this connection. This is my show Tuesday. The show that I have coming up with guest CEO Ken Meyer is about how to come into situations and earn your rights to be influential. Because if you come in and, in your words, in Twitch words, try and big dick people, that goes to the book we talked about, Leadership and Self-Deception. They will know that you're like just trying to ride in on
Absolutely.
them. And they'll be like, yeah, so screw you.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
All right. All right.
Great.
So anyway, so that's a great question.
That was cool.
Let's see. So
just quick, scrolling down.
Yep. I'm scrolling the wrong place. Okay. So this is the one that I saw as joking earlier is in all these parts.
They would just pick you can pick one. You can pick whatever's interesting.
What are some things your role experience everyone should know? How do you approach developing the career of someone who doesn't have a goal in mind or ambition?
That's like half of Twitch chat, so I think that's a good question.
All right, we'll take that one.
Yeah, okay.
So look, if you have no ambition of any kind, developing that career, like I'm not sure I can help you. You've got to want something. You've got to have some drive of your own. Here's what I say about this. It's really clear. People come to me and say, why didn't you promote me? And they say other things like that. And what I say is, here's how it works, okay? If I was responsible for your career, it would be called my career, and I already have one. So you have to own your own shit. Actually, we were talking earlier about the shirt making business.
Yeah.
So I used it recently because my 17-year-old and some other people in my wife's life weren't owning stuff.
Sure.
And she said, I want a shirt that says own your shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I bet I know a company. I didn't tell her. I bet I know a company has it. Like 2 days later, Prime, I'm like, hey, hon, I got something for you. And the shirt says own your shit.
Actually, that is like number one husband NA, dude. That is awesome. That's awesome.
Here's fun. Dumb kids for $5,000, Alex.
Shameless Amazon Prime plug, by the way.
Yeah, of course, shameless Amazon Prime plug. I'm wearing the damn shirt.
It doesn't even take 2 days now, guys. It takes 1 day.
It's 1 day.
Yeah.
So my wife just busted out the shirt again because she's on my son's Apple iTunes account.
Yeah.
And she gets, he's 17, and she gets the message that he's just upgraded. Oh God, I'm blanking. This is terrible. He had just upgraded to Tender Gold.
Okay.
So having your mom get your receipt for signing up to Tinder when you're 17, and so he denies it. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, no.
She busts out the Own Your Shit shirt.
Yeah. That was the moment.
Right then. Own your shit.
That's
like, just
great.
own it.
Yeah.
You did this. You're in trouble for it, Yeah. So anyway, own your shit. And he does. Like, once we busted him, he stood up,
Yeah.
All right. She just pointed to the shirt, and he's like, all right, I got it.
Yeah.
So coming back to this, though, you got to own your own life. Like, no one, it turns out, and this is a problem in all generations, but people would say that the Zoomers have it worse, which is you're used to mama dragging you through life.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen in the real world. Like, you're going to have to start dragging yourself through life. And I'm not going to do it.
This is a big problem with institutions right now, I think, where they are kind of encouraging kids in an ecosystem to sort of like have everything sort of like solved for them. And then when they get out into the real world, they have to work a job like Amazon. It's like, oh shit. Or not really like Amazon, but like any job where you actually are expected to have some responsibility and achieve, right? It's just not like that. It's just not like that.
No, well,
it
drives me nuts. Okay, now we'll go back to boomers, right? There's a boomer. This whole thing of like, you can return in school now, you can return in homework 50 times. Like, you didn't get it right, you can retake the test. And my 13-year-old, he's got like all these late assignments all the time. Yeah. And you can just keep redoing them as long as you... you
can argue with the teacher if you don't think your grade is good. If you say, I don't think that I agreed that I should have gotten a C.
Sure.
Because I don't feel like it.
Yeah, no.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, that's even more extreme. But just the idea that like
I talked
late
to assignments,
when
that happened. Yeah,
late assignments can be forever. So bullshit, right? Like, I can tell you as a boss, if it's late, you don't get to come to me and say, well, don't we get 3 makeups? No, it's late.
Yeah.
Like, once you screw it up, you screwed it up. There's no retake.
Yep.
You get to fix it. That part's true. But like, not for extra credit or not for full credit. It's like to get your ass out of the doghouse.
Yes,
100%.
So,
and that's every work world, because schools aren't based on real money. The problem is real business, like when you don't deliver your homework, when you don't do your job, the business loses money.
Yeah.
They let you slack off enough, you lose your job and all of them do. The business goes under, like harsh reality. So, we'll get out the forehead slaps again, but yeah, the culture of if you have no ambition and you think it's going to be all retakes, that's not going to happen. So, okay, great. I'll answer the real question though. If someone doesn't know what they want to do, their goal, that's partly this book, What Color is Your Parachute? But I would also tell people, as long as you're able to pay your rent, it's totally fine to explore and try different things. Like, some companies have rotational programs where you can try 6 months in a bunch of different departments. Or I don't think it's a huge sin to take a job and learn it's not for you and take a different job. Because if you have that flexibility, working at something that you hate is misery.
Yeah.
Like, we spend more time, particularly after you subtract sleep, even if you're only 40 hours and like somehow you've got this magic job where you're just going to punch the clock 9 to 5, it's still more time in your life than anything else you're going to do. So if you hate that thing, you're kind of screwed.
You're in deep shit. Yeah.
So I would say find work you like, find work you can be good at that you're passionate about. Devin here is living proof you can make a career out of anything, because I'm sure when you started esports, right?
Yeah.
Working in esports, there weren't a lot of people who are like, awesome career. Like, you go back to that. You go back to that professor who told all the people flip the light switch, get going. If you'd have told him, I'm going into esports,
he would have said, you're going into debt. Yeah, that's what he was said.
So you can make a living in anything though. You can build your own if you work hard enough and if you're resilient enough. That is a tough. There's all these rags to riches stories of people who pulled themselves up from nothing in all kinds of different hard circumstances. I'm not one of them. I had middle-class parents. It was, way better start. But people do it. So it is possible to pull yourself up. You've got to find out what's that thing that you're willing to work hard on. And that's easier if the work doesn't always suck. I like what I do. I mean, I work at Twitch during the day. I work at Twitch at night. Yeah. It's not like doing this is work.
Yeah, technically.
No, actually, it's made me better at work, right? Because now I more understand the problems that broadcasters face because I face them myself.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure you have a lot of fans who are also broadcast. Believe me, I've heard from him. I hear from everyone. I hear from myself now about how hard it is to get discovered as a new broadcaster.
Yes.
And we're working on the discovery problems on Twitch, but I've lived them because you're buried at the bottom of some category and, starting a new channel, it's awful. All right, so I think I answered that. What else you got here?
I have to destroy a few people.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, just negative people. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, that's something. All right. There we go.
Okay, so what else we got? What are the ground rules or first steps you require when developing a new hire? I'll give you one. People come to me and ask for mentorship. I tell them, you got to know what do you want to be mentored on. And now I do all my mentorship online. So I tell them, well, if you want to be mentored, you're going to have to go on my show and let me tell you what you need to do in public. And a lot of that's, talk about discomfort.
Yeah.
I have people come on my channel and I coach them for an hour in public.
Yeah.
So they've got to be okay with me giving them feedback, knowing it's going on YouTube and going to live forever. So that's people stepping up.
I mean,
to the
I think
plate.
that's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
and
awesome.
I try,
Yeah.
what I tell them, which I think is true, is if some future boss sees a video of you trying to get better, trying to improve your life, and they're not, they can't be like, that's good. This person I'm going to hire had the motivation to go work on their improvement and do it in public. And here they are like listening to advice and trying to improve themselves. I think it helps them. But there will be somebody who's like, wait a minute. Now it's 2025. 6 years ago on this guy's channel, you admitted that your communication skills weren't good. I'm done with you.
Yeah.
You don't want to work for that person anyway. Like if that's their
true.
attitude,
That's
you're like,
100% true.
you're
Yeah.
like, this is great. That
Yeah.
video becomes like your self-selection.
Yeah, a gate that
A
you don't
gate.
get the bad. Yeah.
You don't get the bad boss.
This one that Hephaestus asked, that's actually an interview
All
question
right.
I used to ask. Yeah.
What important truth do very few people agree with you on?
I think that's
Oh, wow.
That's a great question.
Yeah. I've never thought of it exactly that. Important truth.
I have one.
Okay, you go first.
Mine is okay. I got on an esports podcast with The Score, and
Okay.
I don't think I've ever gotten that much hate for this comment as I did. I was like, it was bad. I don't think there's such a thing as talent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's
all hard work. It's all.
I think so. I think there are innate physical capabilities that
Yes.
absolutely cannot be denied, right? So like if you're a linebacker and you're 200 pounds and you're 6 feet tall, you're gonna do better, right? And that's undeniable. But when it comes to like the realm of the mind, like there is no talent. It's
Okay.
and there's some really interesting books written on this. Have you read the Talent Code?
No.
Okay, that's like
Talent Code. Okay.
Yeah, this is an interesting book on this. Is what they did is they took chess prodigies, and they looked at how they became what they became.
Okay,
and
so
it's a whole book on with this thesis, right?
Yep, okay.
And got me on this idea that there is literally
Oh,
no
well,
such thing.
Dan Coyle's an awesome author too.
author, yeah. So it's an idea that like becoming great is not a matter of talent.
But you know this thing called the growth mindset? Dan?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this is a growth mindset.
Yeah.
Meme, right. This is.
And there's a second corollary to this, right? Which is like, let's say that I'm wrong and that talent does exist. Okay. What possible good can it help you to think that way? Because if you just say
because
that
either you
there's
have
some-
talent
or
and
you
you're not
don't.
going to work,
Yeah.
or if you don't have talent, you're fucked, and so you're not going to work.
Exactly.
Either way,
Yeah.
the conclusion is just roll with who you are, and ittle be whatever it is. Yeah,
and
that's
do
a
the
horrible.
best you can with your mindset.
Yeah, no,
Mhm.
that's the no growth mindset.
Yep.
So I don't know, thinking about this question, I'm going to throw one to you. An important truth that very few people agree with you on: public speaking is fun.
That's yours?
Yeah, it's one of mine. I wouldn't say, but since you,
Yeah.
I love public speaking.
Really?
Give me this microphone and 100 million people. I'm for it right now.
And you just get fired up?
Yeah. If you told me tomorrow we're assembling America in one giant stadium and you can talk, I would lay awake all night thrilled. Like,
Would you prepare?
sure, yeah, no,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah, it's like, oh
but
my
like the
God.
chance.
Would you be nervous? Like,
I'd be nervous as shit.
Yeah, okay,
but
okay, yeah. But you love it, yeah.
But I would
yeah.
love it. The energy, I get energy from being on stage.
Of course,
Like,
I know exactly what you mean.
I get energy, and I've had shit go wrong. I've had stuff. I've told the one story, but I've had other stuff go wrong on stage. But you learn, one thing you learn is unless you're a politician, most people don't hate you. In other words, if you've ever, Have you ever listened? I'm sure you have. Have you ever been in an audience when a speaker is really struggling?
Yeah.
What's that experience like for you as an audience member?
You feel for them.
And
Yeah.
are you comfortable? Do you feel good? If someone's really struggling?
I want them to win.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I figured out is the audience wants you to win.
Yeah, they
so
do.
actually, if you're
They're
at all
giving you-
interesting,
yeah.
they'll
come in a little
they'll
bit more.
come in a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit more.
Yeah.
You tell a lame-ish joke,
Yeah.
it's just not awful.
Yeah.
They'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Because and then you're on a roll. Like once you've got the audience and you're going with them, and that's how I learned to love public speaking.
Interesting.
But I think to this
Wow.
question,
Huh.
when you tell people, oh, public speaking can actually be pleasant and like exciting, they're
Yeah.
like, I'm terrified.
Yeah.
And that's much more common. So that's one. What's another important truth very few people agree with you on?
Ice hockey is the best sport.
That isn't it. Wow, you called it.
Yeah.
No one agrees with me.
Yeah.
And come on, it's dynamic.
Here we go.
It's contact.
I
It's
got
good
him.
exercise. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
hook. So you talked about your Superman thing. Ice
Yeah,
hockey
yeah.
for me. I love ice hockey.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night's the first game of the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup Finals. And I'm a mediocre hockey player, but I love it. Like I told you, I didn't grow up in Canada. Like I'm not going to be great. I didn't. But
You're not born of the ice.
I'm not born of the
Yeah.
ice. God, I love the game though. It's just
Yeah.
one of those things that so Goku beats ice hockey. Good job bringing that all the way around.
This guy's been here for the whole show.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got here. You were busy blowing stuff up, so I got to find my mouse.
Yep.
But that's a good question. Very few people, other truths. If something big and like super deep comes to me, I'll let you know. If you go
Holy
back,
shit, that's a good question.
yeah, if you go back in time 10 years to teach yourself one skill that you possess, which one would that be? Finances. I was an engineer, and I came into this super financial company in Amazon, and I didn't even know this term. We'll check you. Do you know what a basis point is?
Yeah.
So I had no idea. I was a software guy, and there are all these people talking about basis points. And at Amazon, when we manage a business, the finance department.
You should explain it to chat. Because
Okay,
they're
basis
not
point.
gonna
Yeah,
understand.
fine. So first, it's abbreviated BPS, and people call them BIPs.
Oh, I didn't know
At least
that.
in
Okay.
Amazon, they'll say, "Oh, this is up 20 bips," and I'm like, "What the hell is that? And why does anyone care?"
Yeah.
And then the second thing you learn is a basis point is 1/100th of a percentage
Right.
point.
Yeah.
And so it's a really tiny thing, and so
Kind of. Yeah.
it can be.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
Or it can't be.
on
Yeah,
a
it depends
huge
on what you're-
business, it can be worth a lot.
Yeah.
But basis points are, I didn't know what they were, and I didn't have a financial background, and we're managing these businesses, and they're talking about the need, like this thing's up 20 basis points, and they're talking about it like, Moses just parted the Red Sea, and I'm like, what? 0.2 of a percentage point, and everybody's excited? And then you realize, like, yes, on $1 billion, that's still like $2
That's
million.
substantial.
It's
Yeah.
real money.
Yeah. Mhm.
So I had to find a way to make. When I took over the gaming studio, I did it on purpose because it had a little tiny P&L. It was a $4 million business, so like very small. But I'm like, I'm going to learn business, and I owned these spreadsheets, and I was supposed to make like $4 million a year, turn into $5 million a year. And my eyes just glazed over at these numbers, and I just didn't care. Like I really wanted to care, but it's just these big spreadsheets of little
Financial
numbers.
statements?
Not
Yeah.
even more complex than that,
Okay.
though. Like, how many games did we sell in this category and
I
on this
see.
channel?
Yeah.
So, like, we would publish a mobile game. How much did it sell on Android?
Yeah.
In Denmark. How much did it sell on Android in,
And the UK and yeah.
You're just looking at all this data, and I'm like, who the fuck cares? And I had to learn, but that isn't how Amazon runs businesses. They care super deeply about
data.
everything.
Yeah.
And I had to learn how to do that. And for me, I had to make it, my way of doing that was to make it, I was used to running like big tables of numbers about server performance and uptime and all the things that engineers worry about for operational reliability. And that was fascinating because it's like this big technical puzzle. So I had to realize, for me, I had to realize finance was a technical puzzle, and then learn the skill of like analyzing the financials of a business.
So when you say finances, what I originally thought you to mean was money management, but what you actually mean is understanding financials and businesses.
Yes.
Okay.
For me
Understood.
personally, that's
Yeah.
the skill they are related though,
but
because
I
like when you
actually-
manage.
You have an income statement. You have
When you have a P&L, a profit and loss statement.
I think to this point, my dad, who's runs a business himself, and I can tell you more about that offline. But he because I don't talk about much on here, but he taught me finances at a very early age about how to analyze finance, and I never really thought about it until I was running Dig and CLG.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay, and then that became an extremely
and so being comfortable with numbers, to where you can dig that stuff out.
Super important.
And I wish if I'd have known that 10 years ago the way I know it now, this will bring out the sad faces. Like probably bits and subs and Twitch Prime would all be even bigger because I learned on the job for those.
Yeah.
Because I launched the bits product, and so like I had to learn how to build that for creators and make it work, and how to build subs and make it work.
Yeah.
And I learned on the job. Whereas if I'd have come in and been like, no, I'm already, a grade A finance manager, it would have been that much faster. So, and there's the 1-bit cheer. You don't have a minimum cheer on your channel. That's nice of you.
I don't, but it doesn't show up.
It doesn't.
The minimum cheer for like a notification on stream is like I think it's I don't know, either 100 or 1,000.
100 or 1,000. All right. Well, I hope since your number 3 cheer here on Top Cheers is 500, I hope they got the notice.
5,000.
No.
Oh, number 3.
Number 3. The number 3
Yeah.
is. So, but we haven't talked about cheering yet. You need to. We need to get people.
Oh, they have a little ghost.
Yeah.
That's cute.
All right, cool. Let's see what else we got. I can
them.
feel my voice starting to go too.
Well, we've been here for 4 hours. 4
hours.
So whenever you want to eat, that's up to you, my friend. Yeah.
Do you meditate?
You're killing it.
Sometimes.
I'm interested in that question.
Yeah. I've never gotten into like a solid practice. The thing I learned that is pretty interesting is do you do walking meditation?
Yes. Yeah.
So
big part of Theravada Buddhism.
Yeah. So I
Very
do it
slow.
I do well. So I walk to and from work. I
So
take
do
the
I.
train into town, but
Yeah.
then when I get to King Street Station, I walk across town to the Amazon headquarters.
Okay.
And particularly when I'm having a bad day, but usually I use a walking meditation across town. So that's my main meditation.
Got it.
I do sometimes meditate a little bit, but I think it would be a good practice. Your girlfriend asked, where do I find the time for everything?
Yeah.
This just hasn't made the list yet.
Yeah. So the only way I do it is actually at the office.
Yeah.
So I have a really cool thing with there at like about 2 p.m. when I'm off the stream. I'm done streaming, but I haven't started Nerd Fusion yet, the work at Nerd Fusion. So I meditate in that 20-minute period.
Got it.
And then, it's just that, like if there's like a break in your day, lunch or something like that, it's a good time to do it. 20 minutes is a lot. Even 5 to 10, I think, is better.
Yeah. And I've definitely, I took a leave of absence 5 years ago. Amazon allows you to take up to 3 months. It's
Like
just
a
an
sabbatical?
unpaid leave, like a sabbatical. And I meditated during that.
That's cool.
And it's super helpful and freaky the first time you really get into it. And like the chat, I don't know how much you've ever educated chat on something called monkey mind.
Oh man, we talked about it in the context of 10% happier for but that's a very interesting subject.
So I have terrible monkey mind where like
Same,
my mind is everywhere. And the first time you're able to stop that and get monkey mind shut down is fantastic. How much do you rely on gut instinct versus logic?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm super logical on like Myers-Briggs, I think INTJ, which the J is judging, super logical. But in the end, I am a gut instinct person, which is why looking at all the numbers killed me. It's like, but I know how this business is doing, and I want to jump to like what I believe. I often say, it's supposed to be 2 points determine a line, 3 points determine a plane.
I don't understand. That's
in
big
geometry.
brain. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
You need 2 points to know a line. So you need a third point to figure out where a plane is.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm a guy who's like, no, 2 points is good. I know where the plane is.
I get it.
Which is
Okay.
just false, but I know.
I failed my geometry class in high school.
I and TJ represent. All right, we got all the Myers-Briggs people coming out and the monkeys. And there's somebody's year of the monkey. That's the same thing. No, it's exactly the same. What traits do you want to see in a potential employee, and do you go out of your way to mentor employees with these traits? No, that would be like, to mentor employees who already have the traits I want to see would be useless. Like, they've got them. Now, I'm half being a smart ass there, but the biggest traits you want to see in a potential employee is willingness to learn. Like, someone who's, to your point about there isn't talent, there's only potential. Or
yeah.
The single biggest thing you need in an employee is willingness to like learn. And then the other thing we talk about a lot is grit, which is just dealing with shit and pushing through it. Like, even if you have a job you love, even if you love streaming, there's going to be days, like I saw one of your streams where you had food poisoning.
Yeah.
And
that
you
sucked.
still got to climb in the chair behind the mic because it's your job.
Yeah.
And so if someone tells you they love their job every day, they're rounding up. Yeah. Like, that's the nicest thing to say.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
All right. If you were to get a job and you were 20 and had nothing on your resume, no college, but you were how would you go get a job? Wow. So you've got no college, you're 20, but you're saying you're very motivated and capable. Well, this is
and had nothing on your resume.
And had nothing on your resume. That's a hard place to start. Therefore, take any job that maybe isn't cleaning out sewers or something, but take any job. Take any job you can learn, and then if you truly are motivated and capable, show those traits and earn your way up. So those are the things I'd say. All right. Rex 243. He
wrote a fucking essay.
Yeah. Wow. 14 questions.
Water, by the way?
Sure, that'd be awesome.
All right, cool. All right, can I trust you with?
Yeah, he's out of the room. We're gonna have like 45 seconds here, chat. Nail it.
Oh God.
He's running. He's actually running down the hall. So we've taken over Devin's stream. Yeah. No. So this question. He's gonna say it. Here we go. Let's party.
No, don't say it. That's a meme. You don't want that meme. I'll be right back to you.
Hey, thanks. All right. We'll see if I can do the same as. Yeah. My stream now. All right. So a few more questions, since opportunity like this is rare. So Rex 243, if you're in chat, you're an overachiever. There's 14 questions here. I'm not going to go through them all. Let's see, what do you get to at the end? When you feel overwhelmed or unfocused or have lost your focus temporarily, what do you do? First, it's hard to recognize that, but I try and go outside and walk around. I try and get out of the office, get out of the situation. If I'm tired, I try to sleep. When I went through college, I went through a hard college, Carnegie Mellon, the engineering program, pretty selective. I was by no means the smartest student. There were a lot of people way smarter. I learned the hard way that I should never study for a test if I hadn't had enough sleep. Instead, go to sleep. So if I'm unfocused and I have the opportunity, I take a power nap. I sleep. I've gone down to the garage and slept by reclining my car seat. Because if I'm not rested, I can't do it. Plus, that gives you time and a break. Get away and come back. Go change the situation. Get outside. Go talk to somebody else. And the other thing is when you feel overwhelmed or unfocused, unless there is the world is ending crisis, don't make any decisions. You're not going to make a good decision. Okay, so I decided to answer Rex's last question because I figured he got to the punchline at the end.
Like those people, do you ever have the employees that write you like a 3-page email?
Yeah.
And you're like, holy shit, like, can you actually summarize this?
Can you summarize this?
Yeah, in a way that so there's a really good website It's called, check this out. It's called Hemingway.
It's called Check This Out.
It isn't. It's called HemingwayApp.com. Have you heard of this?
No.
So what it does is you paste something that's really long into this,
And it just.
and then it tells you what's wrong with it. So like if you're using
That's sweet.
isn't this cool? Yeah, if you're using adverbs and stuff, like
Yeah.
isn't that neat?
So, have you ever read this? Hemingway is famous for having been challenged to write a story in the fewest words possible.
Yes.
Do you know what he wrote?
No.
So he was challenged. What is the fewest words you can write a full story that's got like a beginning, a middle, and an end, and a meaning? And he wrote a 6-word story.
Oh, I've heard the story, but I don't remember what it is.
It's very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote, someone in chat probably already knows.
Yeah.
Yep. They have it right there. Baby shoes for sale, never worn. That is a whole story, emotionally powerful, beginning, middle, and end.
Wow.
And that's Hemingway for you. Yeah.
Have you read
the other person has it in the right order. For sale, baby shoes, never worn.
Pepe
Just
Hands.
like,
Yeah.
ouch.
Yeah. Have you read any of the books on, this is just kind of a segue, but one of the most important skills I think there is in working a job or being in business is writing.
Completely.
And there's 2 books on this that I love. One of them is On Writing Well by William Zinsler.
Okay.
And the other one is Bird by Bird. And they're both insanely good books.
Yeah.
About writing. And a lot of On Writing Well is about cutting out a lot of extraneous stuff.
Yeah.
So you can get to, because a lot of people think that if I add a lot of extraneous stuff to my writing and also my speech, I sound more eloquent, or I see but actually reducing and being more reductionist gets you the actual personality of who you are. Yeah.
That's the Mark Twain quote, right? If I'd have had more time, this
I would
would
have
have been
written you
shorter.
a short letter. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry for writing you a long letter. If I had more time, I would have written you a shorter one. Yeah. That's great.
All right. What's your definition of talent? That's big and long. So Kyle here, do you ever find work hard to turn off? If so, why? Yes. One of the things I struggle with the most is I am always working in my head. The only way I'm able to turn off work is hard physical exertion.
Interesting.
So that's why I play hockey.
Yeah.
It's why I go out and
Hike,
mountain
backpack,
climb,
yeah,
backpack.
yeah.
It's the only way I can turn off the work.
Got it.
What are the consequences you face when you choose these huge goals to excel?
We already covered that.
How do you balance health? Sometimes poorly, but you have to have health or you can't work. What's your definition of creativity? Oh, my God. Creativity can be so many things. I think of it as new ideas or new angles on problems. There are other people who have these magic inventive things. I just try to bring in ideas from other spaces, like other directions. I try to reframe problems, bring in experience from somewhere else. It's also why I read so many books, is just steal other people's ideas.
Yeah, and not only their ideas, but the culmination of their ideas, often after years of research.
Yeah, they've
it's
spent,
like that is 4 years of like someone thinking about this thing in 200 pages. That's insane. Yeah.
That's Chip and Dan Heath with Decisive, or any
Yeah.
of the books we've talked about. These are people who've spent years or decades honing their understanding
Of that one thing.
thing. And then suddenly,
And so you'd be crazy not to respect that. Like it's like it's
particularly when they're usually super smart.
Yeah.
Like when you talk about the guys who wrote Freakonomics or any of that
Yes,
stuff,
yeah.
they're
And
legendarily smart.
And those books are vetted by thousands of Amazon reviews that pull them up to the top. So
Right.
you also have the community support of it as
And that's
well.
actually one of the coolest things I think about the world we live in.
It actually is.
Is
Yeah, it is.
now nobody can hide anymore. You have Yelp for restaurants. You have stars on Uber drivers.
The only people that hide are the ones that suck. Because
But
the best is driven up to the top.
Right, but the point is like it used to be like the way you had a good restaurant is you put it on a popular high traffic street corner.
That's right.
But now
Yeah.
people don't. They'll
do that, yeah.
They learn like, no, the place in the back alley
is actually
way better.
awesome, yeah.
And so you can't like just, it's much, and if you write a book, just because you have a famous name or whatever, if your book sucks, it gets raked over.
Yeah.
Right? And the same is true with Twitch, is people who aren't entertaining, who aren't engaging,
Just, drop off.
they drop off.
Yeah.
All right.
And as funny enough, as much as we talk about discovery as a platform on Twitch, the more time that I spend looking at the actual numbers, the more I realize that good content creation, there's just no substitute for it. That's just an interesting aside.
No, you can. We can make a big stream bigger,
Yeah.
and we can help a small stream that's good find its audience quickly.
Yeah.
But if your content sucks,
It just sucks.
it's
Yeah.
just gonna
it.
suck. These are some really good questions. I wish I had time and voice left for all of them.
Well,
Kyle.
if you want, when you're ready for, I'll give you
Round
one
2.
more.
Yeah.
I'll give you one more when you're ready for.
Well, we should get to dinner.
Yeah, sure.
We've been here a while, but Kyle is all over it. He just keeps going. He's at number 20 here.
I will also save this channel so that if we do this again, it'll exist.
Kyle, you are endless.
Yeah,
You're 23 questions.
He has, oh my God.
Favorite lunch spot, he's 27 questions. This gentleman
30
is a
is-
completely overachiever.
Yeah, he's going ham. Yeah.
All right.
We're looking at our Discord chat right now.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Wow. What career outside of
He
business?
said he has 43.
Oh, God. All right. So we're going down to, question 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah.
What is your favorite quote? Mine are, you waste $60 an hour, $1 a minute when you aren't productive. And
That's a Jordan Peterson concept. Have you
okay.
seen that? Yeah.
No, what's that?
The idea is that if you take your average like college student that graduates with a degree,
They would get paid
they're
that
worth
much.
about that much. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah.
Well, time being money in so many different ways is a superpower. Just to value your time.
Yeah.
And spend money when you can spend money to get time back.
Yeah.
Time is certainly, I have a ton of favorite quotes. It's a long list, so now I have to think about what to pull up from it on the spot. Data, facts, information, knowledge, understanding, wisdom is his other quote. Geez, my single favorite quote.
So hard. Yeah.
Because I'm usually a quote factory.
Same.
And usually from books.
Yes.
Like
yeah.
I quoted earlier, I quoted Ken Blanchard with "None of us is as smart as all of us."
Yeah,
that one's
yeah.
caught me recently because the wisdom of the crowds is so powerful. It's not my favorite though. I'm also very taken by a recent. I recently learned about it. A quote by Bill Gates, and this is probably powerful for your audience that you said is mostly 18 to 25. Bill Gates said most people overestimate what they can achieve in 1 year, but underestimate what they can achieve in 10 years.
Yeah.
And I thought that was super
love that
powerful.
quote. Yeah. Mhm.
Because very few people have a 10-year plan.
Yes, but everybody has a 1 year plan.
Everybody has a 1 year
Yeah.
plan. And so like when I started thinking about the Easy Coach, my new channel and effort behind it, I was working on in the back of my mind for about 3 years, like evolving it in different ways.
Yeah.
And when I launched it, I thought about, okay, what will this be in a decade? Where can I take it? And it's not that I have every detail, but like that quote was very powerful and like, yeah, maybe
Shaping how this was going to work.
Well, one thing it taught me was be patient. Like you talked about Anil and Deshmond in partnerships at Twitch.
Yeah, one of my favorite people.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was talking to Anil about the idea of the channel, and
Absolutely amazing human being.
he's a wonderful guy.
Helped us get Devin Nash, the Twitch name.
Nice.
Yeah, so he's
nice.
among many other things. Yeah,
So
super good guy.
with Anil, he said, "Look, to reach your goals as a streamer is going to take at least 2 years," and I wasn't the least bothered by that because
Yeah.
I'm like,
On a 10-year
that's
plan.
actually super
Yeah,
fast.
yeah.
Yeah. So what else? Another.
I'll add one.
Yeah, please.
I very much like the quote, "You are the sum of the 5 people that you spend the most time around."
Oh no, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a ton of influence there, I would say, from family, though, right? It's like a
That's
lifetime integral.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Whether you love it or hate it, like your parents are so much a part
Such a
of it.
huge influence on you. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I also think about in that context is this is a little bit of a Pepe Hands moment, but once you leave the household, so at 18 or I think like whenever they leave the house, the amount of time that you are going to spend with your parents after that is already 85% done.
At least.
Yeah. So like you can actually do the math on how many times you're likely to see your parents after that, right? And
Sure.
so that influence of going back really makes a huge difference. Think about that a lot in terms of my dad. Yeah.
You got
And
a
my mom.
smart ass here in chat. Defiance of death. You're right. In today's economy, more like mid-20s.
Yeah. Mid-30s, or late 20s,
Yeah.
for sure. But yeah, you're the sum of the people you spend the most and so one of the cool things about something.
Sorry, may I interrupt?
Yeah, please.
So who you surround yourself with will determine how you do. You were asking
Absolutely,
earlier
yeah.
about would I have been who I am without Amazon?
Yeah.
That's some of the 5 people I spend the most time with.
Right,
And so
yeah.
being with powerful peers
That are motivated.
that are
hungry.
motivated and
Yeah.
hardworking. Like my boss has just the highest standards in the world, and he's really good.
He literally actually might have the highest standard.
Well,
in the world.
okay. If we're talking about
yeah.
my big boss in Bezos,
Yeah.
he's got
Yeah.
incredible standards.
But Jassy as well. I mean,
Yeah,
these
and
guys
they
are
just
insanely. Yeah,
they're
like,
insanely demanding.
yeah.
And so that makes you much better because you know that, like, if you want to, we're going through right now, getting ready to tell Andy Jassy that we're changing the date on a project. And
getting ready to tell him.
Getting ready to tell him.
Not just telling him. Like, how are we going to do this?
Yeah, because we know what he's going to ask. See, a good boss trains you. What are my questions going to be? You know my questions,
Yeah.
so just go ahead and answer them. So, of course, he's going to ask, well, like, this isn't good. Why are you doing this?
Right.
Like, why must you do this? And what else have you considered?
Yeah.
And what are the trade? So we have to, like, when we go to tell him we're changing the date, we have to be ready to tell him. And here's why, and here's all the other things we thought of, and here's the trade-offs we
You have to
considered.
have all this answered because
Because he's going to go right at those. So that idea that you said that you're the sum of the total of the 5 people around you, they make you better. If you hang around with, someone else asked about what if you have, actually that question, you've given me the answer now. You've given chat the answer. We were asked earlier, what if you have no motivation and no goal?
Yeah.
Get around better people.
Yes.
Get around better people.
And that's a Tony Robbins quote, right?
Yeah, of course.
What do you do if you have no ambition? Get around hungry people and it will find you. And what I love about that and the internet and Twitch is that in this day and age, you can find people. You don't have to do that in your real life. You can be on your computer. And I remember when I was in high school and before, I was playing 16 hours of video games every day. And the way that I got myself out of that, I had no friends. I was a nerd, I listened to motivational videos on YouTube.
Right.
And I got around Tony Robbins and I got around these tapes and these videos and I just obsessed about it. And the person that one of the 5 people became Tony, right? Because I could just consume all of his content.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be
It doesn't
have to be. I was about to say it doesn't have to be a real person, but
it doesn't have to be a person that's right here.
it
Yeah, we live in an era where you can surround yourself with people that'll make you hungry. And that is such a blessing to have things like Twitch and YouTube that can do that.
Yeah, because someone said here, cool. Now, how do you meet those people?
You don't
and the
have
point
to.
is, you don't have to. You
Yeah.
just find them. TED Talks
Are
Jesus, TED
fantastic.
Talks are so
Yeah.
inspiring and powerful.
Yes.
And I mean, you have people. Emmett Shear, the CEO of Twitch, just did a TED Talk.
He did?
Yeah, he did a TED Talk like a month ago. He practiced that talk for 3 days. He was out of the office.
That's it?
For 3 days. Well, it was pre-written before that.
Yeah.
But then he was literally at the TED production
nothing
facility, but
besides,
doing
yeah.
nothing but like giving and re-giving and tweaking every word and having it. So
Yeah.
you have these people who just they're experts in their field and they're distilling what they know
To 20 minutes.
to 20
Yeah,
minutes. And you're getting the best 20 minutes of their life.
Have you seen Tony's talk on this?
No, I
Oh
don't.
my God! Why we do what we do, Tony
Okay.
Robbins.
Yeah,
It's the just as a quick aside, it's the only talk ever at TED that went over the limit.
Oh, wow.
And he allowed it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the TED guy,
He
yeah.
had to. Yeah, you'll see why if you listen to the talk.
All right,
Yeah. And Tony does this intentionally. He came in with this idea. Yeah,
Nice.
It's super cool. Yeah, so good. Why we've listened to the whole thing on stream. And
Nice.
Yeah, it's
That
cool.
would be fun.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So, so you can find those people there, and you do have to have enough ambition to like sit in front of your, and not watch reruns of SpongeBob. But like, we're not setting a super high bar here. Like, switch over from SpongeBob to something else. So, All right. Well, you said you have a last question. We should
do.
probably.
I have
It's been like 4.5. That's good.
You
It's a solid
said,
run.
You said you were not going to have. He said he was going to do 2 to 3.
Well,
so he did an
I- you
extra
know,
hour and a half for you guys.
I want to over deliver, but what's your final question?
I think it's
Final Jeopardy. Here we go.
It's going to be a classic one.
Thanks for the sub, by the way.
Thank you very. The call to action is
Hey.
better. That feel when the VP of Amazon is better at call to actions than I am. Dude.
Well, there's a
Yeah.
reason, you know. Actually, this is a good place. Sorry, now it's my turn to riff.
Okay.
Subs paid to keep Twitch on the air too.
Yeah.
Like it's a we're gonna get into a business conversation here, but it's aligned incentives. In other words, we want people to sub because that's what pays the bills to operate Twitch.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
so it's a synergistic thing where you need Twitch to exist. You also need money to live.
Yes.
But you need
Living's
Twitch to
good.
exist so that you can get that.
Absolutely.
So when people sub, they are building the business and making it possible to have the platform. So, you know, you're not only paying him, you're paying me, and thank you. So keep
Awesome.
subbing. It's my paycheck in the back end.
There we go. You get 2 for 1 on this stream today. All right, last question. I figured we would bring it together out of our mutual respect for Tim Ferriss, and it's going to be one of his questions.
Okay.
Okay, so speaking of platforms, let's say you have one.
Okay.
You have a massive billboard that everybody on Earth is going to drive by once a day. What does the billboard say?
What does the billboard say? I have to think about this wording for a second, but I think the wording. See, if I had more time, this would be shorter.
What is your spirit animal?
And what is your spirit animal? Somebody's been here the whole stream. They brought that right around.
Damn.
Sub with Twitch Prime. Own your shit. The chat's on it now.
Dude,
You finally let them out of the
Yeah.
garbage can, and they're on it.
Subscribe with Twitch.
I think my billboard says some version of what are you doing that will matter? Like where are you investing in people that has meaning? Because we can collect money and we can drive cars, but we're all going to die.
That quote.
Yeah.
We can collect money and drive cars, but we're all gonna die.
Well, I mean,
holy
you could,
shit.
you know,
Yeah.
like the only
True. Yeah.
the only people are the. So I think, what are you doing that has meaning? How are you investing back in the world? Because the world needs help. Okay, there's tons of people starving, poor people, water pollution, air pollution, global warming, taxes, like on and on and on, misogyny, inequality. It's all this enormous list of problems. Nobody's going to fix them but us. Like, looking to the government to fix stuff. Ask yourself honestly, when has the government ever fixed anything?
Yeah.
They've tried.
Yeah.
There are some people in government who try.
Yeah.
But most stuff gets fixed by individuals.
Yes. Yeah.
So maybe the easier thing is,
group-
what are you
groups of
fixing?
individuals. Yeah.
What are you fixing would be like the really.
Yeah. What problem are you trying to solve?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's excellent.
So I'd say something along. I now need to use your Hemingway app, but like
To sum it down.
make
Yeah.
it bold and clear.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
what's your answer?
I think I'm cheating because I've thought about this question in context, but I think it's
Of course.
something along the lines of try to reduce suffering wherever you can. Yeah.
Which really a version of the same thing.
Yeah, it is. Because I think, and this is a little bit of my Buddhist talking, but I think at the core of being a human being is suffering, right? It's that we are all together, but not in a negative way. That we're all together trying to strive to just be a little bit better than we were yesterday. Be a little bit better fathers, be a little bit better brothers and sisters and mothers and everything we can be. And but understanding that every single person, without exception in this world, is having a tough time relative to their circumstances. I don't care if you're a celebrity making tens of millions of dollars or if
Well,
you're,
look at how often they kill themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So clearly they're not rocking it.
Yeah, they're not doing as well as people think, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what, can we together try to make people's lives a bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you.
Yeah.
And so.
And I think you've done that today.
All right. Well, I hope
Yeah.
so. I saw chat had some people in chat.
Guys, if you liked this, give some claps in chat for Ethan, man. It's a very special thing that he came here. And thank you. I'm sincerely
there they come.
grateful.
Oh,
I mean,
you're very welcome. No,
this
this was fantastic. Thank you for hosting me. Thank you for the
it's an
opportunity
incredible
to
honor.
talk to your audience and to reach them and share. It's I want to see people not make the mistakes I make and go through I'd rather see them have my job when they're not boomers or boomer age.
And how do people? Oh, there's the 1,000 bits. Thank you very much.
All right.
And how do people find you? Very important before we end. How do you want them to find you?
Oh, well, just find me as the Easy Coach on Twitch.
There you
So
go.
that's my Twitch channel. Follow me there. I'll be
Link it in chat, guys.
bringing a guest live on Tuesday. He's a fascinating fellow. Ken Meyer is an interim CEO, so he goes into companies that have lost their CEO, fired, thrown out, whatever, injured, sick, and he takes over companies on the fly on 24 to 48 hours of notice. So I think I am fascinated
awesome.
to interview him
I will
you've
be at
interviewed
that
me
show. Yeah.
to find out how do you do that
this?
and
Yeah.
across different industries and like he walks in cold. So
What?
that
That's insane.
so literally a management hired gun.
Yeah.
And then he has to earn trust
that level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at that level. And so it's super fascinating to talk to him about that. So,
Awesome. Sounds good.
when is it? 6 p.m. Tuesday the 28th Pacific. So, because I got to work all day and do it at night.
Yep.
All right. So, hey, thank you all very much.
Thank you guys
We're
so
gonna
much.
go eat.